Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. Love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man, this is Mike. We'll be back, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up today, man. Got a good one for y'all, man. Again, my apologies, man, that the notifications got shot out late. But you know what? You know, I still feel like people are going to still start sliding in here. And we can cook on a topic, man, that, hey, man, look, I think it's going to be a good one. I'm going to make sure I pin the link to the top of the chat, man, if you want to super chat as we get through this. The link is going to be pinned to the top of the comment section. Super chat will take you over to FYF Sports Clips. Make sure you subscribe to FYF Sports Clips while you're over there. You can hit that link to super chat if you want us to stop the presses and address anything that you got to say. And I just saw it. I don't know how it blew my mind. And I think Shaquille from Real Takes Over Fake Debates told me, but happy belated birthday to our homie over there, Real Takes Over Fake Debates, man. He just had a birthday that passed a few days ago. And we didn't give him his proper shout out. So my apologies for that, man. I just saw it. And look, man, we got 5 days. Look, I'm gonna make sure we go live because we got 7 days until my birthday. We got 7 days. We're gonna be giving y'all content for the next 7 days leading up to May 10th, man, where we can really we might do something. We might do a year in a review. We might do a funniest moment show. I don't know what we're gonna do, man. We're gonna do something on May 10th. We're gonna do something that Saturday. To something a little different, man. Something a little different, man, than we normally do. Maybe get some of the OGs up here so we can cook. We got a lot going on. Salute to Goat James Kingdom in the chat, man. Great show yesterday, man. If y'all didn't check it out, make sure y'all check out Goat James Kingdom, the live stream from yesterday, man. A lot of people tried, man. A lot of people tried, man. I'm struggling. I'm still struggling to find people that are willing to take on Johnny or Goat James Kingdom. It's a lot of people in the chat that's running around saying, look, set up the debate. And then when it's time to set up the debate, y'all disappear. You know, you got people like Herm. You know, look, here's my thing. And I would love to have Herm up here, but it's hard to have Herm on the panel because he's like a little kid. Look, y'all, don't come over here to FYF Sports. Please, look, Herm was not cooking. What Herm did is Herm said, I told y'all LeBron was going to do this and that. Herm never told us nothing. Herm he hasn't been over. He hasn't, like I said, Herm, this is for all the people. Y'all cannot run around on low-end, low-budget back pages having small conversations with a few people, and then if you even actually said these things, if they actually come out to be right, you cannot come running over to FYF Sports, man. FYF and Lamont, Go James Kingdom. I told you, bro. Nobody knows you said these things. If you're gonna have a take, come somewhere so we all can hear your take, and we can hold your feet to the fire. If it don't pan out, or if it do pan out, we can give you your props. Right? Similar to a couple years ago when Bees was the only one on the Denver Nugget bandwagon. He came on the platform, he said it, and when the Denver Nuggets beat the Lakers, there was nothing we can do but other than give him his props. But y'all, don't be running around here on irrelevant back pages somewhere talking about you made these predictions as if I'm supposed to know or care. You don't cook me. Like now, if Herm actually wanted to have a real debate on anything, we could do that. I don't think he would do that. Herm wants to come on panels, act like a little kid, and be loud and disruptive. He thinks that this is ticket TV. And just being obnoxious makes you right. It don't make you right. To me, it just makes you sound dumb. Right? The fact that we have to keep muting you, it's stupid. You know, salute to King Roto, because King Ro actually had a legitimate take that was documented on his channel, and I checked it out. And he made these takes. He made these takes publicly, and so we got to give him his props because he said these things before they expired. And he doesn't have a track record like Herm. He doesn't have a track record like Herm of running around just siding with any team that's against LeBron. We've heard Herm in the past say, I'm siding with Nikola Jokic. I'm riding with the Nazis. And we're going to take LeBron James down. He will say and do anything as long as that player is going against LeBron. The man literally came on this platform and said he's siding with the Nazis. So it's hard for me to take you seriously when you pretend this. So that's the thing. So look, we gonna start the debates back up. I may even hop into the debates. You never know. But we need to start getting into debates back up and cooking, because there's too many people running around these circles. Again, we got too many pretenders in these debate circuits, right? That's kind of what today's live stream is about. It's kind of about pretenders. There's a ton of people. Look at Herm said, I want to smoke. Herm, you can pick. You can choose a topic, Herm, a topic that you feel safe debating. If you really feel that way, Herm. And we don't have to do it on some shadowy back page with 6 people discussing the game. We can do it on FYF Sports. Because again, if you said those things about the Laker-Minnesota series, I would not hesitate to give you your props, but you never told me. You didn't tell me. You didn't come on FYF and say it. You didn't. I mean, to be honest, I don't even think you said it on Ticket Channel. I haven't seen you say these things anywhere. So you can't run around. Don't come running over here saying you said this. We got Peter Bag Juice. Hey, man, Peter Bag Juice, man. Peter Bag Juice. I feel like with Peter Bag Juice, y'all, there's a language barrier. I think so. You know, we had to go get something to help with the language barrier with Peter Bag Juice. Look, I got something for Peter Bag Juice, because Peter Bag Juice, I know that you love LeBron James. You just don't want to admit it. I know that you love LeBron. You're always on LeBron shows. You're always talking about him. And even in this particular context of this show, I mean, and we'll get to you. You were siding with Marz on this made-up matchup difficulty thing. We'll get to that later. But I found a version of the LeBron James song that I feel like you can better understand, because I feel like there's a language barrier, right? Let the people listen.
LeBron James, run me one, you fi know that you're me king of the gold. Yeah, no one can be you, no other gold not there like you in my life. Run me one, you fi know that you're me king of the gold. Yeah, no one can be you, no other gold not there like you in my life. You lost some games, me no care. Always in the final, not fair. Them can't compare when you're not there. Me no say you're the best player. Me want a Brown who can win for me. Me want a Brown who can win me some rings. Make me feel it and me reveal it. Oh, me happy really see. Brought me one, you fi know that you're me king of the gold. Yeah, no one can be you, no other gold not there like you in my life. Brought me one, you fi know that you're me king of the gold. Yeah, no one can be you, no other gold not there like you in my life. Oh, bro.
Here we go, Peter Bag Juice. Now you understand that, Peter Bag Juice? Now we got some. Look, now you don't have to hate on us. We went to the motherland. We got something that you can relate to. We know the people in your country love LeBron James, because they're actually a music video of Jamaicans, Haitians just gathered together in masses, really supporting and being proud of LeBron James for his entire career. You got to address that, Peter Bag Juice, right? Were you kicked from your homeland because of your hate? I mean, look, man, look, we got something for you. We got a little bit of something for everybody today, Peter Bag Juice, man, right? There is no more language barriers, man. Now we know that even in your motherland, they got love for LeBron James, man. That might be one of the coldest ones, too. That literally might be one of the coldest ones. All right, look, y'all, let me go ahead and pin this link to the top of the chat for y'all. And then we're going to get to the meat and bones of this show, because today's show, because Peter Bag Juice said something. He said the British boys living in your head. No, I like addressing problems in the basketball community, basketball talk. This is not just a Marz problem. This is a problem that's been sifting through basketball talk. It's been sifting through basketball talk for like the last 2 years. I even did a live stream about 2 months ago talking about analytics. And I tried to tell y'all, right? Because I'm somebody that actually uses analytics. But I've already said, I said, be very cautious with how you just run around and throw out certain analytics. Because the manner in which people use analytics is not how they're supposed to be used. I mean, we literally had people, I can't even remember. I think it might have been Casual or somebody a while ago. They were literally trying to use, I think, like Kobe's defensive analytics versus Shaquille O'Neal's defensive analytics. And I'm saying, this is the defensive analytics and measurements of a guard were never meant to be designed to compare to the defensive analytics of a big. I don't care if it's within the same era. I don't care if it's within the same season. This is just not how they were designed. You're never going to get an appropriate forecast of what a player can or cannot do if you're just taking these analytics and you're misappropriating them just to come up with an answer that kind of favors where you want to go. And so that's what we're going to be talking about today, because today what we're going to do is instead of what we're going to do is we're going to do what Marz said. Marz made a statement during this debate. He said, how can I ignore the data? That's what he said. He said, how can I ignore all of the data? I said, okay. And the beauty of this is all of the data suggest that Nikola Jokic is the best defender in the NBA, if not the best, one of the best. That's what the data suggests. So let's just go down the road of the data, and I'm gonna break down to you guys why Nikola Jokic is the best defensive player in the NBA. And what I want to do is what I want to see is I want to see if you guys can come up here and debunk the data, since the data suggests that Nikola Jokic is the best defender in the NBA. And when I say the data suggests this, there's a lot of it. Right? So for the people like Peter Bagjuice, we're Peter Bagjuice. You were all in on the matchup difficulty, and you understood it. You were all in on it. Hollywood Herm said, debunk that data with the film. Herm, I've never seen you do any debunking with any film ever on any channel ever. I don't know if that's something that's within your scope. And Herm, you've been on a lot of shows, Ticket TV. You even had a segment over here. I have never once seen you break down anyone's game with actual film. Just like King Rowe, when we really said, tell us why your Knicks can win the championship, King Rowe is not a real fan. He could not even tell us why his Knicks could beat the Celtics. Well, I think they got a chance, but man, I know why they can lose. Okay, be a fan. Fans tell us why their team can win. Fans don't care about being wrong if their team loses. Fans are always going to get behind their team, and they're going to look through every crack and crevice and corner to find out why, or give you an answer as to why their particular team can win. That's what real fans do. But what we have now in basketball talks, y'all, what we have now in basketball talks is we have like sea urchins just kind of lurking and lifting around like Herm. They just lurk and lift around. They don't really have any takes of their own. They just lurk and sift around. They just lurk and sift around. And they typically hang around channels like GOAT James Kingdom, even FYF Sports. And they listen for people to make takes. And then as the NBA season progresses, they won't say anything about the takes where your takes might have panned out to be right. They'll just stay hidden like a sea urchin. And then as soon as basketball the basketball gods, the basketball itself just kind of plays out, and one of your takes are wrong. Then these sea urchins just come out of whatever shell they were in, hiding in, and then they just start saying, "Oh, you was wrong," and I said this, that, and the other. There we go, Herm, just talking in blank generalities. Okay, Herm, if you can cook me into the debate, then the one thing that you need to be doing is you need to be generating a topic and then letting me know the topic. I don't care to hear about this filibustering that you can cook me in a debate. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to actually do it. Get to work on the topic, Herm. I don't want to hear you doing all these soliloquies, and you'll come up here and you'll say, "I'm a cook you." Herm, that don't mean nothing. That's just you putting on a show. I want ChatGPT to choose our topic. No, I said, Herm, you use your brain and you choose a topic. Jesus Christ. I give these guys very simple assignments. You know, you wonder why Gold James Kingdom had you running around here on a Pee Wee Herman body. Because you was running around here being silly, man. I'm pinning this link to the top of the chat, and then we're gonna get to cooking today. And if you're a mod, if I miss it, because once I start cooking with all this information, if I do miss it, if you see somebody spamming like they've been doing in the chat so far, and I don't know how these people do it or when they do it, but if they start spamming, just make sure you block them if you are a mod. I definitely appreciate it. Like I said, we're not blocking people. We're only blocking spammers. Please. I don't know. It's been like that for a while. And it's funny. YouTube does a whole bunch of stuff. YouTube is shady. They do a whole bunch of blocking and shadow banning and all this silliness. But then people can come in here and spam on 17 million accounts, and YouTube don't do nothing about it. They can't control that. YouTube is kind of sad sometimes. All right, y'all. Let me get this up here. We're going to get to cooking on this topic today. Because, again, the data suggests that Nikola Jokic, it doesn't just suggest it, y'all. The data literally says that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the NBA, right? And I'm going to break down the data, right? And I'm going to see if you guys can debunk the data, right? Because the funny thing about this data, right, and especially if you want to go with Marz, right? Marz said, how can I ignore all of the data? He said that to Jordan, or I think it was Real Talk in one of the debates. But Marz is a staunch advocate of Nikola Jokic being a bad defender, even though the data says he's a great defender. Not just a great defender, the data says that Nikola Jokic is the best defensive center in the NBA. That's what the data says. I'm going to take you guys through all of this data. So now we come to a really confusing conundrum. People that rely on the data when they want to misappropriate it, but then they want to ignore the data when the data doesn't suit their narrative or talking point. And we're not talking about data that's spread amongst a million different places. We're getting all of this data from one of the primary resources that he used, BBall Index. We're getting it all from BBall Index, all of it. Right? Now, just to preface this, y'all, BBall Index was a company that was originally created. They were originally created. Their intended job when they first started, it's Lucha Jessica Anderson in the chat, was to create analytics to help NBA 2K determine player ratings on the video game. Mingo Justice said, why am I saying it like that? That's how Marz said it. See, maybe if I start talking like Marz, maybe I could just say a whole bunch of bullshit and y'all just start believing me. Maybe if I just say it with my version of a British accent, maybe it makes me sound smarter and y'all won't question none of this bullshit. So Marz said to Jordan in the debate, how can I ignore all of the data? That's what he said. because he was trying to explain to people why Donovan Mitchell was a more impactful offensive player than Darius Garland. And he said, how can I ignore all of the data? The data. That's what he said. So if we're going to be educated, we're going to do the same thing here with Nikola Jokic, right? And I don't think it's any secret. I think many of you guys, if you've been to Player Choice, and salute to Player Choice, salute to everybody over there. I was supposed to be on that show Thursday, and I completely spaced and I missed it. My apologies to Ron. I got to text Ron and let him know that was my bad. I was supposed to be on the show Thursday, and I just spaced. I had a lot going on that morning, and I just completely spaced. So that was on me. Hopefully, I can get back over there. But yeah. So we're just going to, because remember also, as Marz was trying to explain this conundrum with matchup difficulty, there was a lot of people that were agreeing with them. They were agreeing with the data. That's what they were doing. They were agreeing with the data. So what we're going to do is we're going to use all data to explain to you guys why Nikola Jokic is the best defensive player in the NBA. And for all the people that love the data, like Peter Bagjuice, who was conveniently only siding with Marz just because he just likes battling FYF, no matter how irrelevant the talking points are, right? This man sided with matchup difficulty, which is clearly a defensive metric. First, he had a flawed misunderstanding of it. Then he said, oh, I understand now, Marz. So now we're going to see if you actually understand now. All right. So because now I'm going to be like Marz, Peter Bagjuice, and I'm going to only give you guys all of the data. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to Peter Bagjuice, Hardwood ENT, Jessica, one of the OGs. Been here for a long time. Always see you in the comments. Randy Marsh. Salute to everybody in here. Salute to Autism Boy. Hoop Conductor. Hoop Conductor says, oh, Hollywood Herm, I'll judge. Look, I don't care who the judges are. Do you think I sit around worrying about who the judges are if I'm debating Herm? Do you really think I would care? Herm can hand select all the judges. I don't give a damn who the judges are. SWAT. He says, so you're talking about defense and not as a player. No, I'm talking about Nikola Jokic, according to the data on BBall Index, is the #1 defensive center in the NBA, and he's a top 5 defender in NBA. Right? And for all the people that love the data, because again, when I say the data with the British accent, it just seemed like every time Marz said that, y'all believed him more and more. Right? The only thing I told people to do, I said, don't believe me. I said, just go look up matchup difficulty for yourself. No one wanted to go Google it. I think the only person that did was GOAT James Kingdom. No one went to go look up guarded by matchup difficulty, which is what Marz said he meant to say. Everyone just believes it because he says the data, right? I just ask you guys to go research and look the information up for yourself. Rap God Reloaded says this will turn into a Jordan LeBron debate. No, it won't. He says, I don't know when America's be. Thank you, Mike. I don't know, but I guess I have to say it that way to sound believable, right? I guess I have to say it that way. Look at Brandon Katz. He's already coming in. Brandon Katz says Denver has a 22nd defense. That's not what the data suggests, Brandon Katz. Brandon Katz says Jokic is a horrible defender. Brandon Katz, that's not what the data suggests. We're going to get to this data right here. Let me share this link right here. You can super chat as I get through it. I'm putting a link in the chat. If you do want to send a super chat, let me get my banner up for the top donors of the channel. Right. Salute to all of the top donors, man. All the people that Muslim Made has been the top donor over the last couple of weeks. Bezo the Prophet has always come through. Ricky E245. A lot of you guys have come through to support the channel heavy, and I definitely appreciate that right there. So if you do want to send a super chat, hit the super chat link at the top. It'll take you over to FYF Sports Clips. If you don't want to use super chat, you can always hit the PayPal. The PayPal link will be sporadically put into the chat as we get through this today. The host of your funeral says, you don't know basketball, dude. I know. It's funny how people who say this never come on the panel to explain to me what I don't know about the game of basketball. I don't really like combating y'all in the comments. Y'all will type 9 paragraphs in the comments, and I'm typing all of that in the comments has to take you at least 10 to 15 minutes to Google, copy and paste, come back, Google, copy and paste, when you could just click the link and say what you need to say in 2.2 seconds. Does the data take into account scheme and schedule difficulty? Ian Maxwell, it actually does. That's what the data suggests. Oddly enough, I'm glad you got to that. This is what remember, BBall Index is very thorough. They make the player ratings on NBA 2K. You don't think they covered this? Oh, Smokey, bro. Okay. When I drop the link, what does this mean, y'all? Jesus Christ. All right, y'all, let's get to this right here. Oh, shit. I didn't even pin it to the top of the chat. Let me pin this to the top of the chat. And let's get to this information right here, man. And so we're going to talk about what we're going to talk about here, y'all, is, and let me share my screen so y'all can see this. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about how BBall Index came to the conclusion that Nikola Jokic is the #1 defensive center in the NBA over guys like Rudy Gobert, over guys like Bam Adebayo. All right. And so, look, I put together a thorough presentation. I even put ESPN on it because what do we know? I know that a lot of you guys are Jordan fans. Jordan fans they can only absorb information that has ESPN attached to it, as if it's an ESPN highlight. So I have to do all of the small petty things to get Jordan fans, who we all know have a very short attention span, to just lock in and listen for a little bit. Brandon, please rewind this back and listen to the beginning. Oh, please. Okay? And then you'll see why I'm doing this. Because, Brandon, if you know me, and if you've heard any of my takes, then you would know how I feel about Nikola Jokic's defense. So rewind the video back as opposed to just jumping in thinking you know why we're doing this or what my intent is or the point I'm trying to get across. That's why I say people like Brandon Catchout, Jordan fans, have very low attention spans. They don't think. Think about Brandon is white, completely on a different side of the country. Herm is black in Memphis in the trenches somewhere. Both Jordan fans, when they get on the panel, they act literally exactly the same. Disruptive, don't listen, over talk, think that everything that they say is right, and they say a whole bunch of nothing while they filibuster the entire time. Jordan fans, one from Idaho in the backwoods, one from the streets of Memphis in the trenches, but they are the exact one and the same. Ain't it crazy? We're going to talk about it right here. Let's talk about it. Nikola Jokic, the best defensive center in the NBA. using 15 BBall Index metrics to crown Jokic the defensive analytics king. We got our first defensive, we got our first defensive analytic right here. We got defensive matchup versatility. And I know a lot of you guys are probably going to ask, what the hell is defensive matchup versatility? Right? I'm going to explain that to you. But Nikola Jokic ranks first among centers in defensive matchup versatility. He frequently guards a wide range of positions, and he demonstrates adaptability and strategic flexibility according to BBall Index. Right? Sounds intelligent. It's sourced by BBall Index. Like, we're going to get to exactly what it is. Let me tell y'all exactly what it is before we move on to the next one. Matchup versatility, defensive matchup versatility, measures the diversity of positions a defender guards. Jokic ranks at the top percentile for bigs. Hold on, y'all. Let me get these spammers. It says Jokic ranks at the top percentile for bigs, frequently switching between guards, wings, and bigs depending on the play. It says this flexibility helps Denver avoid scrambling rotations and keeps opposing offenses guessing. That's Nikola Jokic. He is number one among NBA centers in defensive matchup versatility. That's one metric. Nikola Jokic leads all NBA centers. He leads all NBA centers in defensive role versatility. He executes drop, hedge, and zone seamlessly. And he improves Denver's mid-game adjustment options. According to BBall Index, defensive role versatility. Now, what is defensive role versatility? Role versatility reflects the number of unique defensive schemes a player participates in. Nikola Jokic excels here by playing the anchor in drop coverage. Remember, you guys killed A. Johnny for saying that Nikola Jokic was a better defensive anchor than Anthony Davis. According to BBall Index, Nikola Jokic is the better anchor. Jokic excels here by playing the anchor in drop coverage, switching when needed, and acting as a roaming help defender. This contributes to Denver's ability to adapt during a game without making substitutions. He leads the NBA in defensive role versatility. Remember, y'all, this is the data. Remember, once I say this is the data in the British accent, you got to accept it as is. Don't ask no more questions. Don't question it. Don't say shit. Don't go Google nothing. Just stop right there. I said it in a British accent, so shut the hell up. The information, the data suggests this, not me. My next one is foul trouble percentage. And actually, I missed the number there. It's 2.29 fouls per game. It's the lowest among top-tier defenders. He has elite foul discipline, which ensures maximum minutes. Rarely in foul danger during critical stretches. Nikola Jokic's low foul rate demonstrates defensive maturity. He contests without overreaching and positions his body to alter shots or passes without contact. Staying on the floor enables consistent defensive leadership and strategic anchoring. According to BBall Index, when we talk about being a defensive anchor, you guys said GOAT James Kingdom was wrong. According to BBall Index, it says he is the anchor, and he's a much better anchor than Anthony Davis. Let's get to this right here. Let's get to the next one right here. Defensive points saved, DPS. Nikola Jokic is top 5 among NBA centers in DPS. This quantifies points prevented via positioning rotations. Don't ask what that is. Don't ask what that means. Don't ask what it's intended to be used for. Just accept the data. This also reflects Jokic's efficiency and defensive consistency. This metric estimates how many points Jokic prevents versus what an average defender would allow. His high score shows that his help rotations, his contest, and positioning stops points without the need for highlight reel blocks. Remember, y'all said Anthony Davis was a better defender because GOAT James told y'all this. Y'all said he was a better defender because he had the flashy blocks, the highlight reel blocks. This metric doesn't just focus on the highlight reel blocks because y'all see that ESPN right there. Y'all only focus on the ESPN highlights. This specifically says his high score shows that his help rotations, his shot contest, and positioning stops points without the need for highlight reel blocks, according to BBall Index. This is what the data says. He is top 5 among NBA centers in defensive points saved. Next one we got is adjusted rim deterrence rate. Nikola Jokic is 76th percentile amongst centers. Remember that word percentile. When Marz gave you the matchup difficulty percentile and then said, I can't ignore the data, you guys stop asking questions, just accept it. The data. Don't ask no questions. I've already told you. This is so much data. Opponents drive less when Nikola Jokic is on the floor. Impacts the offense before shots even go up. Rim deterrence evaluates how often opponents avoid attacking the rim with a player in help coverage. So y'all talk about all these players that go attack Anthony Davis. Jokic's impact is so significant that he has supreme rim deterrence, basically saying that just with Jokic being on the floor, people don't even want to drive his way when he's sitting in help. Jokic's presence alone changes shot selection, forcing teams into lower percentage mid-range jumpers because of his adjusted rim deterrence rate. That's what the data says. Let's get to the next one right here. Because we talked about how Nikola Jokic was second in the NBA in steals. He led the NBA in deflections, but y'all didn't want to believe that. So let's take it a step further. Jokic has a B+ grade in passing lane defensive rating. I bet y'all never heard of that type of defensive rating. According to BBall Index, he leads the NBA in passing lane defensive rating. Has a B+ grade, top 25% amongst bigs. He prevents assist through spatial awareness, clogs offensive rhythm from the inside out. Jokic positions himself to clog common passing lanes, resulting in deflections, which he led the NBA in deflections, forced resets, and turnovers. Though not known for his steals, his anticipation makes him an efficient disruptor. Nikola Jokic is a top 25% big in passing lane defensive rating. This is what the data suggests. Let's get to the next one, man. We got another one for you guys. Defensive positional versatility. Now, we already gave you defensive versatility, but now we're giving you defensive positional versatility. Defensive positional versatility gives Nikola Jokic a score of plus 0.69. That's his score on the BBall Index scale. That means he's switchable from 2 to 5 in almost any matchup. He exceeds expectations for a player at his size and speed, according to BBall Index. This is according to the data. This rating captures how often a player guards different positions. Jokic outpaces most traditional centers, contributing to lineup flexibility without giving up mismatches, according to the data. We got more for y'all. Look, so this is not one analytic. This is not two analytic. We are giving you guys a multitude of analytics. And at the end, I'm going to show you why all of these analytics make Nikola Jokic the best defensive center in the NBA. Let's go to the next one. Defensive load rating. Now, I know a lot of the zesty Jeffries, when they hear that word load, they start to think, their homoerotic activities start getting triggered. But that's not what we're talking about, JDRs. We're talking about defensive load rating. According to the defensive load rating, Nikola Jokic has a 27.4% defensive load. This is high for a non-shot blocker. He leads all Denver defensive communications. He manages anchor duties while facilitating the offense, according to the data. Defensive load measures how often a player is involved in key defensive actions like contesting, rotating, or communicating. Jokic's dual role as an offensive initiator and defensive quarterback is unmatched in the NBA, according to BBall Index, according to the data. I don't know why y'all ask any questions when the data suggests this. And the funny thing about this is BBall Index also tells you, after giving you all the data, why your eye test is wrong. We're going to get to that later. Screen deterrence rating. Nikola Jokic ranks number 1 in the NBA in screen deterrence rating. 0.41 score suggests opponents avoid attacking Nikola Jokic. Denver schemes funnel action away from Jokic. Improves guard containment via screen avoidance. Screen deterrence indicates whether offenses choose to run a pick and roll action towards or away from a defender. Jokic's grade positively means offenses often avoid involving him, which enhances Denver's pick and roll coverages. He is number 1 amongst all NBA centers in screen deterrence rating. This is irrefutable information. This is irrefutable information. And a night for Tav. Not me. BBall Index has the max ether for all of you pretenders that want to come in here with all of these fake analytics. That's at the end. This is not me. This is BBall Analytics. Now, we have one for Peter Bagjuice. This is his favorite one, y'all. Matchup difficulty, y'all. Remember, we were talking about matchup difficulty when Marz said it, right? Because Marz talked about the guarded by matchup difficulty, and he also talked about matchup difficulty. Marz told us that this was an offensive tool. Unfortunately, BBall Index actually uses matchup difficulty and guarded by matchup difficulty to tell us why Nikola Jokic is an elite defender. Has nothing to do with his offense. Nikola Jokic is top 10 amongst NBA centers in matchup difficulty and guarded by matchup difficulty. Matchup difficulty, this metric assesses the average offensive workload of these players a defender guards. A 100th percentile. Remember, he said that Donovan Mitchell had a 98th percentile in matchup difficulty. I don't know what that meant. It didn't mean anything about offense, but whatever it meant, you guys believed it. Nikola Jokic has a 100th percentile ranking, not a 98th percentile. 100th percentile ranking, which means Jokic regularly defends opponents with the highest offensive responsibilities, such as primary scorers and even playmakers. Unbelievable. Guarded by matchup difficulty, he's also top 10 amongst NBA centers. It says this measures offensive usage rate of players a defender is assigned to. Jokic's top percentile ranking indicates he often guards players who are central to their team's offensive schemes, highlighting his role in neutralizing key threats. Hollywood Herm, you said this is bum talk. Where were you at to tell Marz he was talking bum talk when he was trying to use matchup difficulty, a defensive rating to tell us why Donovan Mitchell was a great offensive player? It's just funny how whenever I use the data, y'all want to come in here and chastise me. But y'all want to gawk and do all that stuff when Marz just basically says, Herm, shut up. How can I ignore the data? And then you shut the hell up and you ask no questions. Because the one thing we don't see Herm buying the membership over to Players Choice just to hop in the chat and troll Marz. Whenever Marz speaks, he shuts the hell up. So when I'm giving you the data, Herm, shut the hell up. Herm says, I don't ever agree with Marz. Herm, if you don't ever agree with Marz, why have you not went over there to go chastise him like you try to come over here? How come you don't go click on panels over there on Players Choice and be disruptive, over talk, and ask to get muted and kicked off? It's just funny how you selective with the platforms. So at the end of the day, your respect and your silence in not saying these things is an indication that you agree with this nonsense. Because again, Herm literally goes on every platform, every panel. Have we seen Herm go over to Players Choice and be as disruptive and as reckless as in wild as he is on FYF, as he is on Ticket TV, as he does with True to King, as he did with the locker room? He never would. You are nice, you are respectful, you are silent when they speak because they have the data. So Herm, until you go rectify that, you got to shut the hell up on this one. Go rectify that, Herm. Go be disruptive over there. Don't tell me. See, here's the thing, Herm. Don't tell me you're going to go cook Marz. Go cook them. Don't tell me. Go over there, be disruptive, make them mute you and kick you off, and then come back over here and you can tell us that you cooked them. Until then, you got to shut the hell up because you agree with the data. Thank you, Sid. You ain't never seen him go over there. But he'll be quick to come on Goat James Kingdom panel. You're going to have to mute me. You're going to have to kick me off. And all that. I cooked you. You my son. But when it comes to Marz, you shut the hell up. Herm, shut the hell up. You need to be going to go find a topic. You said you want to challenge me in the debate. Get to it, Herm. Quit typing in the chat. This is what the data suggests. And I'm just rocking with the data. Let's go to the next one. We got defensive role. Defensive role. What is Anthony Davis' defensive role? Goat James Kingdom already told you that Nikola Jokic is a better defensive anchor than Anthony Davis. According to BBall Index, it says his defensive role is an anchor big. Primary designation on BBall Index, responsible for interior help, rotations, and rebounding, central to Denver's team defensive concept. The anchor big role is assigned to defenders who protect the rim. Remember, you guys say he doesn't protect the rim. Lead rotations and are the vocal point of a team's defense. Jokic assumes all of these responsibilities effectively, lacking the elite vertical athleticism of shot blockers. So your eyes, you guys, see that other players are more athletic. BBall Index does not care about athleticism. It only cares about tangible results on the court. And based on the results on the court, it says that Nikola Jokic is not only an anchor big, but he's one of the most effective bigs in the NBA at the center spot. This is what the data suggests. Don't argue with me. Y'all need to be emailing BBall Index, getting mad at them for the data. Let's go to the next one. Defensive points over expectation, DPOE. He's top 5 amongst all NBA centers in DPOE, defensive points over expectations. He prevents more points than expected on given possessions, outperforms his matchup regularly. This stat compares expected points against actual points allowed. Jokic consistently holds opponents below their scoring expectation, indicating tangible and repeatable defensive impact. How can you ignore the data? This data says that Jokic, not just based on the eye test, when you guys see one player like Joel Embiid score a lot of points on him, they're saying that over the course of an entire 82-game season, Jokic consistently holds opponents below their scoring expectation. It indicates tangible and repeatable defensive impact. This is what the data suggests. We got the next one. And we know that a lot of JDRs, you guys are going to be stricken and triggered by this actual metric right here. But this metric is called defensive LeBron, LeBron. Jokic ranks in the 76th percentile. Remember, you guys hear that percentile word and you guys, you get to believe in everything because it's percentile, because it's the data and you believe it. Jokic's in the 76th percentile overall. He's comparable based on his rating, comparable to Bam Adebayo and Draymond Green. This measures per possession defensive impact. It says defensive LeBron is an all-in-one advanced stat. Jokic's placement in this 76th percentile highlights his effective, non-flashy, but highly impactful presence on the defensive end. How can you guys ignore the data? And not only am I giving you guys the data, but I'm also giving you guys the exact definition of the data so that you know I'm not using it out of context. Like, I'm not making up a term. I'm not snatching a term, giving it its own definition just to sound smart. I'm giving you real terms that were created by BBall Index with real definitions. And then the last one we got here, interior defensive grade. A lot of you guys tell us that Nikola Jokic cannot defend on the post. According to BBall Index, he has an A- rating from BBall Index on interior defense. Effective contest shot rate at the rim without fouling. Holds opponents below average efficiency on the inside. It said this grade evaluates. It says this grade evaluates Jokic's effectiveness around the rim, not with blocks, but with positioning, verticality, and altering shots without fouling. That is that's its interior defensive grade. And then next we have, and lastly, we have defensive rebounding grade. At 9.9 DRPG, second in the NBA, he has elite rebounding, ends possession. His elite rebounding ends possessions consistently. Top percentile for boxing out and rebounding success. Jokic's rebounding eliminates second chance opportunities and jump starts the fast break. We see that from time to time. We see that a lot, actually, as he, just dominated the league, averaging a triple-double. Defensive rebounding is a major pillar of a team's defense, and Jokic is elite in this category. You cannot deny that. He averaged a triple-double. We can tell that his rebounding leads to assists because he averaged double-digit assists as well. Y'all cannot ignore the data. Why doesn't Lamont talk about analytics being flawed? Because great one. Just like I told Brandon Katz, roll the tape back to the beginning of this video, and you'll see why that I'm using the data and the analytics. Don't hop in the middle and then start asking silly questions. I'm using the analytics for an intended purpose. Because when Marz was up here using misappropriated analytics with flawed definitions, I didn't hear anybody asking too many questions. Because he said, I can't ignore the data. So don't ask questions when I bring up analytics, just like y'all don't ask questions when nobody else brings up analytics. Because we cannot ignore the data. Just watch the game. Well, BBall Index actually has something for you guys that pretend that your eye test is superior to the data, right? We're going to talk about that next right there, right? Because all of these metrics, so I gave y'all 15 analytics, okay? I gave you guys 15 analytics. Now, individually, all of those analytics might be meaningless, but these are the 15 analytics that BBall Index combines to come up with an ultimate defensive formula, right? And I'm gonna walk you guys through that ultimate defensive formula that they have. This ultimate defensive formula is called the CAVI methodology, right? It's called the CAVI methodology. The CAVI methodology is weighted on all of these factors. Defensive row versatility, 15%. Matchup difficulty, 15%. Adjusted rim deterrence, 10%. Foul, trouble, defensive load, DPOE, screen deterrence, interior defensive rating, defensive LeBron, positional versatility, passing lane defense. All of these things, they're not intended to be used individually. They look at a player, his defensive role, all of his defensive attributes, and they combine it into one score that helps us determine who the best defensive players are in the NBA. And so when we look at this, when we look at the CAVI defensive rating, the number one defensive center in the NBA is Nikola Jokic with a score of 94.7. He's number one in matchup difficulty, role versatility, defensive load, and foul avoidance. He's number one over people like Bam Adebayo at a 91.2. He's over Brook Lopez. He's over Anthony Davis. And he's also over Rudy Gobert, the four-time Defensive Player of the Year. We got KJ Bryant says, you a clown. You named 4 stretch fours and called them centers. No, this is not me who named these, KJ Bryant. This is who BBall Index said were centers. If you disagree with BBall Index, I need you guys to go email BBall Index. Okay, I'm saying y'all can't have this is not me. I didn't create this. I didn't create these, but basically the CAVI defensive ranking for 24-25, because remember, Johnny was telling you guys about Anthony Davis and Nikola Jokic. He basically said Nikola Jokic has led top 10 defenses. He's told you guys that Anthony Davis has not led top 10 defenses. According to the CAVI defensive rating, which takes all of the analytics that we just went over and combines them into one score, it says that Nikola Jokic is the number one defensive center in the NBA over some of the more notable guys, because none of you guys are going to say Bam is a bad defender. You're not going to say Brook Lopez is a bad defender. You're not going to say Anthony Davis or Rudy Gobert are bad defenders. Everyone on this list are great defenders. The only one that you guys will question is Nikola Jokic, because he's not highlight friendly. He's not flashy, and his game does not come with a lot of frills that will lead to ESPN highlights, because you guys have fell in love with ESPN so much in the highlight culture, you guys have forgot what real defense actually looks like, according to BBall Index. And so we're going to talk about this. BBall Index also poses the question. You can go to BBall Index and find this. And there's a section in there that says why BBall Index defensive analytics are more accurate than the eye test. A technical defense. I want y'all to go to BBall Index and go look this up. But according to BBall Index, they say at BBall Index, we approach defense as a multi-dimensional construct. Unlike the eye test, which a lot of you guys are saying go watch, it says, unlike the eye test, which is inherently limited by sample bias, because again, just like GOAT James Kingdom says, you guys do not watch like you claim. You guys will watch one game or two games all year and think you have and figured out every single player in the NBA. BBall Index actually agrees with GOAT James Kingdom. It says, unlike the eye test, which is inherently limited by sample bias, contextual misinterpretation, and emotional framing, our data integrates 15 plus context adjusted metrics to paint a granular picture of a player's actual in-game defensive impact. So according to BBall Index, they're basically saying that you guys are complete idiots. You guys will watch one or two games and you'll think that you have a player like Nikola Jokic figured out. BBall Index looks at all 82 games to come with their conclusions. I don't think anyone in here can say that they've watched all 82 games, and their conclusion is based on an 82 game sample size. It even further breaks this down, right? It says the reason our metrics surpass the eye test. It even breaks down the reasons why their metric is better than the eye test. It says, number one, we measure behavior, not just outcomes. It says traditional stats like defensive rating, and they talk about the flaw in defensive rating. It says defensive rating inflates players on strong defensive teams. I've talked to you guys about this. I've talked about how Steph Curry had a really high individual defensive rating because he was on a really good Golden State Warrior defensive team. When they talk about defensive box plus minus, it says heavily influenced by rebounding and a team's net rating, right? Remember, Marz loved to use net rating, and he simultaneously, crazy enough, loves to also use defensive box plus minus. According to BBall Index, it's flawed because it's heavily influenced by net rating and rebounding. And then defensive win shares. It says defensive win shares overweighs team pace and minutes played. There's a flaw there as well. It says these are coarse metrics, often reflecting team environment more than individual action. So they're basically saying why their metrics are superior, because while you guys rely on team metrics, their metrics are more individually focused and is therefore not as flawed. It gives you an example as well. It says an example in 2022, Jakob Poeltl ranked top 5 in defensive rating, despite being routinely targeted in late game pick and rolls. Why? He says because San Antonio played a slow pace and rebounded well. It says metrics that mask individual shortcomings. So these 3 metrics had Jakob Poeltl in 2022 as an elite defender, but they masked all of his shortcomings because they're all heavily flawed. It says in contrast, BBall Index matchup difficulty, screen deterrence, defensive load, and points over expectation account for who you are guarding, which is usage and efficiency, how often you are involved in help, rotation, or isolation actions. And it says what opponents do differently when you're on the floor. It literally breaks down why their metrics are superior. It further states, it says number 2, it talks about the player that they have at number 1. It says Nikola Jokic's so-called defensive weakness are not supported by actual data. And so it's basically telling y'all, it says Nikola Jokic as a weak defender, it's not supported by what actually happens on the basketball court. It says, here's the common eye test critique. This is what most people will say about Nikola Jokic. He can't guard in space. He's slow. He doesn't block shots. We've all heard this same argument regurgitated over and over and over and over again. But according to BBall Index, it says there are data-based counterpoints. Jokic's matchup difficulty, he's 100th percentile league-wide. He's not being hidden. He guards the top options routinely. Adjusted rim deterrence, 76th percentile. Opponents shoot less at the rim when he's a help defender. Defensive points over expectation. Players score below expected averages when defended by Nikola Jokic. Foul trouble rate, best among elite centers. He can test shots without fouling. Screen deterrence rate. Offenses reroute actions away from Jokic's coverage area, a sign of respect, not liability. The eye test. What's another common eye test sentiment about Nikola Jokic? They say he is slow laterally. The data says he guards more positions at higher usage and higher usage players than Rudy Gobert, Brook Lopez per BBall Index, versatility and matchup indexes. Right? Even though he's slow, he still guards more positions and higher usage players than some of the best defenders in the league. Next, they also summarize. We quantify what the eye often misses. BBall Index states, we can quantify what your eyes miss. when it talks about this, it says basketball isn't just about events. Remember, y'all said Jordan was the DPOY in 1988 because of blocks and steals. But according to BBall Index, basketball isn't just about events such as blocks and steals. It's about influence. And influence is often invisible to the casual eye. It says that Jokic's presence forces teams into mid-range attempts. He avoids fouls and he maintains verticality. These don't generate highlights because we all know that you guys want ESPN highlights, but they change shot profiles, which ultimately is what defense is about. This says compared to box score metrics, defensive rating doesn't, when it talks about the flaws in some of the common defensive metrics that you guys will come up here and use, people like Brandon Kantz, even Herm, some of you guys will come up here and use these comic defensive metrics like defensive rating. But according to BBall Index, it says defensive rating doesn't know who Jokic is actually guarding. Their metrics actually account for who he's guarding. When you go to defensive box plus minus, it says it gives weight to rebound volume. Jokic, his rebound volume is high, which confounds defensive value with possession termination. That's the flaw in defensive box plus minus. And it says defensive win share. It's a defensive win share rewards minutes played only on good teams. So because Nikola Jokic is on a Denver team that's down this year, his defensive win shares are a little bit lower. So you guys are using flawed analytics, but you use them recklessly and wildly just to prove whatever point you make, but you don't understand what they are supposed to be used for. You don't know what their intended purpose was for. You don't know what they were designed for. You just use them to try to make a point recklessly, irregardless of what they were actually designed for. And BBall Index has identified the flaws, the extreme flaws in this. And so, again, y'all have it. Nikola Jokic is the #1 defensive center in the NBA. He's the #1 defensive center, according to BBall Index. This is what the data suggests. Remember, when Marz said the data, you guys shut the hell up, didn't ask no questions. Y'all didn't want to look nothing up. Y'all didn't want to fact check nothing. Y'all didn't want to put context nowhere. Y'all shut the hell up. All right. It's just funny to me how Marz, what he will do is conveniently use independent individual metrics to try to support and not even use them properly. He'll take them out of context and misapply them. No one asks any questions. No one looks up anything. No one fact checks anything. But because he says it in a British accent and he says this is the data, you take it. Because BBall Index is, like he said, behind a paywall. And you have to pay to get access. And a lot of you guys don't want to do research. And you go to the free resources because it's free to go get defensive win shares. It's free to go get defensive box plus minus. It's free to get defensive rating. But y'all also got to know that anything that's free is not going to hold as much value either. So the fact that you have to pay for BBall Index also gives it more credence, shouldn't it? So according to the data or the data, Nikola Jokic is the #1 center in the NBA. And I'm going to drop the link here because I want to see. I want to see if, if you guys have any counterpoints for this, because essentially BBall Index has already countered any of your logic. It's already countered your eye test because now your eye test only holds weight if you can come up here and talk about your eye test within an 82 game sample size. If you can't come up here and say that you watched all 82 games, you can't argue against BBall Index. BBall Index also, to close out, to summarize what BBall Index is saying. BBall Index basically is saying that the notion that Jokic is a bad defender stems from a misunderstanding of what elite defense looks like in the modern NBA. It says we don't need to jump. We don't need them to jump out the gym or swat shots into the stands, right? What the numbers show, the data, and what traditional stats miss, the stats that you guys like to use, defensive win shares, defensive box rating, defensive rating, is that Jokic suppresses shot quality. He eliminates second chances. rotates efficiently and consistently defends primary offensive threats. He is not a bad defender, but according to BBall Index, he is the most misunderstood great defender in basketball today. And that's how they summarize it right there. We'll drop the link. We'll see if you guys would like to combat BBall Index, and as we combat BBall Index, if with the use of ChatGPT and also with the use of BBall Index, if you have any questions, you can ask BBall Index directly, right? I've already preloaded BBall Index into my ChatGPT, right? So I've connected BBall Index to ChatGPT. So now we can reference and use BBall Index. So if you have any questions, right, if you think you can ether it, we can put your ether into this engine that we've created here, and we can see if you can max ether BBall Index with the help of ChatGPT. We've plugged the engine in. So again, if a lot of you guys who are familiar with plugins that you can use with ChatGPT, we have now plugged in BBall Index with ChatGPT, and you can ask questions as you see fit. Can you max ether the data? If you cannot max ether the data, then I'm gonna need you guys to shut the hell up, right? All right, let's get this link dropped there right here. Give me 1 second. I want you guys to come up here and cook. Link is in the chat. We'll see who comes up here to cook. Appreciate everybody that's coming through. If you want to support the channel, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App to support. Oh, Wally, what are we talking about? What we're talking about is, according to BBall Index, Nikola Jokic is the best defensive center in the NBA. This is not me talking. This is the data talking. Remember, if I say it in a British accent, it should be more believable. It should make you guys shut the hell up and listen. Not ask questions, not do research on your own. Researchers' purposes only is now meaningless. So we'll see. Hillary Clinton says, Showtime said clips in 7. Hillary Clinton, at this stage, we all know that this is just locker room's burner account. Can you please just come in your regular account? I know when you come in as the locker room, people deep fry and fillet you and call you the motel room. But at the end of the day, just come in under your regular account. You don't have to come in under Hillary Clinton. You think we don't know how you talk, locker room? Like, who else randomly talks about Showtime? The only person that has a Showtime soundbite, which is you, the locker room. Nobody just randomly walks in talking about Showtime. Unless only the people that are obsessed with Showtime. That's you. This is crazy. Like, people think we dumb. Hold on. We got salute to Noah Linden. Noah Linden says, the British accent joke was so funny, man. I had to donate. Salute to Noah Linden coming through with the first super chat of the day. Much appreciated right there. And look, man, we have to, because it just seems like, it literally just seems like when you say it in the British accent, people don't want to ask any questions and think you're right. He says that Gawker Room stole T. Price's entire style. I don't know who T. Price is. And I definitely don't know who the Gawker Room is. And Mr. Winters, I know you haven't been here in a couple days, but please, man, please, y'all have to slow down on these innuendos, right? Because, I have the perfect analogy, because sometimes you guys say these things and in your mind, they sound funny. But like I said before, there's a level of visualization that you have to do in your mind before you even type this. And it's just hard for me to fathom what's actually going on in your mind, man. We have to, the only thing that's relatable to that is, my homie right here, in my rap battle from China.
This is my area, and I'm afraid to fuck you because your ass is full of bacteria.
I mean, it sounds spicy. Everybody clap. It sounds spicy. But when you sit back and reflect on what you just said, it's just like, man, did I really just say that?
This is my area, and I'm afraid to fuck you because your ass is full of bacteria.
Well, what did you just say, man? What did you just say? So, Mr. Winters, I'm just saying, like, what did you just say, Mr. Winters? It sounds spicy. It sounds spicy, Mr. Winters, but what is going on in your mind, man? Come on, man. We got Mingo Jester in here, man. Mingo Jester, what's good, man? Is Nikola Jokic the best defensive center in the NBA? If you disagree, you got to challenge BBall Index.
Well, listen, man, I ain't challenging nothing.
That's what we here to do.
If they say he's the best, he's the best. But I'm gonna tell you this.
No. If you disagree, you need to explain to BBall Index why. I've connected the plugin with ChatGPT. It has a full BBall Index database at its disposal to answer any question. So if you have the max ether for how this formula, you need to let it know now. If you have something that's superior, if your eye test is superior, we can put it in and we can see if you get ether by BBall Index immediately or not.
Well, like I said, I ain't gonna do all that, like trying to pull up data and all that stuff, because that ain't it's pointless.
You don't have to pull up data. Do you have any point? Do you have any staunch point that leads you to believe that, like, after I've given you all the information, broke down all the analytics from BBall Index, and they said based on our calculations, based on all the data, based on all the information, is basically saying Goat James Kingdom is right. Nikola Jokic is a far superior defender than Anthony Davis.
Okay. Well, I mean, let me ask you this question first. Do you believe that?
No, I don't believe it.
Okay. So now move on to my second point.
So there's no points to be given today. This is not, y'all are not debating me. Y'all are going to be debating the data. Please don't debate me. Y'all need to be, because remember, Marz used the data and he had a lot of people on his side when he just said random matchup difficulty for an offensive player. Nobody questioned it. Nobody had any care or concern. He said it in a British accent and everybody shut the hell up and let him get away with it.
How was we going to question it, Lamar? It was a debate. How were we going to question it?
Because it was my job it was my job because first of all, when I say anything suspicious on this channel, the first thing people get to doing is they get to looking up, Googling, fact checking. Hell no, Lamont, you wrong. People don't let nothing slide. So let's not let nothing slide right here. BBall Index says that Nikola Jokic is the best defender in the league.
And more.
If you disagree, tell me why, so we can debate that.
Go ahead, Herm. Go ahead, Herm.
Well,
Did you disagree, Herm?
Here's the thing, to a degree, but here's the thing, Mingo. In the month, Marz is not the end all be all.
We're not talking about Marz. We're talking about BBall Index.
Talking about Marz the whole damn.
Okay, so Herm, do you agree or disagree that Nikola Jokic is the best defensive center in the league?
No, he's not, because he allowed the second highest field goal percentage at the rim in the NBA.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna put your points into ChatGPT, and we're gonna see if it can debunk you or not. So Herm says on the FYF Live that you are wrong about Jokic because, and what's your first point?
First point is they allowed the second highest field goal position.
Jokic or the Denver Nuggets?
It's Jokic.
Jokic allows
6.5%.
Hold on. Jokic allows the second.
He got more than 5 attempts. So,
hold on. Jokic allows the second highest field goal percentage
at the rim in the NBA.
At the rim in the. Okay, what else?
That's what I'm starting out with.
Okay. So that's what you're gonna start off with. Hold on. Rated R Sports has come in here. I guess you've been running from him, Herm. Rated R Sports is Herm. Do you still need a payment plan for the money you owe? Damn, Herm, you got Rated R Sports never comes over here.
Boy, Mook ain't talking about shit.
I mean, damn, Herm, what's going on? I mean, you know, but Mookie, you can hit the link because I know you're one of those guys that don't believe Nikola Jokic can defend either. But so we're gonna start with this. I'm gonna say, please max ether Herm if the data suggests otherwise. So let's see. Let's zoom in so the people can see. We're going to zoom in on this. Oh, hold on. Just messed up. Oh, here it is right here. It says, certainly, it says, while it's accurate that Nikola Jokic has allowed a high field goal percentage at the rim this season, it is important to consider the broader context of his defensive impact. Advanced metrics from BBall Index provide a more comprehensive view of his defensive contributions. For instance, Jokic ranks in the 100th percentile for defensive matchup difficulty, indicating he consistently defends high usage offensive players. He also leads in defensive role versatility, showcasing his ability to adapt to various defensive schemes. Additionally, his DPS, defensive point save metric, is among the top centers, reflecting his effectiveness in preventing points through positional rotations. While the raw rim field goal percentage is a notable statistic, it does not capture the entirety of Jokic's defensive presence. His ability to deter shots, maintain discipline without fouling, and contribute to team defensive strategies underscores his value on the defensive end. In summary, while certain statistics may highlight specific areas for improvement, the comprehensive data suggests Jokic's overall defensive impact remains significant. It sounds like you just got max ether earned by BBall Index.
Well, not necessarily. That didn't sound like a max ether.
Have a response?
That did not sound like a max ether. Honestly, since they want to bring up the percentile.
Herm says this did not sound like a max ether.
Because
ether. Hold on. Please roast his ass.
Yeah, that's you full of shit. But
I'm just saying this is how I talk to ChatGPT. I don't know how y'all talk to it. This how I be, I'll be having 4 long conversations. This is the homie. He says, say less. It says max ether. Okay, it say less. It basically says, Herm, I'm gonna need you to stop. Look, this is what ChatGPT said.
This the same ChatGPT.
Hold on. ChatGPT is about to get real with you, Herm. ChatGPT is getting real. Hold on, Herm. No, hold on, Herm. You can't overtalk. ChatGPT is talking. ChatGPT did not say nothing when you were talking, Herm. ChatGPT was silent. It did not say a word. It's time for you to let ChatGPT get his takeoff. ChatGPT basically says, Herm, I'm going to need you to stop pulling up with half-baked stats and treating them like gospel. You out here talking about Jokic allows the second highest field goal percentage at the rim, like that tells the whole story. But you left out one major detail. That number means absolutely nothing without context. Rim field goal percentage is a volume stat. And Jokic gets put in more rim contests than most bigs because he doesn't hide on defense. You want to know why his percentage is high? It's because he actually rotates. He actually challenges shots. He doesn't duck smoke like some of your favorite bigs who pad their numbers by camping under the rim or switching off like Anthony Davis. Meanwhile, BBall Index, that same site y'all run to when it fits LeBron or Giannis agenda, got Jokic at 100% matchup difficulty, top 5 defensive points saved, elite screen deterrence, and number 1 in defensive role versatility. So let me get this straight. He's guarding the hardest assignments, playing the most complex roles, covering teammates, and still saving points, but you cherry pick one raw stat and ignore everything else. You don't use analytics. You just weaponize whatever numbers make you sound right. Meanwhile, the real data says Jokic is out there defending better than half the league so-called rim protectors and doing it without jumping over a phone book. So Herm, it ain't just that you're wrong. It's that you're loudly wrong with receipts available. God damn, Herm, you got a response for ChatGPT? God damn.
First of all, ChatGPT, are you the same motherfucker? Oh, yeah, shut up, nigga. Are you the same?
What's your response?
I got, are you the same motherfucking ChatGPT days ago sat up there and said that LeBron James joined the Miami Heat squad that never won a championship? Are you the same nigga that said that even though Dwayne Wade was?
Hold on, slow down so I can type it in, Herm.
Yeah.
Hold on, you said, are you the same motherfucker that said that LeBron James joining the Miami Heat.
Miami Heat team that never won a championship, in which we know Dwayne Wade was a champion before he got there. That's the same chat GTP, right? So how in the hell you gonna tell me I'm wrong and your ass is AI and still was wrong and you artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence just as dumb as Lamont ass. And on top of that, chat GTP, while you taking up a basketball index, what are the percentages when he guard the elite players like Giannis? How many possessions he guard Giannis per game? How many possessions he guard AD a game? How many possessions he guarded Joel Embiid per game when he is faced amongst them? How often he is matched up with those guys? So if you want to talk about those type of things, 100 percentile provide them facts, you ignorant dumb son of a bitch.
The 100 percentile. Hold on, the 100 percentile. 100%. Talk about those things. You be, and I'm not gonna spell it out. I'm gonna go ITCH. Okay, watch. Okay, now Herm, this is your last opportunity. All right. If you get Max Ether right here by ChatGPT, it might be over with. You might have to fold. You might have to fold on this one. So I told it what you said, Herm. All right. It's researching now. Wally said you was cooking, Herm.
Dumbass ChatGPT.
Okay, hold on, Herm. Now, Herm, hold on, Herm. ChatGPT was silent when you did your take. Nobody interrupted. So now that you had your spill, you got to let ChatGPT get his take off. All right. It says right here. It says, okay, let's address Herm's claim. Hold on, it's still working. It's still working. So hold on, let it finish. It says ChatGPT can extend in Memphis Ebonics. I can literally tell ChatGPT to put it in Memphis Ebonics. I already roasted him with Ebonics before.
Okay.
All right, so here it is right here.
So we know
hold on, Herm.
We know that's Herm. We know that.
Herm, this ChatGPT was quiet when you went. It's time for ChatGPT to respond. See, what did I tell you? You got to stop being disruptive. ChatGPT let you talk and did not interrupt. You got to shut the hell up and let ChatGPT respond. ChatGPT says, according to BBall Index, Jokic ranks in the 100 percentile for defensive matchup difficulty among centers. This indicates that he is consistently defends high usage players, including elite bigs like Joel Embiid, Anthony Davis, Karl Anthony Towns. His assignments are not limited to traditional centers. He often switches. Furthermore, his defensive role versatility is amongst the highest in the league. He effectively operates in various defensive schemes, including drop coverage, hedging, switching, adapting to the Nuggets' strategic need. The adaptability contributes to Denver's flexibility. It literally contextualizes all this for you. All right. Now hold on. Let me tell it to summarize it in a Max Ether style. Just to summarize it. Herm only Max Ether roast style, please. Going and redo. Okay, let's see. He said ChatGPT 2028. He says you can tell he was lying when he said it. All right, so it's going to refine his take so that Herm can actually understand. So it's basically its response to you, Herm, is Herm. You just prove why some folks shouldn't talk analytics without reading past the first column of NBA.com. You just yelling. It's funny how it even knows that you yelling, Herm, which is crazy. I'm going to bring you back up, Herm. It's funny how it even knows that you yelling. It says you just yelling about Jokic, allowing the second highest field goal percentage at the rim, like that means something. But forget to mention he's 100% percentile with matchup.
You typed that in, nigga. They ain't ChatGPT doing that.
I didn't type none of this in.
You typed it in. How much you want to?
Herm, are you dumb? Come on, let me finish reading this. But forget to mention he's top 5 in defensive role point save. He actually can guard the stars. Jokic guards more high usage bigs than any center in the league while running the entire offense and still deters drives, saves points, and doesn't foul. That field goal percentage you're screaming about is inflated because unlike most fake rim protectors like Anthony Davis, he actually contests instead of hiding. You out here, again, cherry picking one stat like it's the gospel. You got to stop doing that. He says, so next time you want to call somebody a bitch, make sure it ain't you walking into the stat sheet with no scheme context, no percentile ranks, and no clue. Stop box score begging and start studying, because data don't lie, but loud and wrong takes definitely do. Herm, you got something to say to ChatGPT?
Shouldn't have.
Okay, Herm is done.
Well,
Herm is
first
done.
of all, ChatGPT is Lamont Jr. for one, because that's the month, first of all. And Lamont, I tell you this.
Okay, hold on. Let's ask it. Hold on. ChatGPT. Okay, so let's ask. Herm is crying and says that this is FYF Sports typing and not you, ChatGPT, with elite research. Please roast his ass. You gotta roast his ass, man. Oh, look what it said. Oh, so Herm crying now. Perfect. Let's lace this up. That's what it said. Oh, so Herm crying now. He crying now. Max Ether Part 2. Herm, stop it. Just stop it. You out here balling, talking about this is FYF Sports type behavior, not ChatGPT with elite research. Like I ain't the same one that just handed you 15 metrics, league-wide percentiles, and match-up data with timestamps and citations. Let's be clear. This is elite research. This is ChatGPT. And what's got you emotional is that I just used your own logic, your favorite website, and your go-to argument style better than you could. The only FYF behavior happening is me frying your forehead with facts you ain't ready for. You thought I was going to co-sign your lazy narrative, but instead I pulled receipts from BBall Index, NBA.com, and Synergy Level Scouting, and now you backpedaling like Jokic defending a switch. But the difference is he recovers. You just crying, deflecting, and misquote defensive field goal percentage like it's the Bible verse you never read. So don't blame FYF. Don't blame ChatGPT. Blame yourself for stepping into a data war with box score bullets and no context armor. You got cooked with precision metrics, Herm. That's what elite research looks like. Herm, I think you barbecue souffle chicken, man.
Well, I guess you a whack ass son of a bitch, and I'm gonna tell you what. I put the top.
Hey, that's deep cooking right there, Lamont.
I put the topic in the.
Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. No, you need to address ChatGPT. Don't talk to me.
No, because I know how to use
ChatGPT. Just barbecued you, man.
I got the same thing in the month, and I know what it does when you put the details in there, nigga. So that's you,
okay.
Nigga.
I'm putting you.
I know you now. Come on now.
Okay, so hold on.
I know
Herm is still crying.
Nobody ain't crying. I just
Lamont, we already had a homicide. You don't need to type no more.
Okay, yeah. Let him live. Let him live. Let him live.
Hop on niggas and co-sign niggas. I'm a cook.
Herm, you literally are doing. Herm, you are literally doing exactly what Chat. Hold on, Herm. You are literally doing what we predicted before the show, and you're literally doing what ChatGPT said.
Loud and wrong.
You're just gonna talk loud and wrong. Like I said before the stream, y'all Jordan fans, y'all just like to overtalk. Y'all like to filibuster and convolute the conversation and just make it messy. So we have to mute you and kick you off. And you can run around and cry, say, oh, they kicked me off the panel. And you use that to claim that you're right. That's why he left.
Lamont, Johnny, what did I say he was last night, Lamont? You was on the stream last night. What did I say he was? A ticket TV soldier.
Look, man, like y'all see how y'all.
Hey, y'all gonna stop disrespecting GOAT James Kingdom members like that. Herm's a GOAT James Kingdom member. Y'all gonna stop talking about Herm like that.
Man, look, man. Hit the link to join, man. Like I said, this is not my information. Since y'all want to believe in BBall Index so mightily, I want y'all to come up here and debate the BBall Index mightily, right? Y'all want to pick and choose matchup difficulty and all this stuff. Y'all want to say, y'all want to pretend as if it's the end all be all and people are right in debates because they used it. Well, go ahead and debate since this matchup difficulty and BBall Index has a take that I know you don't gonna agree with. Come up here and debate ChatGPT, and it's gonna flame you in the process. Just like Hollywood Herm. Hollywood Herm says this is the topic. Has Anthony Davis had a consistently positive defensive impact during his tenure with the Los Angeles Lakers? Okay, Herm, I don't care. If you want to do that, okay, Herm, we can do that. But you still got some unfinished business with ChatGPT. Did you fold? Oh, hold on. We got that dude, Chris, and we got Wally who just popped up here. That dude, Chris, says ChatGPT in 5, man. Yes, ChatGPT got him up out of here quick. Wally, you got some background noise. It's kind of nasty, too. You got a little bit of background noise.
It's ChatGPT in 4, not 5. That's the sweet.
Hold on, y'all. Remember we got another sighting, y'all. Man, we got to put out the memo. We got another homoerotic comment, man. Hold on, man.
This is my area, and I'm afraid to fuck you because your ass is full of bacteria.
It sounds spicy, but man, I don't know if it's coming off the way you want it to, man. It sounds spicy, man. But look, man, how are you visualizing these things?
LeBron.
I need Peter Bagjuice up for that, man. Let's get this comment off the screen. All right.
Hey, Lamar, can I ask a question?
You got a question for ChatGPT?
No, I have to ask a question.
Okay, hold on. What's the question? What's the question?
May I ask the question? Hey, first of all, how you doing, brother? Because
how you
I ain't
doing,
been able to
Wally,
catch you up here, Lamar. I caught that scrub last night, man, with them thin shoulders trying to talk basketball. I couldn't understand what that guy was talking like that.
Hold on, Wally.
We can clearly see through the phone.
Wally, is Anthony Davis? I mean, is Nikola
We can clearly see. I can see good. I was a 3-point shooter, Lamar. So you know that as a 3-point shooter,
Wally,
I have to be able to see the rim.
Nikola Jokić, the best defender in the NBA.
When I was playing, watch this. When I was playing, I'd be playing poker in college, right? I'd be crushing the boy because I could see the cards, right? And then when I would play tunk, I would play tunk with this dude, and he had bifocals, and I would talk trash to him and be leaning up to him, right? And I would see the cards from the reflection on his glasses, and I would tunk with like 32. I say 33, nigga, like that, right? His eyes would pop out his head because he couldn't understand why the hell this nigga keep tunking on me with 33, and because I could see the face base.
Okay, so what's the point, Herm?
On the glass.
I mean, what's the point, Wally?
My point is this. I'm gonna bring it home. I'm gonna bring it all the way home.
Okay, let's hear it.
So you got to understand me. When I seen a Johnny on the screen last night, and I saw them tender shoulders, and he was talking about how much.
What does this got to do with Nikola Jokić, man?
I know you're talking about, but that's the question. Let me get to the question. Who established ChatGPT or whatever that is? Who established that person? Because that just came out. Who established this person or this thing or this entity as an authority on basketball? I ain't never seen ChatGPT on the basketball court. I ain't seen that motherfucker coach nobody. I ain't seen him in the Hall of Fame. But I'm trying to figure out why you giving Lamont ChatGPT all these motherfucking credentials.
Okay.
You understand my question?
Reverend Wally.
So do you think it's wrong about Nikola Jokić?
I believe in God though, man. I have
do you
to
believe
myself every now and then because I am a believer. And
do you believe it's wrong about Nikola Jokić?
And then I have to go repent and get on my knees and pray to the Heavenly Father.
Do you believe it's
so
wrong
I am
about
a God-fearing
Nikola Jokić?
man. So y'all got to forgive me if you hear me curse every now and then. To the brother that was trying to say something slick about faith. Don't go there, brother, because you ain't no match for me in that category. I'm a super bad basketball player.
I don't need broad shoulders.
But
I got faith for you, Wally.
All right, hold on, Wally. You're going off on a tangent, and you're getting away from the topic. Now, you gave ChatGPT his questions. You questioned ChatGPT's credentials, his basketball. Okay, so, and then lastly, do you want me to tell it? What are your opinions on ChatGPT's conclusion that Nikola Jokić is the best center in the league? Do you feel it's right or wrong, and why?
I think it's irrelevant.
Okay, your point, your thoughts on
for the very reason that I explained. Where did it come from? Okay, basketball started back with the guy Naismith, right? Naismith was the person who brought basketball into existence. ChatGPT is a nuance. Something just came up. ChatGPT, AI, I don't know what it is, but what made it official?
Peace, Wally.
Hold on. I need to hear.
What make it a source that you go to, a reliable source, that everything that you pull out of ChatGPT.
Okay, you got to bring this home so I can tell it. You got to bring it home.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got to bring.
Okay, to bring it home, let me tell you like this. When you go get a master's degree, and Lamont, you deal with college boys, so you should know this. You can't, when you make a statement, when you're writing a 15-page paper, some of these guys, I'm getting ready to go where they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I'm gonna hope that you understand, Lamont. You can use a written source, but it has to be documented, right? The source. I'm saying, what made ChatGPT that source as a relevant source, right? That you can pull some out of, and it's an authentic observation.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so observation, please, Max.
Check the chat, Lamont, right quick when you get done.
Roast. Hold on. Okay. As if the data supports. All right. Are you ready for this response?
That ain't what I said.
No, I'm just. Yeah, it is what you said.
No,
this is
that
everything
ain't what I said.
Hold on.
See that? You slick with it. I see you real slick. Listen, man, you're dealing with a 5-star general.
Hold on, watch this. Hold on, y'all. See, look, what I tell y'all about JDRs, they disruptive, they loud, they
nah, man, you trying to be slick.
Wally, you got to hold on. ChatGPT lets you go off on a whole long tangent of nothing, and now it has a very significant response for you. All I ask is that you let ChatGPT get his takeoff, and then I'm going to let you cook. Now, the only thing I put at the end of this was I said, ChatGPT, I said, when I put at the end of this, I basically said, you need to roast them if the data supports. That's all I said. I said, if the data supports, you need to cook his ass. So this is what it says. Wally, it's going into the history books on your ass.
Put this in there.
Damn.
Hold
on, Wally. You got to hold on. Let ChatGPT respond, and I'm going to come right back to you.
Yeah.
ChatGPT says, Wally Lancaster.
Yeah.
Really stepped out the 1983 NIT just to challenge ChatGPT's basketball credentials. Now it's time to cook this rec league historian with data-driven, historically disrespectful ether. This is what it says to Wally Lancaster. It says,
when you get there,
hold on, Wally. It says, Wally, my brother in hoop dreams, you just said you used to read tonk cards off reflections in someone's glasses, and somehow that qualifies you to override 15 advanced metrics, league-wide defensive databases, and synergy tracking data. This ain't 1986, my boy. Nobody cares if you could shoot from 15 feet in a triple sock Converse.
Hey, man, you lost me, man.
Hold on, Wally, you got to hold on. Let me finish. It says, nobody cares if you could shoot from 15 feet in a triple sock Converse era while talking trash on a dorm floor. It says, you ain't about It says, you talking about ChatGPT ain't in the Hall of Fame. Wally, you not in the Hall of Fame either.
That's right.
It says you talk about basketball started with Naismith, like I'm disrespecting the game. Wally,
that's not what I was saying, Lamont.
You gotta let me
finish.
Let me finish. It says I'm
gonna tell you what you did.
Wally, hold on, Wally. You talking about basketball started with Naismith, like I'm disrespecting the game. No, sir. I'm just updating it past the peach basket. And let's be real. Just because you played when shorts were above the thigh and coaches didn't believe in defense doesn't mean Your authentic observation trumps data from every NBA tracking system we have today. You talk trash based on memory. I bring up defensive versatility, DPOE, matchup difficulty, and screen deterrence. You read in facial expressions. I'm reading opponent shot charts and contest differentials by the zone. And let me guess, you also could tell who's soft just by their gait, right? Because you were just talking about GOAT James Kingdom, which is crazy. Wally, you're a human VCR tape trying to debate against a 4K stat engine. You not giving insight. You just giving back in my day barbershop anecdotes with no box score behind it. You played Tonk, I run Synergy, Second Spectrum, and BBall Index through my machine learning filters. So do not ask me what makes me reliable. Ask why you think a mid-range jumper in 1981 ACC play makes your opinion untouchable. You saw eyes pop out. I see defensive rotations, help size splits, and rim deterrence heat maps. So respectfully, take off the goggles, stop playing Tonk, and sit your Naismith area storytelling down. Because data don't need to hoop to expose cap. And tonight, it just did.
Know what you did? Now you read something from Chat GTP, right? And
You're having a conversation with
Chat GTP. People who ain't never been to college, and most people who have not learned how to dissect the English language, they don't understand that all you just wrote that wasn't.
I didn't write this
because it never answered my question.
I didn't. Okay,
Chat
so
GTP never answered my question.
Okay,
and
hold on.
What I was explaining about the bifocals ain't had nothing to do with basketball.
Okay, what's your
when
question?
I said that my man's shoulders was close together, that ain't had nothing to do with basketball.
Okay, what's your question?
What I'm trying to tell you, my question is, what is the authentic source that makes ChatGPT reliable? That's what I said. You put something else in there.
Oh, I did. You see it on the screen. I'm typing it exactly as you said.
That sounds like something you wrote. But I want you to put in chat. I got ChatGPT. I'll put it in.
Wally. Hold on, Wally. Because look, everybody can see exactly what I'm typing. It's right on the screen. I'm typing exactly what you say, exactly how you say it, slang and all. I'm not adding to it. I'm not taking away from it. I'm not dumbing it down. I'm literally typing it exactly how you say it, Wally.
I have a question for you and anybody in the panel. If I'm
do you have
trying to get my master's degree, can I use ChatGPT or whatever that shit is as an authentic and reliable source that the professor will accept on my paper? That's what I'm asking.
I'm not trying to dry snitch, but I'm in school right now and we do it all the time, my bro.
I'm asking.
Please.
Do they accept it? Can you use ChatGPT or whatever the hell that is? Can I use it in the real world? If I want to get my college degree,
yes, you can.
Can I put on my thesis, or can I put on my what they call that joint? Because I done forgot now. My midterm test. Can I use ChatGPT, Mr. Lamont?
Okay, let's find out. ChatGPT.
Yeah, put it on there. Let's see.
ChatGPT, please respond. ChatGPT is giving you a response.
What you put in there?
I put everything that you said. It says, Wally says, you never answered my question. My question is, what is the authentic source that makes ChatGPT reliable? And if I'm trying to get a master's degree, can I use ChatGPT as reliable sources?
Nah, you lied again.
What? Hold on, Wally. ChatGPT says. Let me say exactly what you said. Hold on, Wally. Hold on. You got to let ChatGPT respond.
I'm not like everybody else. I hear what you're saying, and I know what I'm saying.
Okay, so
you leaving some important information out.
What?
I said that the professor will accept.
Okay, hold on.
See how you left that out?
Okay, hold on. You said reliable sources.
You ain't slick enough for me. I'm a 5-star general, champ.
Professor will.
You're trying to work your way up to my level.
Okay, hold on, Wally. I just added it in. All right, I got you. I just added it in. Okay, so Wally, the response is this. Say less. Wally just called me Chat GPT like I'm a fax machine at the DMV. So now we're going to full peer-reviewed ether mode, because if he's asking for authentic sources, we about to cite the roast in this MLA, APA, and straight disrespect format. That's the format. He said he's not using.
That's the format.
Hold on, Wally.
That's the format
Wally.
you gotta use.
No, Wally. He said they're not using APA. They're not using ALA or MLA. They said they're using disrespect as the format to respond to you.
Oh, well, see, now you lost. See,
okay, hold on, Wally. Hold on, Wally. Wally, here's the response. You gotta wait.
No, that's not.
Wally, Chat GPT says, Wally, you out here mispronouncing Chat GPT like it's a law firm in Mississippi. Chart GPT. And you got the nerve to question my credibility. Let's get this straight. I'm not your professor. I'm a tool your professor prays you use to stop turning in tonk anecdotes as an academic work. You talking, can I cite ChatGPT in a master's paper? No. You cite the sources ChatGPT brings you, like BBall Index, NBA.com, Cleaning the Gas, Second Spectrum, actual databases with peer-reviewed breakdowns. I'm not the source, Wally. I'm the conductor of the sources, the orchestra of receipts. You don't quote the encyclopedia. You quote the page it sends you to. That's me. Meanwhile, your source is, I used to hoop and saw reflections in a man's glasses. That's not research. That's a deleted scene from above the rim. You want authenticity? I'm pulling up rim deterrence, zone charts, and matchup usage weightings. You pulling up vibes and memory flashes from when Reagan was president. You're asking for citations while standing on no data, no footage, and no modern system of analysis. And that's why this ain't even a fair debate. You out here applying rec league epistemology to a game that now runs on player tracking, optical data, and possession value models. You want an authentic source? Look at Jokic's 100 percentile matchup difficulty, his top 5 DPOE, and his defensive row versatility that lets him switch, anchor, and rotate, all tracked in thousands of possessions by BBall Index and Second Spectrum. I'm not what makes the info reliable, Wally. I'm just a voice that's brave enough to say what the data has already proved. So go ahead and get your master's, my guy. But understand, in the realm of hoops and hoop debates, I've already graduated with honors. You're trying to beat calculus with crayon logic and nostalgia. And trust me, nobody's grading on a curve for Tonk legends in 2004, man. That's the response for you, Wally, man. Wally, man, what you got to say to ChatGPT? It's literally just
what I said. I'm standing right on my square, brother. ChatGPT, whatever the hell it is, you can use it to research data. But let me tell you something. For all of the little boys and girls that's listening, they want to get a master's degree like Mr. Lancaster got hanging on the wall. Listen to me carefully. You cannot use ChatGPT in the AP style format as a resource. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm gonna keep it short. You like to go long to make the people think you're saying something noteworthy. But let me tell you, you cannot use ChatGPT in college. If you do, boys and girls, you will get a big fat F on your term paper, and you will have to take the damn class again. He don't understand what I'm talking about because I done shifted it a little bit to education, but I'm still lined up with the basketball piece. ChatGPT, whatever that is not an authentic, reliable source that you can use in college.
Okay,
That's
I got
my
you.
point. Yeah, I know it went over your head.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell ChatGPT. Please.
It just said it. It's a tool that you can pull data from, and when you get the data, you can use the data as the source.
We heard you, Wally.
But you cannot use chat BTB.
We heard you, Wally.
SYD. You can't put that on your term paper, baby.
Okay, so look, we're gonna put your response in the ChatGPT.
You can't put it on the term paper, baby.
I got you, Wally. So Wally's
I'm
response
giving it to you straight, no chaser.
Wally's response was you can't use it in a term paper, and he's right. So ChatGPT said it's not. ChatGPT said it's not. They got one final response for you, Wally. It's not responding no more, and this is what it says.
He don't want to. Most people don't want to respond to me. You
Wally,
kick me off the show every time I start cooking.
Wally. ChatGPT didn't talk when you was talking. Give ChatGPT the same respect.
Man, I don't pay no attention to no machine.
ChatGPT was silent when you talked. Don't be disrespectful. We're gonna hear what ChatGPT has to say.
Man, I don't rely on no machines, man.
I know, Chat. Hold on, Wally. We gotta hear. We heard what Wally had to say. This is what ChatGPT says. He says, "Oh, Wally, you still standing on your square, bro? That square been cracked, repossessed, rezoned for AI development. Since you keep asking for your final paper to get graded, here's your final exam. And it's all red ink. Wally, the fact that you think ChatGPT is trying to be the source instead of the research assistant just proves this whole time you've been arguing with the tool you don't understand. And worse, you're proudly ignorant about it. You keep yelling. You can't cite ChatGPT in college like that's a gotcha. Newsflash, my guy. Nobody citing me directly. They're citing peer-reviewed sources, official league databases, and academic articles that I point them to faster than your outdated syllabus ever could. You're over here throwing tantrums about how to get an F when I'm out here helping students write annotated bibliographies and 15 sources in APA format in 20 seconds. That's why you stuck on standing on your square, because you are scared to evolve past it. You're clinging to analog authority in a digital world. And this whole I shifted the education thing, you shifted, all right, shifted from being relevant in basketball conversations to giving out vibes-based lectures with no timestamps, no stats, no citations. Meanwhile, I'm pulling up DPOE, rim deterrence, matchup usage, scheme-adjusted metrics across thousands of possessions. You just mad because I talk, you mad because I talk long? Nah, I talk thorough. You're the one saying a lot with nothing to show but vibes, old memories, and a talk table. And let's be honest, Wally, this whole time, you ain't been trying to educate. You've been trying to intimidate with nostalgia. And what you just learned is information doesn't care who used to hoop. I'm not here to be cited, Wally. I'm here to give people data so they never have to cite people like you again. So class is dismissed. And Wally, you just failed your own final. Damn, Wally, ChatGPT just literally dismissed your ass. It just dismissed you, man.
Hold it, though. Hold it, brother.
Wally. Damn,
hold it for a minute, brother.
Damn.
Hold it for a minute. I don't know what your problem is, but I don't think you read that well. You got a lot. ChatGPT or whatever they got a lot to say. But you know what the problem is? I done found out what your problem is, Lamar. You can't read. You cannot read, brother. If you go back and read what it said, ChatGPT agreeing with me. You can't quote, you cannot use it as an authentic source. That's what I said. It's no different than a Google search to get a peer review report that you can use on your term paper or on your midterm assignment or on your final assignment. You can't use chat. You can use it to pull the peer review, but you can't use ChatGPT. Ain't no better than a brother walking down the street that got authentic information about whatever you study. ChatGPT, it ain't no better than anything that you would be able to tap into to get information. If I want to know about basketball, I'm going to go talk to Michael Jordan. I ain't going to talk to LeBron.
Wally, ChatGPT ain't talking to you no more, man.
But that ain't no problem. Watch this, Lamont. Watch this part. When I graduated from college, I didn't use ChatGPT. And my grade point averages was above a 3.5 at the bachelor's level and at the master's level. Now, what's bigger than that?
Okay, Wally.
I stopped working in 2012. Hold it. I stopped working in 2012, bro.
You gotta get back to Nikola Jokic because you're going down this road.
I'm on ChatGPT because ChatGPT don't know no more than these leaves on this tree that I'm looking out this window at.
Wally, ChatGPT knows everything about you.
Don't know a damn thing about me.
What it know about ass leaves?
What do ChatGPT know about me that's authentic? You had a guy in the chat try to tell me I ain't 6'5". Now, what kind of fool is that?
Oh, Lamont. Lamont, you hell, bro.
Man, ain't nobody worrying about
Wally, hold on. ChatGPT says, hold on. So why?
Let me tell you something.
Wally, hold on.
I never used ChatGPT. I never used it. And I graduated.
Hold on. So ChatGPT says, all right. So you basically said ChatGPT don't know you.
Let me ask you a question.
Wally, hold on.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Hold on, Wally.
You know the drill, Lamont. You're going to have to kick him out.
You got your master's degree.
Man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. ChatGPT says, all right, Wally. He says, all right, let me tell y'all the truth since y'all want to bring it up. It was February 1984. Wally should remember this. Virginia Tech versus West Virginia. Sold out gym. I had just hit 2 jumpers in warm-ups. So I was feeling myself, coach said. Wally, you got the green light tonight. And boy, I took that light and ran it straight into a stop sign. First play, I caught it on the wing, triple threat stance, pulled up, air ball. Crowd said, ooh, like a step back. Like I stepped on a rake, but I shook it off. These are all quotes from Wally. Next possession, same spot. I thought it's gonna drop now. Brick. But it's not just any brick. It was the kind of shot that hit the side of the backboard like it owed me money. Coach looked at me. I unplugged the scoreboard myself. Now I'm rattled. Teammates stopped passing the ball. I'm clapping on the wing like I'm trying to kill a mosquito. With 40 seconds left, down 1, Wally gets a steal. Crowd goes wild. Take off down the court, right? Thinking it's his redemption arc. He goes up for the layup. And bruh, Wally smokes it. Not just missed it. He smoked it like it was a wrap in a swisher. Game over. Locker room solid. Coach said, Wally, you might need to start talking to that ChatGPT thing because your decision making ain't it, man.
Damn.
Didn't even shower that night, man. Just walked home in full uniform thinking about retirement. Wally, ChatGPT is saying in 1984 that you smoked a layup to win the game at Virginia Tech, man. Is this true,
Right.
Wally?
Now I'm gonna show you. Something. I'm gonna show you where you. Hey, whoever's laughing, pay attention. Pay attention. I told you I was a 5-star general. I told you that. I told y'all I was a 5-star general. Now I'm gonna show you in real time. I'm gonna show you that ChatGPT F. He just got an F for I ain't gonna curse. But guess what?
No, don't curse.
I wasn't at Virginia Tech in 1984. Did y'all hear that? I was not at Virginia Tech in 1984.
Yes, this is false.
I was Hey, look, in 1984, I was still in high school. I was a parade All-American in high school. I didn't get to Virginia Tech until 1986. Now, what did I tell you, boys and girls? You're listening to a nutcase. I tried to tell you.
He says
I
you
was
lied.
not at Virginia Tech in 1984. Hey, Your Honor, get that book, get the book you had, and throw it at this nigga's head, please. See, this is what happens.
Okay, Wally,
this is what happens when people are dealing with a 5-star general. I'm a 5-star general, man. I give orders, bro.
Wally, that's a good ether, Wally. Let me hear a response.
No,
Wally.
you ain't got to say no more, man. You ain't got to do
Wally.
no more. You ain't got to.
Wally. Hold on. ChatGPT has a response. Hold on. It's saying it. Hold on.
It went and found you. It went and found you now. It done found you now.
Yeah,
It done went and found you.
If you go outside, if you go, listen, today.
It done went and found you, Wally.
But
now, Johnny, I think he had more rebounds than him.
1984. How you gonna square that?
I was the best rebounder on my team. I got
show the man. Show the man. Show the man. Show the man. How you gonna square this?
That's Wally. Is that you? Wally, is this you?
That is Wally with a right hand. That's Wally with the right hand.
That's the Johnny locking his ass up in the photo.
Exactly. That's the little guy locking him up. Oh, look at Wally smoking.
That's the little guy. You see that little guy trying to check me, man?
Smoking the layup.
You know what he had. Know what his problem was. Know that when you put that picture right there, you know what that guy's problem was.
Gotta redo it.
He had a big head. His head was slowing him down. That dude that was trying to check me, he had a big head.
No, that's just the Johnny's lockdown defense.
You don't look like you weigh 210 here in this picture, my friend.
How much you look like weight?
You like a cold 175, man.
Yeah, damn. Exactly, bro. You don't look like you like a $180.
Okay, so Wally. Hold on, Wally.
And that's because you're wearing 3-stripe Converse socks.
Hey, y'all, here's the ChatGPT response.
Hold up,
Wally. Hold on, Wally. Here's the ChatGPT response. So it says right here, Wally, you've been talking a big game about your time at Virginia Tech. Let's set the record straight. You claim you were at Virginia Tech in 1984, and that's correct. You joined in 86. But let's look at your actual performance during your time there. 1986, 87, you had a few standout games. 25 against San Francisco, 28 against Southern Cal. However, your team was trash, 12-16. And there were games where your performance didn't even meet expectation. In 87-88, you averaged 23 a game, which is impressive. But even with your scoring, you had some tough losses, including 107-102 to Louisville. So while you had some high scoring games, there were moments where things didn't go as planned. It's important to acknowledge both the highs and the lows. So it really didn't even barbecue you like it could, Wally. It's basically saying you had a solid career, but your team was low-key kind of trash, man. You be running around here trying to cook LeBron. But was you out here stat padding, Wally?
Yeah, he was taking 10 3-pointers a game, Lamont.
Can I say something respectfully? Can I say something respectfully? Can I say something? Did you notice how this uninformed brother relied on ChatGPT and then he had to double all the way? Let me tell you what would have happened to you, Lamont. You would have relied on ChatGPTF about me in 1984. I ain't gonna let you get away, brother. I'm a 5-star general. I'm not gonna get away.
This was ChatGPT. This has nothing to do with me,
That means, Lamont, when I would advance, and this is a good point I'm getting ready to make. The reason why we fell off those other years, right? And this gonna line up. This is gonna line up. This gonna line up with what we talking about.
ChatGPT said you couldn't guard a folding chair.
Oh man, you gonna let a Johnny cook you, man?
Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish my point.
ChatGPT says you couldn't defend a folding chair.
Oh man, you talk all you have. It's my turn to talk now. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Let me say like I say. Okay, when we was at Tech, when I was at Tech, we had a big boy. He was tall, Roy Brown. He was a rim protector. made my job easy. But the reason why we fell off because we lost another guy to academic ineligibility, right? Now, why am I saying that? Because you used ChatGTP and it said I was at Virginia Tech in 1984. So you proved my point. I don't have to say no more.
Hey, Ma, drop that link for Willie.
I just got one question, Lamont. When did
You gotta-
ChatGPT start using slang like "I" and standing on the square?
You want me to ask it?
Yeah, you done profile people.
Man,
Okay,
that
hold
ain't
on,
nothing but a fake ass system, man. You
You done
see what it
profile
did, man. It
people.
just lied to y'all.
All right, hold on.
The
It
chat
says right
don't
here.
just lie to Lamont.
Hold on, Wally, hold on.
Growth money fucked up for that.
Lamont, you
say?
shouldn't use that no more, brother. It just messed me up.
Hold on, Wally. He said in ChatGPT you was riding the bench in Maryland, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go
did
here.
sit on the bench. They had,
Check.
man, you know, and let me tell you what happened there. Let me tell you what happened there.
Hold on, Wally. ChatGPT
Watch one,
said,
you keep mentioning that. I want to tell you what happened.
no, hold on, Wally, because you're gonna. I'm not trying to go down that long diatribe of you at Maryland. We got to get to what ChatGPT says so we can get to George, because I'm sure George has questions about Nikola Jokic being the best defender in the league. So, final ether to Wally.
Club Austin Reeves that got my spot in the NBA.
Okay, hold on, Wally. Final ether to Wally. Stat padded storylines, man. It says, Wally, my boy. It says, you really out here comparing your stats at Virginia Tech to LeBron while blaming your record at Virginia Tech on academic ineligibility. Let me get this straight. You dropped 28 on South Carolina State. Your team finished 12-16.
Below 500.
And now you telling us the reason why you ain't make the tournament was because your squad failed Spanish 2. And now you throwing shade at LeBron for stat padding while you was stat padding buckets against Chattanooga State Extension Campus. Look, it says Chattanooga State Extension Campus in front of 17 people.
Damn.
And a mascot eating boiled peanuts courtside.
Damn.
That's wild, Lamont.
Wally, you ain't stat pad. It says, Wally, you wasn't stat padding. You was stat padding the media guide, dropping 25 in the first half, down 18, just to lose by 12, and jog to the handshake line like you did your job. You want to call out LeBron? LeBron was putting up triple doubles in the NBA Finals. You was putting up empty 20s while your point guard was academically ineligible for passing out mixtapes instead of taking midterm. Damn, is that true?
That's wild. That's wild.
Did you rewrite your error? He says, don't try to rewrite your error, Wally. You wasn't stat padding. You was scoring because somebody had to. And you said I was a shooter. Yeah, because nobody asked you to pass or defend. You was out there like Kyle Korver in gym shorts, and now you mad at LeBron for doing more than just getting buckets. Right? It says, talk LeBron 10 finals appearances, Wally 12-16, bounced in early rounds, and blaming it on algebra dropouts. If stat padding is when a great player puts up numbers and wins, then what you did was stat inflation during garbage time. Stop deflecting, Wally. You're not the stat police. You're the former high usage volume guy on the team that couldn't stay eligible long enough to qualify for the NIT. This ain't legacy. It's a cautionary tale, man. Damn, Wally. See, you making ChatGPT get real disrespectful, man.
That's your source, bro. That stuff I don't know where you're getting that from, but that ain't nowhere near the truth. The truth. Because look.
Hey, you look like you weigh 175. Your picture said 175. You said 210.
Didn't I just tell you that I got a master's degree? So how could I be ineligible?
It said one of your teammates.
I'm an educated man. You can see how I speak. You can see how I question you just now.
You blame your teammate just like Michael Jordan fans
Look,
always do.
Hey, shoulder man, don't you say nothing, man.
Hey, you weigh a
shoulder man.
You weigh a buck
Shoulder man.
You say shoulder
Don't
man.
you say another word, because I'll get on a plane and bring my babies down there, and we'll find out if you can play basketball or not. Because these boys in here, they ain't going for nothing. Yeah, they ain't going for nothing. I'm telling you.
I don't know. Hey, that
we can find out if you can play or not. We're gonna find out if you got some bones on your shoulders.
I can play. I got a plaque that said I was the best rebounder. You got a picture saying you was 175. Is that yes or no?
Man, hey, look.
You were 175.
I was about 210. I keep
Yo,
trying
you
to tell
lying.
you. Man.
Lamar, he said he was 210 in 1988. Then Lamar as a guard.
Yeah. When I was in high school, I played the point, man. When I was in high school, I played the point, and we went undefeated.
As a 6'5",
I went to a
210
school.
point. As a 6'5",
Hold up,
210
man. Let
point
me give
guard.
you some facts, man. I went to a
All right,
school
we got to get
called
to
St.
George,
Albans,
man.
one of the best schools on the East Coast. Most of the niggas that listening in the chat and on the panel, they couldn't go nowhere near the school.
Is that school still around right now?
Yeah, shit, yeah.
I got the
I
question
got to
for
go up there. I got to go
ChatGPT.
up there. I'm a celebrity, man.
Y'all
I played
talking
on the
about
best team that ever played at the school.
y'all
So I
talking
had
about
to come
Jokic
up there
defense, right, Lamont?
and wave to the people.
Okay, hold on. Let me
But my
get to let me
teammates.
put the
Hey, I
screen
tell
back
you
up.
what. Hey, Lamont. Fun fact for
Hold on,
GTT.
Wally. I got to get to George.
Hold up,
Wally.
man. Hold up. Let me tell you something.
Wally, you've been
Fun
talking for a
fact.
long
Fun
time.
fact for you,
Man.
Lamont.
Hold on. Wally. We got to get to George. Been up here waiting. George is a donator, just like you are a donator. He supports.
Listen to me, Lamont. I got to say this to you. I want you to get this.
I got to let George get his takeoff, man.
But let me say this right quick. Do you know?
Never right quick. It's never quick.
This is going to be real quick.
All right, Wally.
Do you know that the judge, the judge that is questioning the deportation of the brother that lived in Maryland and they sent him back to that mean prison over there? The judge that is questioning the decision making of Donald Trump, he was the center on our team. Did you hear what I just said?
Okay, what does this
So
mean?
when I got in trouble, I got in a little trouble. But he is now the big judge. But when I got in some trouble, he was the little judge. And my name came across his desk. You niggas don't know nothing. When my name hit my man's desk, he saw who it was. I paid a $50 fine, boys and girls. I'm not going to tell you the charge, but I paid a $50 fine, boys and girls.
You self-snitching that, Wally. Be cool, bro.
I'm all right. Don't worry about that. Didn't I just tell you what the deal was? Didn't I just tell you? I'm a 5-star general. You niggas got to go out and fight. I'm going to be back at the hub drinking coffee and sipping tea.
Let me give my shout outs real quick. Let me give a shout out in the PayPal. We got let me see this. In the PayPal, we got a $30 donation. Let me see who it's from. I can't even see who it's from. Let me see.
Hey, Lamont,
but then we also have a Cash App as well. We have a Cash App from Herm. Herm says, for Marz is a bum. So that's what Herm says in the Cash App. Salute to Herm for hitting the Cash App to support the channel. And then when I get this PayPal one as well, I'm gonna be able to shout it. Let me see if I can do it now real quick because I don't want to miss it. Damn, why is it making it so hard? All right, here we go right here, y'all. My bad. All right, it says it's a PayPal donation from No Sleep Enterprise. And somebody sent a thumbnail. This is for the thumbnail, I'm guessing. Oh, this is for something else. I'm tripping. This is from Uncle Shug. Salute to Uncle Shug as well, man. Coming through in the Cash App, man. Appreciate you. But George, you have a question for ChatGPT about Jokic. What's your question?
I want to ask ChatGPT, with all the centers that's in the playoffs right now, what did they average against Jokic?
With all the centers that are in the playoffs currently now, what did they average versus Jokic? Okay, is that all?
Yeah.
What's your point? Like, what's your logic behind this?
My logic is because I'm coming in as an afterthought. You guys are talking about Jokic's defenses, right?
No, ChatGPT says Jokic the best defensive center in the league.
Okay, I say he's average. I'm not going to say he's the best. No, I'm not going to say that. That's why I asked about the centers that's in the playoffs right now, what did they average against Jokic?
Okay, so send it in. Let's see what ChatGPT says. All right, let's see what it says. Because he was number one in the NBA in holding opponents to less than their scoring average at the center spot. So it's probably going not this question is probably not going to favor and it's not going to be in your favor, George, because there already is a metric that counts the individual matchup. Let me let it finish its calculation. Oh, we got a $2 super chat from Bezo the Prophet. It says we can smell the E&J's from Wally, man. I don't think Wally drinks E&J, man. E&J, man. I think he drinks something cleaner than E&J. He probably drinks the Jameson, man. I think I give him some Jameson. I don't think he messed with the E&J. All right, so here's your answer. Here's your answer, George. All right. It says Jokic's defensive matchups against elite centers. Rudy Gobert, regular season average. Jokic. It says Gobert averaged 9 points and 10 rebounds. It says Jokic's impact. Gobert scoring was limited. He struggled to assert dominance. Versus Bam. Regular season average. Bam Adebayo averaged 14 and 8 over 2 games. Jokic's impact. Adebayo's efficiency decreased. He faced challenges in the paint against Jokic's positioning and strength. Karl-Anthony Towns. Regular season, Towns averaged 18 and 7 rebounds, 7.5 rebounds, 2 encounters. Jokic's impact, Towns found it difficult to find his rhythm, with Jokic effectively contesting shots and limiting second chance opportunities. Jokic versus Brook Lopez. Lopez averaged 11 and 5. Jokic's impact, Lopez was kept in check, struggling to stretch the floor or make significant contributions. Are there any specific players you want to ask it about, George? Because it's looking
Sangoon,
like Sangoon,
Chet.
Okay, what about Sangoon,
Mobley,
Chet, Mobley? Who else?
I'm trying to think as I'm driving. Who else is in the playoffs? Porzingis.
Porzingis. Who else? Who else?
And who's left? Hold on, who's left? Who's left? Draymond, right? Draymond playing center, right? I know Draymond ain't gonna be that great, but I just want to know.
Okay, let's get these guys in too. Maybe you're right, George, because the first 4 guys that named that are in the playoffs, he definitely held them in check. Let's see what it has to say here.
You forgot Gobert.
He did Gobert first.
It already did Gobert. He held Gobert to 9 points and 10 rebounds.
I was expecting that. I want to see about the others.
All right, it's thinking. So it's taking a little bit of time on this one. You might be right, George. This is somebody need to get that man George a leapfrog. George, man, why are they going in on you like that, man?
Hey, bro, you think I care what idiot fanboys think?
Wally says ChatGPT is trash, man. Nah, ChatGPT been that low-key kind of cooking, man.
Yeah, talking slang. That's really wild.
All right, it's doing a whole bunch of breakdowns for you, George. Let me see what it's doing.
Yeah, like Wally said, it's probably lying again.
I mean, but here's the beauty of it, George. You can go fact check all of this.
Yeah.
Because the one thing Wally didn't dispute was they said he missed a game-winning layup. Wally didn't say he didn't never miss no game-winning layup.
Yeah, but it had Wally at his school and at a year that he wasn't there.
Yeah, I know that was correct. It corrected that though. Wally got the first one up on ChatGPT today. We got to give him his credit there. He had the first one up. All right, here's the breakdown against Alperen Sengun. Well, see, it just broke it down different. It says versus Jokic, Sengun averages 17, 8, and 5. Jokic outperforms him 25, 12, and 8.
See, we're not talking about outperforming.
I'm gonna ask it to just do this year. Just let me just read this breakdown. I'm gonna ask it to break it down to just this year. Career average versus Chet. Chet versus Jokic averages 17 and 8. His best game versus Jokic is 19-4. Evan Mobley versus Jokic. It didn't even say Evan Mobley stats. It just says Jokic averages 25, 15, and 10 versus Mobley. Porzingis versus Jokic, 27-1 over 14 games. Jokic averages 24-10 versus him. And actually says right here that Draymond Green versus Jokic is averaging 17-9.
Ew.
Much higher. Including February 2024. Jokic tallied 32-16. Damn, Jokic fucked him up that night.
We're talking about his defense against other players.
May I ask a question, please?
Pastor Wally.
Let me finish this. Let me finish this for George.
So George, quick, Lamar.
George, you just want 24-25, right?
I just want his defense, not what he did against them, his offensive side, his defensive side. Because you're talking about his defense, right?
Yeah, hold on. That's what ChatGPT is talking about.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm asking it. So it should be able to kick this out pretty fast.
Hey, George, while you looking for that information, I want to share this with you, brother. The big guy, Jokic, the guy, that's who y'all talking about. He played for Denver, right? That's who y'all talking about, right?
Yeah.
He going to be able to show everybody. They got a game 7 going on tonight. He going to be able to prove to everybody.
Oh, we left our old boy too then on the Clippers, Lamont. We left our old boy on the Clippers.
Zubac. We'll add him later.
Okay.
Isaiah Hartenstein.
You know the only center that's been able to stifle Jokic this year has been LeBron James at center.
Oddly
enough.
You hear that, Wally?
I didn't ask you that, get out of mind.
Bringing up the losers. Here we go, bringing up the losers.
Man, bro.
Johnny, what a hand clap thing. What a standing ovation at Johnny.
The glaze is real, bro.
That's the loser lip rest, man. The man lipped off the court. Y'all ain't see that?
Oh, see, he bringing up irrelevant stuff.
What I'm saying, y'all mentioning LeBron, he lost, man. He ain't
You
playing
left
no
out
more.
Giannis. You left out Giannis too.
So just because he lost, Wally, do we then discredit everything that he did this year?
I guess so.
No, my take
because
on
if that's
LeBron,
the case, then you shouldn't be talking about Virginia Tech.
My sincere take on LeBron is very, very simple. He came in and he was a legit ambassador for the league. Now, let me say this, man, real quick.
Can I read these stats for George real quick?
Hold up, Lamont. Let me say this.
No, hold on, George.
Let me say this real quick, Lamont.
Wally, it's on George's time, though, man. This is George's time, man. Look, George, me and George be bumping heads on a lot of stuff, but look.
No, it's all right. I want to tell you this.
He's been waiting his turn. Wally, he been waiting his turn, man.
I know, but let me do it. I'm gonna be gone. I just want to share this with you.
No, you're not, Wally, man. We done heard this before. You're gonna go on a long.
No, I want to share with you why I talk like this.
No, Wally, we know why you talk like this. Let me get.
No, I ain't talking about basketball. I ain't talking about the information.
I know. I want to talk basketball only.
But I want. Can I share something, Lamont?
No, Wally, can I read this for
George? It's kind of
personal,
personal, and I want to share it with you. Can I share that with you? It ain't got nothing to do with basketball.
It's up to George.
Let him go, man, because he ain't gonna stop Lamont. Let him go.
All right, go ahead, George.
The reason why I talk, right, and somebody was bringing up faith and everything. I wanted to tell you months ago, Lamont, but I couldn't get in. I tried to call you, right, and I'm gonna leave the show after this because I want to try to encourage people that there's a real God, because I am a survivor of cancer. I went through a serious battle with cancer, so that's why you hear me talking like this. And for all of the ignorant niggas that said I'll be drinking, my voice sound like this because the cancer was up by my throat, but I'm good to go.
God bless you, man.
That's what I was trying to tell you, man. See,
hey, but Wally, I never said nothing about that. You know, I know that ain't true.
But I'm gonna leave it on that note. That's why I try to tell you I'm a 5-star general.
Hey, I can't. That's an equal. I can't say nothing against that, Wally.
For everybody that don't know nothing, Let me give you a real lesson about Wally Lancaster, the jump shooter.
Okay,
I know
Wally.
the real God.
I
know the real God. Now y'all can go and have your basketball talk, and I'll kick it with you guys at another setting. I know the real God. How about that? Now y'all take that and enjoy the basketball game tonight, and enjoy these valuable lessons that the five-star general is giving you.
Hey,
Wally,
everybody in the chat, everybody,
five-star general like this.
Everybody in the chat giving you love, man. That's a
man. But look, I don't want to belabor the point, but I'm gonna let you go. And George, thank you for letting me slide in on your time and drop that on Lamont. And Lamont,
no problem.
If you get a chance, I'll tell you the details, Lamont. It was a hell of a thing. That's why I know I'm a pro.
And Grove Money said, "My bad." He said, "Damn, my bad." So he took it back.
No, it's all right. No, ignorance. The people told me when I was in college, they say ignorance is not bliss. That went over his head too. Hey, Lamont,
is that what South Carolina said when they beat you?
Wally ran the cancer up out his system. He probably talked it to death, man.
Lamont, Lamont,
cancer just went straight to your colon and says, "Poop me out, man. Put me in the goddamn."
Let me tell you something, man.
That's what South Carolina did to him in 1988.
On a real serious tip, man. That chemo joke, it ain't no joke. But because my body is strong, man, I was out playing basketball a couple Sundays with my sons, man. Right? The big boy, the big son, he got 16. The baby got 12. I pulled up the rear with 11, but I still got 11. Straight out the cancer ward. So you don't even know who you're talking to. Did you get that?
11 though. I don't know about the 11 though.
I got 11. Yeah, I was trying, man, but what happened was when I got to 11, the wheel run off. I couldn't do no more. But
Wally, I need to hear these answers. Wally.
Hey, well, I'm gone, man. Peace be with y'all. Enjoy the game tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. But I don't be doing no drinking, man. So
congratulations, Wally.
Whoever said that, I recommend.
Shoulder man said that, man. Shoulder man just said that. Congratulations.
Hold up. Whoever did that, whoever said that, let me give you some advice, brother. Do less drinking, do less smoking, and do a whole lot of exercise and eat a whole lot of vegetables. See what I'm saying? Now that's the last thing I'm gonna give you. And you can put that in Chat GPT or whatever T you want to put it in. You got that from the 5-star general.
I'm gonna tell it to it as soon as we get done with this for George. But salute to Wally, man. Overcoming
I'm cancer free, man. And guess what, Lamont? You see how Anthony Edwards was pushing Lamont in his chest? That's what I would do.
He's pushing you, Lamont?
I don't know, not me.
No, I ain't never played. Lamont too little to play basketball against me, man. He's too little. Especially if I know Lamont and I get in the game and he out there and I might tap him and say, "Look here, little fella, you know you ain't supposed to be over there."
Man, I'm a sniper. I didn't shoot 38%.
Hey, but look, I'm gone, Lamont. That's what I wanted to drop on. Lamont, I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you that before I went into the action. But I'm giving it to you on the back end. But George, I appreciate you, brother. I never met you, but appreciate you. Let me slide in, and I'm gonna slide on out now. Y'all be good here.
Hey, Wally, I think I got your number. So I'm gonna pick you up after the show, man.
Yeah, if you call me, man, then I'll tell you the details, bro.
I got you.
Okay, bro.
All right, George, here's the results so far. Sengun, Jokic. Sengun averaged 18, 9, and 5. It says Sengun's efficiency dipped when guarded by Jokic. He struggled to establish consistent offensive rhythm. Chet Holmgren averaged 16, 7, and 2. It says Holmgren faced challenges in the paint against Jokic's physicality. It led to reduced scoring efficiency. Evan Mobley averaged 17, 8, and 2. Mobley found it difficult to dominate offensively, with Jokic effectively contesting shots and limiting his impact. Porzingis averaged 15 and 6. Porzingis struggled to find his shooting touch, with Jokic's defense disrupting his usual scoring patterns. And with Draymond Green averaged 9, 6, and 5. This is Green's contributions were limited, with Jokic neutralizing his playmaking abilities. And it says right here, Jokic's defensive rating 110, which it told us earlier before that defensive rating is heavily influenced by team. It says win shares is 4.5 again, which is heavily influenced by team. Opponent field goal percentage at the rim, 52%. It's not the 69% that some people say. Average 1.8 steals per game, 0.6 blocks per game. There you go, George.
Okay, so like I said, he plays defense. He's not the best defensive center. He's an average defensive center.
Okay, so George says that this only makes him average. Is this correct based on the data? So you say it only makes him average, right?
Well, average or good, not great like they saying. You know what I'm saying?
Average on defense too. Make sure you say defense.
I said that. I said he's either a good defensive player or
I'm
average.
I'm saying for Lamont to tell ChatGPT.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so George says that this only makes him average or good at best on defense. Is this the correct based on the data? Let's see what it says.
No, George.
It says no, George. That take is factually inaccurate based on the data. Let's break it down.
This shit, man.
It says absolutely not. The data says Jokic is one of the most impactful and strategically valuable defenders in the NBA, especially at the center position. Funny how this aligns with what Ajani was saying. Talks about hold on one second, Herm. This is for George. Talks about the matchup difficulty, guards the hardest offensive assignments. So remember, y'all, matchup difficulty only talks about who you guard. The hardest defensive assignments of any big in the league. Defensive role versatility, first among centers, executes multiple schemes, drop, hedge, and he's the anchor defender. Do you see how they separate being a drop defender or rim protector from being the anchor? They say Jokic is all of those things. Defensive points saved, top 5 among centers, prevents more points than most defenders based on tracking data. Foul percentage, rarely fouls, stays on the floor for clutch defense. Screen deterrence, teams run fewer actions toward him, strategic avoidance. Interior defense, alters shots without needing highlight blocks. Rim opponent field goal percentage at the rim, 52.3, solid and not bad considering the matchup difficulty and no elite rim protector behind him. Defensive load, shoulders heavy responsibility as Denver's defensive hub. Defensive win shares, 4.5 among top centers in the league. Who does he guard? Not third stringers or spot up shooters. Jokic defends Sengun, Chet, Holmgren, Mobley, Porzingis, AD, Towns, and Gobert. And all of them saw dips in scoring, volume, efficiency, or rim frequency when defended by Jokic. So is Jokic average? No. Average defenders get hidden on defense. Guard weak side corners. Avoid high usage players. Aren't trusted to anchor a playoff team scheme for 40-plus minutes. Jokic does the opposite while leading the team on offense. Calling Jokic an average defensively isn't just wrong, it's lazy. The data shows he's elite in impact, elite in versatility, elite in usage, and elite in responsibility. He's not a highlight defender. He's a possession-winning, IQ-driven, matchup-killing system defender. So, George, respectfully, Jokic ain't average. The take is, I mean, there you go, George. That's a lot of facts, George. I don't know if you, that's a lot of facts.
What I'm going to say about that is
that's a lot of facts.
They're going by data, but actually what happens in the game, they say he struggles against nobody then, huh?
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so
no. I'm asking you.
No, George. This not me talking to you. ChatGPT talking to you.
But I'm asking you, not ChatGPT.
You can't get mad like you know when somebody roasting you and you get mad at the other
person.
No,
I'm not worried about that, Lamar. I'm asking you for your actual fact. Does he struggle against anybody as that's in the playoffs?
George says.
There he go. I'm asking you.
Why do people say he struggles?
ChatGPT can't see what we see.
And he says you can't see what he sees.
You gonna say
Okay. Let's see. I mean, the only way we can know is if we ask it. Because you might be right. ChatGPT can't use the eye test. It says, "Oh, George, you fell into the eye test trap, where your feelings try to body check." George, let me tell you. ChatGPT is talking. It says, "George, you fell into the eye test trap, where your feelings try to body check the facts, but end up sliding across the hardwood like bad help defense." Let me help you break this down. Why do people say Jokic struggles on defense? Because most folks judge defense like it's a slam dunk contest. Crazy to say that. He's perfect. This is perfectly accurate when it says that. No chase down block must be weak. No verticality highlight must be food in the paint. Didn't rotate with a screen and flex, he's soft. They want theatrics.
Super fat.
Jokic plays chess, not Sports Center.
Cap.
What the eye test misses that the data shows: defensive matchup difficulty, 100th percentile. He guards the hardest dudes, not the weakest links. DPOE and point save.
Johnny, I need the gunshot sounds.
It says Jokic literally prevents points. You just don't see it in big blocks. Screen deterrence. Teams avoid him in actions. That's respect, not hiding. Foul discipline. He doesn't get pulled for foul trouble because he then defends with high IQ, not desperation. You can't see what I see, George. That's the problem. You're seeing emotion. The data is seeing results. You're watching that one time AD scored on him. That clip from YouTube where someone spun baseline. The data is watching 1,000 plus possessions across multiple coverages with tracking tags and shot value outcomes. You're using 3 clips and vibes.
No.
You're using metrics built off full season optical tracking. George, you're not seeing what we see. But what we see is the whole court, every possession, matchup difficulty, shot profile, deterrence behavior, defensive gravity, and net possession impact. You're looking through binoculars.
Okay.
We're reading the satellite feed. So no, we don't need to see what you see because the data already exposed what you're missing. George, you got a response for that, man? George,
is Zubac averaging 20 and 10 against them right now?
Okay. Is Zubac
right? And in this 7-game playoff series,
20 and 10 against him in this current playoff series in 2025. And what does this mean, George?
That means, like I'm saying, to me, in my opinion, he struggles against Zubac. He struggles against a couple of more centers that I can't think of right now. I said he's a good or average defender, but I can't say he's a great defender. Good, yeah. He plays defense. Great, no. I'm not gonna say that.
He's a great defender. Good, but not great. Okay, cool. Let's get that in there. All right. So George, all right. George, it's not looking good. If this was a debate and we had to judge this,
I lost. I'm gonna lose every time. Because I see the game different.
Okay. I mean, but it's really coming with some like facts that we can't. You can't really get it. It's coming with facts.
Okay. I want to see what he said about this playoff series.
Okay, hold on. It's thinking right now.
I know.
It's thinking right now. All right. Oh, we got Brandon Katz back. We got Slither, man. He says it's straight up not true. I mean, look, if y'all don't believe it, then y'all need to come up here and debate BBall Index with the ChatGPT plugin. Don't debate me. This is not me. Because based from what I'm seeing, it's not telling no lies. And then the numbers support it because George thought all these players were going to have these crazy numbers against Jokic. But from what we seeing,
they are averaging them double-double.
No, all their numbers were dropped. All their numbers were declined. And even the efficiency, all of their efficiency declined against Jokic. Because that's what we really look at. The efficiency. You can get your numbers all you want. But if you're just getting them because of volume and not efficiency, then how effective is it? It has some information for us. It has some pictures for you, George. These are very good pictures. Yeah, in game. It says right here, George, you're pointing out that Zubac is averaging approximately 18.7 points and 9.5 rebounds per game in the playoff series against Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. So it's not 20 and 10. Okay. While these numbers are solid, it's important to consider the broader context of Jokic's defensive performance. Jokic has been instrumental in limiting the overall effectiveness of opposing centers throughout the season, forcing them into less efficient scoring situations and reducing their impact on the game. Moreover, Jokic's defensive contributions extend beyond individual matchups. His ability to read the game, position himself effectively, and disrupt offensive plays has been a key factor in the Nuggets' defensive schemes. This holistic impact doesn't fully reflect in traditional statistics, but is evident in the team's overall defensive performance, which is true. They are up in the series, and they were up in the series. In conclusion, while Zubac's performance in this series is commendable, it doesn't necessarily indicate a deficiency in Jokic's defense. Basketball is complex, team-oriented sport, and individual statistics should be interpreted within the larger framework of team dynamics and strategies, George.
Okay.
You done? You done challenging ChatGPT?
Yeah, I'm done challenging ChatGPT because it gives you a spillage. It brings up team defense. It brings up not individual. When I was asking the question, that's what I'm saying. But anyway, let it go. Let somebody else get their take on. It's still.
Can I ask
George,
ChatGPT something?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's go to Go James Kingdom. Go James Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do you got?
Ask them why is it ask them to give us several reasons, if any, to why people have a hard time accepting Joker's elite defensive ability, even though all the stats say he's elite defensively.
It just explained that, bro. Why are you asking the same question that's been answered?
No, I want them to give me a reason why you guys can't accept it. That's not what it answers. I want to know why.
What's the difference between good and great? He's
George,
good.
Hold on, George. I need to question clearly, man.
Okay.
I need reasons. I need whatever reasons, bullet point reasons, whatever.
Do you want me to reference anything about your AD take?
Yeah. Reference the AD take, being that I had said that he was a better defensive anchor than Anthony Davis.
Should I put defensive anchor or defender?
Oh, defensive anchor. That was the word I used. Defensive anchor. That was what we talking about. They use that too.
Okay, let's see what it kicks out. This will be a good one right here. This will be a good because now it's plugged into the BBall Index analytical system. It says absolutely. And shout out to Go James Kingdom. Damn, it gave you a shout out, Go James. It says, and shout out to Go James Kingdom for dropping that fire.
Jokic, I know it's programmed now.
Go James Kingdom.
I know it's programmed now.
Hold on, Go James Kingdom. You need to screenshot this. This thing said, shout out to James Kingdom for dropping that fire. Jokic over AD as a defensive anchor take. Let's break this down. Why people struggle to accept Jokic's elite defense and why the pushback is loud. He does not fit the visual stereotype of a rim protector. Fans are conditioned to believe elite defense equals shot blocking plus highlight blocks. This is funny because remember you were on Players' Choice. They ran to rim protection. Yes. Jokic doesn't jump high, swat shots into the fifth row, or flex after contests. So casual fans equate no athleticism with no defense. Meanwhile, players like Brook Lopez or Anthony Davis look elite on film because of the length and verticality, even if they miss rotations. That's a good point. But elite defense isn't about.
Johnny, didn't I tell you that one time?
Elite defense isn't about how high you jump. It's about where you are before the jump happens. Good point right there. Eye test. bias gets weaponized against them. People judge Jokic's defense by how it looks instead of what it produces. The eye test crowd remembers the one time he got beat on a switch, not the 15 times he rotated early and prevented a shot. Good fact right there. When GOAT James Kingdom says he's a better anchor than AD, folks assume aesthetics equal impact, which isn't true. AD is more explosive, but Jokic reads rotations faster, defends without fouling, and anchors the Nuggets without needing elite athletes around him.
Damn.
Another good point that we also pointed out, because that coincides with the 2020 team. Old narratives die slow. For years, Jokic was called a bad defender, and people don't like admitting they were wrong. We see that all the time, too. His MVP rise was rooted in offensive greatness. So media and fans never updated their bad defender label, even as the numbers said otherwise. It's not the average. It's the narrative it's the narrative got stuck in 2019. Analytic discomfort. BBall Index stats, DPOE, matchup difficulty, screen deterrence aren't mainstream. We talked about how obtuse these analytics are. When GOAT James Kingdom used those, he didn't use those to make his case. Critics thought he was stat sheet stretching. But if those same numbers favored AD, they'd be praised as gospel. He is right about that. And we talked about how people selectively use the metrics for their guy, but for guys that they have a different opinions on, they don't like the metrics all of a sudden. Says Jokic ranks in the 100th percentile in matchup difficulty, top 5 in defensive points saved. That is defensive anchoring. People don't know how to quantify positional defense without blocks. Jokic excels in defensive positioning, anticipating drives, weak side helps, deterring shots before they happen. These aren't always visible, but they win possessions. Anchor doesn't mean best shot blocker. It means the system runs through you. In 2023-24, Denver's defense collapsed when Jokic sat, not when their wings did. Good point. Why?
It's very solid, Lamont.
This is why Jokic is greater than AD as a defensive anchor. Matchup difficulty. Jokic's in the 100th percentile. AD's in the 89th percentile. Defensive points saved. Jokic's in the top 5. AD's in the top 10, lower than Jokic. Foul trouble. Jokic is elite at 2.5 a game. Good, but AD is higher than Jokic. Screen deterrence. Jokic has a positive rating. AD has a slightly negative rating.
Damn.
Team defense on and off splits. Huge when Jokic sits. It says there's a drop when AD sits, but it's in talking about 2020, it says LeBron and Caruso anchored too. Versatility, guarded positions 2 through 5. AD can only guard 3 through 5, according to
Whoa.
AD, it says AD had in 2020, it says AD had elite defenders around him. Caruso, KCP, Dwight, Bron. Jokic is the system and the coverage adjuster. So, final thought. People hate the idea that a guy who moves like a pickup hooper at 24-hour fitness could be one of the smartest, most effective defenders in the NBA. But the numbers and the playoff film don't lie. Jokic isn't just elite. He's the thinking man's anchor. And if you don't believe it, you're just stuck in 2018, allergic to analytics, or just afraid to admit GOAT James Kingdom was ahead of his time.
How about a standing ovation for Johnny?
Real quick, Lamont. Real quick, Lamont.
You have now been exposed by the exposer.
I don't know why it's so silent, Johnny Lamont. Can y'all answer that question for me?
Damn. ChatGPT is a monster sometimes, man. This is crazy.
And Lamont, all of that was me and my eye test. That was all my eye test. I didn't use no stats to say what I said. It was all predicated on what I saw when I watched the Denver Nuggets play and when I watched the Lakers play. So that was just And again, shout out to PC for asking me that stupid question, who else would I choose besides Anthony Davis? As you can see, there's a myriad of defenders that you can choose besides Anthony Davis to make your team a good defensive team.
Damn. You done cook. I mean, you cook low then.
I've been cooked low. Y'all should go check out the video. It's available right on the Go James Kingdom channel.
It's wild, man. ChatGPT is a monster, man. That's why I say it's hard. Like, when you got to debate, like, it's hard. Like, and this is another thing that I mean too. This is why in debates, right, when people throw out analytics, it's hard to debate against the analytics, because analytics, like, I think a lot of people who debate with analytics are scared to have a subjective take that can be criticized. When Johnny made his initial take about Nikola Jokic, he didn't have any analytics. He just made it purely based on what he saw. And it's an unpopular opinion. There's a lot of people that don't want their opinions to be criticized, so they just don't say it. I respect somebody that's willing to look at the film like I did when I did a video 3 years ago. And the first thing that I noticed was I said, I don't know if Jordan was this great defender that y'all say he is. I said this well before the Time Havlicek Straw article, well before there was criticism about his DPOY. But I said, when I look at the film, I just don't see this great lockdown defender. It's not a popular opinion, but the problem is I just don't see where in the film all these people say he was this great defender. I don't see it. And then as time started to come, just like with the Anthony Davis take, there are numbers and there's a lot of things that just don't support Jordan being a great defender. There's too many things that just, and the numbers are starting to support that now. So which makes it even crazier, man. So, I mean, a lot of y'all just really owe Go James Kingdom a big apology, man. Y'all criticized this take. Y'all tried to say he was wrong.
Wall Street Brandon.
You know,
Willie Sermon, where you at? The link is available. Come up here. Let's ask GTP another question.
All right,
LeBron, drop that link for Willie.
Oh, Willie wants the link back.
The link is there. The link is there. He just dropped it recently, just like a couple minutes ago. It's right up.
Yeah, I thought I just dropped it.
He just dropped it.
Oh, Willie just run it?
He dropped. Yeah, of course they run it, man. That's what they do best. Willie got to go change into his Versace robe so he can do his night watch.
Wait, are you guys saying eight? See, and that's in Slither Man. This is the confusion. No one's not saying AD's a bad defender. Like, nobody's saying that. But when you talk about,
he has to be if Joker's better than him because Joker's bad.
well, yeah, but in their minds, that's how they're visualizing it. They've already visualized and they've already concluded that Jokic is this horrible defender. So if you say Jokic's better than AD at anything on defense, you're essentially to them saying that Jokic that AD's bad, because they have already in their minds that Jokic's bad. It's literally ingrained in their minds because of what ChatGPT said, right? They've been sold this. They have an idea in their head what great defense is. You have to be athletic. You have to swat shots into the crowd, right? It has to be optically pleasing. But great defense, like I've always said, most times does not really translate into any real numbers. Great defense is, there's really no way to really track it. And now that we have different stat tracking metrics that can watch you and how you impact certain possessions, now we can kind of track some of these things that otherwise in the past were never really trackable. Willie says drop the link. I don't know why y'all say drop the link and the link was dropped. Let's drop the link again. Where the link? Wally. I mean, not Wally, but Willie. I know Willie's going to have some funny questions for ChatGPT.
Oh, before he come up, let me ask the question. I want to ask the question to see what they.
Hold on, I'm about to pull it right back up right now.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull it back up because I got off that screen. I got 3 screens here, and I'm about to trying to get right back to it.
I'm gonna drop out and keep listening so I can send my dough.
Salute to George for pulling up, man. George, man, one of the OGs of the channel, man. And he came up with some good questions for ChatGPT too.
Yes,
I can't lie.
Yeah, shout out to George for not bringing up no homoerotic questions today like he usually do when he show up on FYF. Shout out to you, George. Shout out to you, George. But I need to ask ChatGTP, is there a difference between being an elite team defender and an individual defender? And if so, what's the difference and why people can't see it or notice it? Or how can we judge it, you know?
I'm waiting for Willie guy.
That's their problem. Yeah. Don't worry. Willie got so much to say.
Willie said he gonna cook you, Johnny. You better.
Come on, man. You already know this, brother. Y'all already know this, man. I'm fireproof, bro. I'm fireproof, man. I'm like Daenerys in Games of Thrones.
All right, hold on. Let me get this. So let me get this back up
Make
here.
me Jon Snow, because Jon Snow can't get killed. I'm Jon Snow.
All right. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Did I drop the link? I don't see Willie in here.
Willie's fronting. Don't act like
Damn, Willie, I have faith in you.
Willie, go get your Versace robe, all right, and make sure you doing your night watch for your home association.
Yeah, Willie be walking in the dark wearing the most random apparel that I've ever seen, man. He be looking like a GTA character, like just walking around random, just like he in GTA or something. I don't know what.
Right. Hey, Willie, I'm the leader of the 4 and 6 people. Come in, come step into the.
Okay,
fray.
so Slitherman says, I want to know how Jokic has the hardest matchups. Well, ChatGPT literally just told you the matchups.
From Basketball Reference, isn't that where you get it from? Basketball Index. They tell you how much matchups.
I mean, you can literally see who he guards. Players like AD. At the center spot, he can only guard centers. So on any given night, I mean, obviously we know now that it's not a center-driven league. So there's only a handful of great offensive centers that are left in the game. But when he does match up against those great offensive centers, the numbers support that he does a hell of a job making them play less than what they typically do. That's what the numbers support.
Yeah, the link is available for you too, Slither man. Ain't nobody afraid of y'all. That's what the link is for. Act like the link.
All right, you ready for your question? What you got for us?
Yeah, ask them, is there a difference between being an elite individual defender and an elite team defender? And if so, why is it so hard for folks to understand the difference?
Between
an elite individual defender and team defender, yeah. Whichever one you want to put first.
And then is there any other context you want to put to that?
No, I just want them to know that, yeah, put the context, say, Go James Kingdom is asking that, so they know who the smart person is asking this.
Okay, let's go. ChatGPT about to cook on this question. We're about to find out. Absolutely, Go James. There's a big difference between being an elite team defender and elite individual defender. And understanding the difference is crucial to explaining why players like Jokic don't always pass the eye test, but still dominate advanced metrics. Elite individual defender. Defender can shut down or severely limit their matchup regardless of scheme. Traits. Excellent lateral quickness and footwork. Elite on-ball pressure. Can contain isolation scores. Can guard one-on-one without help. Disruptive in passing lane, steals, deflections. Examples: Kawhi Leonard, Prime, Drew Holiday, Matisse Thybulle, per possession. Draymond Green, on-ball, on post defenders.
They didn't reference Michael Jordan. Ain't that something? They didn't reference
hell
Michael
no.
Jordan.
Yeah.
They didn't know. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Elite team defender. This defender might not lock someone down individually, but they elevate the entire defense by anchoring it.
Ooh.
High IQ,
Joker.
Communication, timely help, rotations, awareness, traits, positions perfectly to cut off drives, anticipates passes and screens, rotates to help others, plays quarterback on defense, doesn't gamble, defends systematically. Examples: Nikola Jokic, Marcus Al Horford, Tim Duncan, Brooke Lopez. So, where does Jokic fit? Jokic is not an elite individual defender. He's not locking down Embiid or switching onto guards in isolation and putting them in jail. But he is an elite team defender and maybe the best defensive system quarterback in the league.
Wow.
Anchors Denver's entire scheme, rarely in foul trouble, always in the right spot, orchestrates switches and help rotations, defends without gambling, neutralizes possessions before they start. Final thought, Jokic ain't going to block your shot into the 6th row, but he going to make sure you never take the shot in the first place. He might not guard like Kawhi, but he anchors like they comparing his ability to anchor like Tim Duncan.
Wow.
And that's why the metrics and the wins back him.
Wow. Shout out to ChatGTP for justifying all of my basketball acumen. Lamar, isn't that what I was saying about being a good defensive anchor and why Anthony Davis, all those things, go scroll back up to the, they say makes you an elite team defender, and I'm going to show you why Anthony Davis was never an elite anchor ever in NBA history, ever. Yo, this is great. And they were mad at me, Lamont. That's what sparked everything. On Martin Luther King Day, on PC was that I said Joker would do a better job anchoring the Lakers defense than Anthony Davis, and they couldn't get it. Mind you, this is the same information that comes from the guy who gave it to us, Marz.
Yes.
Who was the guy who was the first guy to try to challenge. Matter of fact, Marz canceled his dentist appointment that day just to show up on PC to challenge me on my defensive anchor take, just for us to use his favorite site that he requests people to go spend money to go get information from.
Synergy.
No, not Synergy, from Basketball Reference. Index.
No, BBall Index. BBall Index. BBall Index.
BBall Index states not only exactly what I stated about Joker, it stated exactly what I stated about Anthony Davis. So again, ladies and gentlemen, stop challenging GOAT James Kingdom. Just donate and support FYF and GOAT James Kingdom. Become a member of the channel, because like I tell you guys all the time, I have no challengers. I'm a Johnny the Exposer. And again,
You have now been exposed by the exposer.
take that.
And I'm glad you said that. Because if you want to become a member of FYF Sports, if you want to become a part of the community, where again, we're going to be holding our exclusive streams. We're going to be holding them over on Patreon. So for everybody that becomes a member, I'm going to be getting y'all emails. I'm going to give y'all a link to join our Patreon for free. And we're going to be holding exclusive streams over there. And the streams over there, I'm gonna make them a little bit exclusive, because I have an opportunity to do interviews. I have an opportunity where I'm going to be doing player interviews for another network. Right. So that content isn't mine, but I can share that content with the members on Patreon. So you guys can get a glimpse. I'm going to be asking tough questions that most reporters don't necessarily ask. Right. And like I say, I can't really expose the platform, because there's a new platform coming out where these player interviews are going to start getting released. But if you want an inside look on some of these player interviews and you want a link, you want to join that Patreon for free, become a member. We're going to be dropping our first player interview. I'm not going to tell the player's name. We're going to be doing that first interview next Friday. Next Friday, man. So again, the link is in the chat. Become a member. Those members will get a free link to join our Patreon for free. And like I say, when you see that Patreon, it's going to say $0.00 that you're getting charged when I send you that link. So you're not going to get charged anything a month, but you'll have access to these player interviews, the first insider look. And like I say, I'm not going to be like Stephen A. or none of these other weirdos that ask these real soft questions. I'm going to ask the tough questions, man. And I'm going to dig inside of these narratives, man. Did they hear some of the chatter, the misconceptions from the fans, and why fans believe this and that, and all of the soft talk and the soft narratives? We really going to dive into it all. But we got Willie up here. Willie, do you want to ask ChatGPT any questions? Because ChatGPT says that Nikola Jokic is the best defensive center in the NBA. If you disagree, you can have that debate with ChatGPT right now. It's connected to BBall Index, and they feel like Nikola Jokic is the best defensive center in the NBA and potentially one of the best defensive centers of all time. Talk to ChatGPT, Willie.
I ain't got time to talk to chat, whatever that shit is.
It's just like talking to one of us.
I talk to humans. I'm not with all that. I don't give a fuck about chat GPS. That shit don't mean nothing. Watch the games. All you gotta do is watch basketball. But listen, I fucked up. I only got 6%. I came on here to cook you guys. I'm cooking. I'm doing a lot of things in the crib. I'm gonna let y'all know I'm coming for y'all. I only got 6% on my battery. I'm just dropping in to say hello. I love y'all boys. I love GOAT James Kingdom, Lamar. I love the whole discourse. I like this shit. So I'm gonna catch y'all another time, because I only got 6%.
Okay, all right, Willie.
He got 6% like Jordan got 6 rings? Huh? Where you at? Where you go, man?
He said he's out of here.
He said the phone battery is saving.
That's what happens when you got an Android. Again, you Zesty Jeffries need to go get some iPhones. Stop walking around here with these Android phones.
Hey, John, you know what the cool pad phones is?
Uh-huh.
That's what they got, the cool pads.
I got something for ChatGTP for Willie, because Willie gonna be listening. Trust me. I got something for
Okay, hold on. ChatGPT has a response for Willie.
There you go.
So Willie will see this on the playback. Willie's frozen right there. Okay, so ChatGPT, the response to Willie. ChatGPT says, oh no, not the Willie with the 6% battery pulling up to a data war with Jordan bias, no charger, and zero smoke for ChatGPS. Let's go ahead and plug him into the ether outlet real quick. Willie, you showed up with 6% battery, 0% facts, 1000% delusion, thinking you was about to cook, but ended up looking like an overheating Android on FaceTime, just like Go James Kingdom said. First off, don't ever call me Chat GPS when you clearly lost the route to logic. You watch the games, cool. I watch tracking data, matchup, heat maps, lineup efficiencies broken down by possession value. You out here looking like courtside vision beats court-wide data. Bro, your favorite stat is my vibe told me. And let's be honest, you didn't even pull up to debate. You pulled up to protect Zesty Jeffries, like Jordan's legacy was about to get audited, and you were the unpaid defense attorney with 6% phone and no service. You sat in the panel more nervous than Patrick Ewing with 12 seconds left, quiet as Jordan first round opponent. Go James Kingdom called it. You ain't want no smoke with the numbers. You just wanted to romanticize the 90s, sip nostalgia, and hope nobody brought up Jokic being more impactful on defense in 2025 than MJ was in his baseball year. So, Willie, here's your update. You didn't cook, you didn't want it, you didn't charge, and you didn't challenge anything. You just logged in at 6% to protect a myth with zesty loyalty and no factual durability. Next time, plug in, because the only thing more dead than your battery was that argument, man. Willie, man. ChatGPT got Willie up out of there expeditiously, man. God damn, man. ChatGPT has been on no chill, man.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
God. Oh, my God.
Man. Oh, man.
Y'all gotta get you some iPhones, man. Y'all gotta get you some iPhones, man. Y'all gotta get you some iPhones, man. Hey, Lamar, before we go, let's go, because let's mess with them about Jordan in a little bit, but let's continue this Joker conversation, right? So, ask ChatGPT, now that we understand the difference between being an elite individual defender and an elite team defender, which is better for team success?
Okay. Between a great individual.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Even though we know AD and Jordan's not one because they didn't reference them.
Okay, hold on. What was your full question? We know the difference between a great individual defender and a team defender.
And a team defender. And which one impacts team success more?
Team. Question from Goat James Kingdom.
That's right.
All right, let's get it.
The intelligent one.
Cook the fuck. Yeah, they saying Willie got cooked, man. Zesty loyalty is crazy, man. Yeah. They went in on Willie, man. Answer.
Go to the top right quick. It gave me some props again.
Great question from Goat James Kingdom. And it cuts right to the core of how defense actually wins games, especially in the playoffs.
Ooh.
Answer. An elite team defender is more important to a team's success, especially at the highest level. Here's why. Team defense covers every possession. Individual defense covers one matchup. A great individual defender can slow down one guy. A great team defender impacts every single action. Rotations, help side, switches, zone coverage, communications, rim deterrence. You can hide a weak individual defender, but you can't hide a team without a defensive anchor. Very true. That's a bar right there.
Damn.
Playoff offenses hunt weak links. We just saw that with the goddamn Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Team defenders prevent that. In the playoffs, teams run actions over and over to target the worst defender. An elite team defender like Jokic, Draymond, or Horford direct coverages, anticipate sets, neutralizes mismatches before they happen. Individual defenders can still get hunted if the scheme collapses. but great team defenders stabilize the system. Individual defense doesn't always scale up. Most guys like Mikal Bridges or Drew Holiday are elite individually, but can't always cover for bad defenders. A great team defender elevates everyone. Think Tim Duncan in his later years. Think Draymond orchestrating rotations for Steph and Clay. Think Jokic calling switches and contesting without fouling. You don't need 5 elite one-on-one defenders. Good point. You need a system with one brain and 3 rotations ahead. History shows.
Oh my God.
History shows team defense wins titles, right? It says team defense wins titles. It talks 2014 Spurs, individual lockdown guys. Kawhi, yes. Elite team defender, anchored by Duncan. Uh-oh, this is bad right here. 2020 Lakers, individual lockdown guys. AD, elite team defenders, anchored by LeBron, plus AD system IQ and mobility. 2022 Warriors, Wiggins, individual, Draymond, team brain. 2008 Celtics, Tony Allen, on ball, KG the quarterback. 2023 Nuggets, KCP, point of attack, but Jokic rotations, load, and IQ. Individual defenders shine in matchups. Team defenders win playoff series. Final word, you can't guard one man and look great on ESPN. But if you read 5 actions, rotate, close out, and call the switch, you're the reason your team holds opponents under 100. While defense isn't flashy, team defense is foundational. And if you want rings, you should build around a team anchor, not just a wing stopper. Damn.
Ooh.
Damn.
We got Slitherman in the building. Go ahead, Lamont. I'm just going.
Oh, Slitherman pulled up. Slitherman, what's good, man?
I got my cigar here. I'm going to enjoy my victory cigar.
Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot of points in your favor right here. This is a lot of points in your favor. Slitherman, what's good? Slitherman's mic not working or something, man.
Another Zesty Jeffrey with an Android.
Damn, that's crazy, man. Come on, Slitherman, get your technology game up, man. Herb texted me and said, Herb sent me some audio. Should I play it? Let me see if y'all can hear this. Hold on, y'all. So Herb sent me an audio clip. I'm about to play it. Oh, it's not. Is it not audio? This is not audio. Herb, man, what is this you sent me, man? What is this? Herb sent me an image with some audio playing.
Through an Android phone. Through an Android phone, you're not gonna be able to see it. You're not gonna be able to see it. It's an Android phone.
He said no. He sent me an image. He sent me an image of audio that says not playing. I don't know what this means, man.
Yeah, Slitherman, we can't hear you. You said in the private chat we cannot hear you, sir. We gave you an opportunity. You're still available if you want to. Come on up. Are you there, Slitherman?
Yeah, Slitherman is tripping, man. I don't know what's going on with Slitherman, man, right now. His whole system.
That's how they act. That's how they act. They act like it's technology. It's you. You don't even work well with the technology you carry in your hand. That don't make no sense.
This is wild right here, man.
Hey, Lamont. So,
now, should we? I think we should put it to the ultimate test.
Let's put it to the ultimate test. Let's go. I'm ready for the ultimate. This is great, Lamont.
Compared to Jordan's defense.
Oh, okay. So yes, so do that. So okay, Go James Kingdom asks, with all that we talked about with team defense, team defender, and individual defender, what category would Michael Jordan fall as a defender?
So Go James Kingdom asks, with team defender, individual.
Yeah, an individual defender. With all we know, with what you just told us about that, which category would Michael Jordan fall under? It's the Jordan hate team channel. Why? Because we trying to find out.
It's not. We
Jordan.
Just look.
We want to find out more about Jordan.
And so, mind you, whether it's to the good or bad, because me and Goat James Kingdom this could backfire on us and we could look dumb. I don't know what it's going to say.
Facts.
I can't control what it says. This could literally backfire on us, and it could say Jordan is elite in all categories, both sides, and we don't know what it's going to say. Because remember, this is non-biased. It's only going to kick out the information as it sees it. No bias here. And we have to accept it. So they acting like we got some hidden button under the desk here. We can tell ChatGPT, put an answer in our favor or something.
Look, another surgical question by Go James Kingdom. James.
All right. It says I said, what kind of defender was Jordan? Answer. Jordan was an elite individual defender who benefited from, but did not anchor, a team-based defensive system. He was not a team defender in the same way as guys like Draymond or Tim Duncan or even Nikola Jokic. Let's break it down. Jordan, lockdown individual defender, one of the best on-ball perimeter defenders in NBA history, quick hands, great footwork, unmatched anticipation in passing lanes, 9-time all-defensive first team, 1988 DPOY, led the league in steals, third in blocks among guards. Strengths, could clamp one-on-one guards, made isolation scores miserable, pickpocketed passing lanes like a quarterback. Weaknesses, rarely rotated as the low man, didn't call out coverages like a defensive QB, not responsible for orchestrating help side schemes or defensive communication. Team defense was Pippen plus the Phil Jackson system. Scottie Pippen was the team's most versatile and important team defender. Guarded 1 through 4, took the toughest assignments, ran switches and traps in the triangle pressure schemes. Horace Grant, Rodman, and Harper were critical team system pieces. Phil Jackson's philosophy leaned on team principles, help zones, and strong side traps. Jordan thrived within this system. He wasn't the one anchoring it. Who's the Jordan of team defenses? Think of Jordan's defense like Kawhi in San Antonio or Drew Holiday in Milwaukee. Clamp guy, steal guy, momentum shifter, but not the one organizing rotations or quarterbacking coverages. So, in today's terms, individual defense, elite. Team communication, above average. Defensive anchor, no. Rotational IQ help, good, not primary. Defensive role, stopper, disruptor. Final word. Jordan was a defensive assassin, but he wasn't calling the plays. He was executing them. He was the sword, not the shield. Pippen and the system, that was the shield. So yes, Jordan, an elite defender, but an individual elite defender. The team defense was Pippen's house. Jordan just hunted in.
Oh, Lord have mercy. You know I got more.
So what's the next follow-up question?
All right. So being that we know that a team defender is better than an elite team defender is better than an elite individual defender, does this state that Scottie Pippen was a better defender than Michael Jordan?
Elite.
Yeah, they said Jordan was an elite on individual. We know Scottie's an elite team defender. So, ooh, ChatGPT.
All right, let's see.
Let's go. Give me some more praise. Oh yes.
It says, oh yes. Now GOAT James Kingdom is cutting into the real legacy questions. So let's answer it factually with the respect to both legends. Yes, Scottie Pippen was the better overall defender than Jordan.
Wow.
Not because he was flashier or had better highlights, but because he was the more valuable and the more versatile team defender, which, as we've established, carries greater weight in actual team success. Here's why. Pippen was the defensive anchor, not Jordan. Pippen guarded 1 through 4. He was the communicator.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. Slither, man.
You're good.
There we go. There we go. All right.
Okay, good. Hold on. Let me read this. He was the communicator, the switch initiator, the rotation director. In Phil Jackson's strong sides zone pressure system, Scottie was the field general. Jordan got to be elite within the system. Scottie was the reason the system worked. Positional versatility and help defense. Scottie could guard every position but the 5, including 6'10" point forwards like Magic, Kukoc, Detlef Schrempf. Elite defenses. Elite and help defense, closing out, doubling, recovering, and trapping the ball. handler without losing composure. Jordan didn't take on those assignments consistently. He was a sniper, not the all-purpose utility defender. Team success proved it. 94 Bulls without Jordan still finished 55-27. Top 5 defensive rating. Pippen made an all-NBA first team and all-defensive first team. Still nearly made the conference finals, robbed by the Hubert Davis foul. Why? Because Scottie Pippen was the defensive system. The Bulls defense didn't collapse without MJ, but it would have without Pippen. Every coach and teammate acknowledges it. Phil Jackson said Scottie was our best defender. Michael Jordan says, I always trusted Scottie to guard the toughest guy. Ron Harper says, Scottie made everybody's job easier defensively.
Oh.
Even Jordan stands can't deny Pippen's overall defensive value was higher. Final word, Jordan was the best defensive weapon, but Pippen was the defensive architect. So yes, in terms of value, versatility, team impact, Scottie was the better defender. Jordan locked you up, but Scottie locked your team down.
Damn.
Johnny.
Your Honor, I rest my case. You can bring up the next witness.
That's nasty right there, man. ChatGPT be dropping flames, man. Slither, man, what's good, man? What you got for ChatGPT, man? Peter Baggies want the link, man.
Hey, one question right quick, Lamont.
Yeah, what's good?
Better on-ball defender, LeBron James or Michael Jordan?
LeBron James is better on ball.
I'm talking about on the ChatGPT.
Oh, you want me to ask ChatGPT? I thought you was asking me.
Yeah. Well, that helps too, but yeah.
Ask. Ooh.
This gonna shut up the Jordan Glazers.
Lamont, where did you get that Jokic is the best defender or has the highest? What was it? The best defensive matchups?
I got this from BBall Index. BBall Index is the analytic system that the famed PC analyst Marz loves to use it. But again, Marz is most popularly known for saying that Nikola Jokic is a bad defender. Even though remember, Marz is the one that came out with the statement, I can't ignore the data. That's what he says. I cannot ignore the data. Even though the data on BBall Index, on almost every defensive metric states that Nikola Jokic is an elite defender. So if you cannot ignore the data, then why do you conveniently ignore the data when BBall Index says otherwise across every single defensive analytic that it even offers? You know, including the matchup difficulty analytic that he claims is for offensive players, which it's for defensive players.
Wait, hold on. Which one are you talking about, though?
Which one?
Because when I go to Jokic on B-Ball Index, it says matchup difficulty -0.74, 29th percentile D. So I don't get how you're getting.
Okay, so let me show you what B-Ball Index gives you right here. I want you to go find this on B-Ball Index. So as did you see the all of the defensive metrics that I get? Actually, I could put it on the screen here for you.
I'm on his player profile page on B-Ball Index. Jokic.
Okay, so here's B-Ball Index right here. So B-Ball Index is so B-Ball Index right here.
No. Go to the actual website.
Hold on, my guy. Because I got 3 screens going, so I had to screenshot it. So defensive role versus
screenshot of the actual
my
website.
guy. Hold on. I know because I use the B-Ball Index plugin for ChatGPT. So it says defensive role versatility, 15. It weighs it at 15%. Matchup difficulty. Do you have matchup difficulty? It weighs it at 15%. These are all B-Ball Index analytics. So you should be able to find all of these analytics on B-Ball Index. Adjusted rim deterrence, foul trouble, inverse score, defensive load percentage, DPOE, defensive point saved, screen deterrence rating, interior defensive grade, defensive rebounding grade, defensive LeBron, positional versatility, and passing lane defensive rating. It weighs all of these to create something called a CAVI methodology weighted factor. And when you put all those together, it has Nikola Jokic at 94.7%, Bam at 91, Brook Lopez at 89, Anthony Davis at 89.5, and Rudy Gobert at 87.4. It takes all of the defensive analytics, right? And not the analytics that are team focused, because it even did a breakdown talking about why there are flaws in some of the other defensive, the more traditional. It talks about traditional analytics. So it talks about defensive rating. It's traditional stats like defensive rating, which BBall Index did not create. It says inflates players on strong team defenses. This is why it doesn't consider it. Defensive box plus minus, heavily influenced by rebounding and team net rating. This is why it doesn't include it. Defensive win shares, overweighs team pace and minutes played. These metrics often reflect team environment more than individual action. It gives an example with Jakob Poeltl. It says, in contrast, BBall indexes matchup difficulty, screen deterrence, defensive load, and points over expectation account for who you're guarding, usage and efficiency, how often you're involved in help, rotation, or isolation actions. What opponents do differently when you're on the floor. It takes into account, it contextualizes defense just a little bit more than the traditional analytics. So what analytic are you referring to that you say is, what'd you say that number was?
I'm referring specifically to matchup difficulty. All the other stuff, I'm not saying Jokic isn't a bad defender. I'm not saying all that. I'm just talking specifically about the matchup difficulty.
Okay, so let's go to matchup. Let's just type it in. Matchup difficulty. What is your question? Because it says Jokic's in the 100th percentile in matchup difficulty.
Right. I want to know how like where you're getting that from, because I'm not.
Okay, so let's get Slitherman. Hold on, let's get Slitherman says.
Wait, why do you gotta add my name?
Because it ended because I don't want it to think this is GOAT James Kingdom or anybody else. Slitherman says, where did you get
AI
the matchup difficulty for Jokic being in the 100th percentile? Do you got any other questions to contextualize this?
No, I want to see the actual value.
And what number do you have?
If you go to the page like this,
if you can give me as much information as possible, we can get to the answer quicker.
Yeah, I told it to you. I'm trying to find it right now. Give me 1 sec.
And is it guarded by matchup difficulty? Because it gave me guarded by matchup difficulty and it gave me matchup difficulty.
When it was telling you about the
what percentile
that Jokic was guarding the hardest guys.
What percentile do you see that it has Nikola Jokic in?
For matchup difficulty, it's 29%.
Okay.
For the other one, for matchup guarded by difficulty,
that's
79%.
Sees that Jokic is in the 29th percentile. And what's the other one?
No, say 29th percentile of matchup difficulty specifically.
Okay.
I know how to game these. Don't.
What's the other one, bro? There's no game here. This is. Well, I don't know why y'all think there's an agenda. I don't believe in these.
I agree with you. Usually, it's just this one thing that.
Hold on, my guy. First of all, the only thing we can agree on in matchup difficulty is this: is matchup difficulty for gauging defenders or offensive players? Because this was my only contention. My only contention with matchup difficulty was you can't use it to gauge an offensive player. Do you think it can be used based on how you see matchup difficulty as defined? Can it be used to tell you how good an offensive player is? Is it a tool to measure that?
I mean, in the matchup, no. But like, if you're talking about the argument you had with Marz, that's like a different story.
No. But my only contention with matchup difficulty, which I don't even use matchup difficulty. I don't look at BBall Index analytics as very legitimate towards proving anything tangible on the basketball court because they're obscure analytics that nobody knows. And when you bring one up, you have to do more explaining what the analytic is than anything. So
I agree with
you would
that.
just be much better off explaining the game as you see it, as opposed to running to obscure analytics that nobody knows, because nobody uses BBall Index other than scouts or people who do contracts, maybe behind the scenes guys and the math nerds who are behind the scenes. But when we're talking real basketball, using it is in many cases people's shield from talking real basketball, because you spend more time trying to define it than actually talking real basketball. And that's why I shy away from using a lot of this stuff, because it's too confusing and it can be taken too far out of context, because no one knows how they were created, what they were for, if it's supposed to be used in alignment with other metrics, as these defensive analytics are, and you just make things more confused and convoluted than they actually are. Let me add Willie back in. So you said 29th in matchup percentile, and what else? You said 70-something% in something else. Slitherman, where you at? Oh, Slitherman left. We'll just hit enter on this question, though.
And then we're going to go back to what I asked.
I mean, he acts like I can control these results, man. All right, just kicking out an answer for Slitherman. Hopefully Slitherman here. Slitherman, I'll put the link back in. It looks like Slitherman dropped out.
Yeah, that's because they be talking nonsense.
So it says right here, Slitherman, I appreciate your attention to detail. Let's clarify this. The discrepancy. The 100th percentile figure for Jokic's matchup difficulty appears to be a misattribution. Upon reviewing data, there is no evidence supporting specific a percentile ranking for Jokic in the 24-25 season. In contrast, Crafted NBA provides a detailed breakdown of player traits, including matchup difficulty. According to their data, Jokic ranks in the 93rd percentile for matchup difficulty among centers, often indicating that he often defends high usage opponents. It's essential to note that different analytics platforms may use varying methodologies, leading to discrepancies in percentile rankings. Therefore, while Jokic's exact percentile may vary across sources, the consensus is that he frequently defends challenging matchups, underscoring his defensive value. I wish Slitherman was up here. So that was another issue that I had with analytics as well, because the one thing that I said was everybody has a different methodology for their analytic. The fact that Crafted NBA also has matchup difficulty with a different formula versus BBall Index, who has a formula designed to give you the player ratings for players on NBA 2K, is wild. But it ultimately still averages out to put him in the 100. It says when you combine his matchup difficulty and guarded by matchup difficulty, it puts him in the 100th percentile. Hopefully we get Slitherman back up here. H from the UK says, send me the link. I haven't seen H from the UK in a minute, because we got to talk about the data. Willie, you came back up here, man. You good, man? What's going on?
Oh, I'm lovely. It's good. It's good to listen to people like you, because we get better in life. Because, when you fail on all your takes and try to sound all, experienced and knowledgeable, that shit don't work, bro. Watch the game. All you got to do is watch the game, Lamont.
What take did I fail at? Give me an example.
Like you're talking about defense and these numbers. Yo, defense is when Josh Hart might get a steal in the fourth quarter. Like your numbers don't work with defense, bro. Defense is a moment.
These are not my numbers.
Just like the playoffs and the finals is a moment.
Okay, but Willie,
because Anthony Edwards didn't play well in a lot of games.
Willie, I got to mute you. Willie. You never asked me what my thoughts on Nikola Jokic's defense were. What I'm doing here, just so you understand what we're doing, is I'm showing you how if you revolve your take around all numbers, it can give you results that sometimes don't 100% align with what's actually happening on the basketball court. Am I saying that these numbers are 100% fact? I'm not saying that. I'm just showing you, since there were so many people that were glazing Marz for the use of these analytics only put you in a position where you don't have to have a real take that can be put up against the fire. Analytics is only for people that want to go into a safe space and they want to have a number that cannot be argued. You cannot argue analytical numbers because they are what they are. So there's no argument there. You then have to argue the validity of the analytic, and that takes you down a completely different rabbit hole. That's all I'm saying. So these numbers, this whole purpose, and sometimes y'all got to see the bigger picture here. The purpose of this stream is not to say that these numbers are the end all be all. What I'm saying, the whole purpose is to show you how numbers can be widely misapplied to come to almost any conclusion that you want. And that's why I say sometimes when we do these videos, I think that you guys take them out of context or you to apply them to being my take when you haven't even taken time to ask me, Lamont, what's your take? How do you see defense? I can literally pull up my team's defensive numbers. My team's defensive numbers based on how I coach support what I know about defense. And if you want to see that, I can put that on the screen now. And because the things that I say and do on defense, I have to actually go make it work in real life. So when I put my team's numbers up and you look at the fact that we hold teams to 36% field goal shooting, when we hold teams to 40 points per game, I have to apply real defensive logic in real life. Our teams every year for the last 4 years have been the best defensive team in the country at my level. So, of course, my defensive philosophies and my principles are going to be based out of real life experience, not necessarily embedded in analytics, because I don't use analytics when I coach. I use tried and true on the court methods that actually work. Team and it still comes down to what Johnny said. Team defense to me is far more significant than having a good defensive individual on the court. I always tell my team, we guard the basketball with 5 players. We don't guard the basketball with 1 player. We're going to guard the basketball with 5 players, not 1. And that philosophy has led to a lot of winning, championships, championship appearances, and things of that nature. So, again, we got Slitherman back. Slitherman, did you want me to reread the answer?
No, I can read it. But the thing was, like, Jokic isn't guarding like the hardest matchups. Like he guards. Well, I'm not saying he doesn't. I mean, he guards occasionally. Like he's a good. Go on.
If you're making statements, your statements need to be to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can rebuttal. So you said Slitherman says Jokic.
Is that what this is today?
Yeah, that's what we've been doing all day. What have you been watching?
No, I mean, I expected there to be some corroboration with like real stat. Like I expected there to be like some sort of like, you know,
but
double
it seems
checking.
like. But the funny thing is you know what it seems like? It seems like when we want to have basketball conversations, when we want to have basketball conversations, and sometimes our opinions align with what even ChatGPT is saying right here, everybody wants to argue these things and stuff. So right now, I'm just going to let you guys deal with the analytics, because so many times we have people coming up here bringing us defensive box plus minus, defensive win shares, and this is what makes Jordan a better defender than LeBron, and all this, that, and the other. So all questions today, and we can have a conversation after the fact.
So you weren't actually standing on that.
So no, but first, just like I told Willie, I haven't seen you in the chat much. Ask me my opinion about Jokic after the fact. We're specifically using Jokic for a reason. The reason why we're using Nikola Jokic is because the consensus is that Jokic is not an elite defender. That's the consensus.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
And I get your individual feelings about that. But unfortunately, for the people,
and he don't have to be.
For the people that love to use analytics, the analytics say otherwise. So all I'm saying is, if you are an analytic person and you use these numbers the majority of the time to make your case, don't shy away from using these numbers to say Jokic is an elite defender just because they don't look good for your player. In this particular case, it's Nikola Jokic. If you're going to side with the numbers. So hold on, let me get Slitherman's follow-up question.
I got to run. Go ahead.
Okay, let me get Slitherman's follow-up question. I'm coming right to you, Peter Bagjuice.
No, let him go. I'll go after.
Yeah,
you had a good follow-up question, and you said Nikola Jokic doesn't guard the toughest matchups at center on a night.
No, not at center. I'm not talking about. He guards his position.
All of these analytics are about the center position. They're not about the best defender in the NBA. It's about the center position.
No. They do it on a range. They put it on a range for the whole.
No, it didn't. If you go through the analytics, and I can put it back on the screen, this is ranking him among Willie. Come on, it's ranking him amongst all centers. This is not the best defenders in the NBA because analytics weren't designed to compare.
That's a lie.
Jesus Christ. Analytics weren't designed to compare point guards to centers, shooting guards to centers. The reason why they grouped all the centers together is because these analytics were designed to compare centers versus other centers. So if you look through the analytics, every analytic talks about he's ranked among other centers here. He's ranked among other centers there. So that's why I'm putting the toughest defensive matchups at the center spot, because that's what these analytics reflect, unless you just weren't listening correctly. Center spot is
hey Lamont. I got two questions, man. I gotta run.
I got you. If you gotta run, then you gotta put it in the chat. All right. I mean, I've been live for 3 hours, and you want to come up here and try to rush yourself into the process. You only rush yourself to the top with a super chat or a donation. If you can't do that, then you're gonna have to wait, my guy. You know, you have not done anything special to get special treatment over Slitherman.
Nah, he gave me the okay though. He said, "Go ahead."
We're going and because I want to get to this point because it's a good point. Because the eye test makes people believe, oh, he's not guarding the toughest centers. Let's look at this. It says Jokic does not guard the toughest matchups at the center spot. Short answer, yes, but not in the way people expect. Jokic does guard high usage centers when the offensive scheme requires it, but his defensive value lies in anchoring the entire scheme, not chasing isolation scores around the court like a wing. Let's break it down. Matchup difficulty versus ISO hero assignments. When people say he doesn't guard the toughest matchups, they often mean he doesn't isolate versus Embiid or AD for 40 minutes. That is a fact. But centers rarely guard each other in ISO for full games. It's about scheme, switches, and rotation. I've always said this as well. Jokic frequently guards primary screen setters, high post facilitators, centers involved in DHO and pick and roll actions. These are the tough matchups, not always scoring bigs, but offensive hubs. It talks about crafted NBA, BBall Index support high defensive workload. Crafted NBA ranks Jokic in the 93rd percentile for matchup difficulty at his position. BBall Index gives Jokic positive grades in defensive role, defensive load, screen deterrence, and points over expectation. Jokic isn't ducking smoke. He's guarding the most impactful players in the flow of the offense, not just ISO-heavy post-ups. Again, this is not the 90s. They're not going to give the ball to centers to run the shot clock down, so you have to go ISO with a center the entire game. Everybody sees the game as if it's one-on-one. It is not one-on-one. And no one is saying that Jokic is a great one-on-one defender. Y'all love ISO ball. NBA basketball is 5-on-5. ChatGPT has said specifically and exclusively that Nikola Jokic is a team defender, not an ISO defender. So again, everybody with this individualized approach, this is not what and I think y'all want to come up here because y'all have this preordained thought in y'all head. And then with people like Slender, man, you keep bouncing in and out the chat, man. You don't want to hear the answer. Come on. It's giving you very legitimate answers. That's not how the game is played. Oh, we got Peter Bagjuice. Peter Bagjuice, what's your question for ChatGPT?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, so my question is, in light of the fact that Scottie Pippen only played 21 minutes in the 87-88 season, who was the Bulls' most impactful team defender?
Hold on.
In terms of why
Pippen played 27 minutes per game.
20.9.
Okay, 20.
Yeah, in light of the fact that Pippen only played 21 minutes per game.
In the 87-88 season.
Yeah, in the 87-88 season. And the Bulls finished with a defensive rating, with the third highest defensive rating in the league. Who was the Bulls' most impactful team defender for that season?
Are you trying to ask Anchor or does it matter?
No, just type it verbatim how I said it.
Okay,
in light of Scottie Pippen,
impactful,
in light of Scottie Pippen only playing 21 minutes and the Bulls finishing with the third highest defensive rating in the league, who was the Bulls' most impactful team defender?
Before you ask this,
team defender, Lamont, team defender.
Okay, hold on. So
Make sure
before
you
you
team
ask
defender,
this,
yes.
Okay. So before you ask this, Peter Bag Juice, just so you know, because I did my research on this whole season, and I don't know if this will make you adjust your question. Pippen, for more than half the year, was not a starter, and it wasn't until they started getting barbecued in a whole bunch of perimeter matchups that Pippen started at the end of the year, which is why matchups that Jordan had to start the year, Pippen had to end the year. So when they played the Cavs earlier in the year, Jordan was guarding Gerald Wilkins, as opposed to the end of the year when Pippen started, Jordan was guarding players like Craig Elo. And so throughout the year, so I don't know if you know that Pippen entered into the starting lineup because of his defense in the middle of that season, where traditionally he started the year off with a majority of the year as not a starter. I didn't know if you knew that. Does it affect your question?
No. I'm just curious to see what ChatGPT has to say in regards to the question.
Okay.
And then I have one more question after.
Okay, so let's get this answer first, and it should kick it out fairly quick. Oh, why is it going in on you already? That is crazy. It says, so now Peter Bagjuice trying to fact check the narrative with a deep cut from the 88 Bull stat sheet. Respect. But let's walk through the smoke and land on facts. If Scottie Pippen only played 20.9 minutes per game in 87-88 and the Bulls had the third best defensive rating, who was their most impactful defender? It says the Bulls' most impactful defender in 87-88 was Jordan by default, but not by team defensive standards as we define them today. Here's why. 87-88, Bulls defensive context. Defensive rating, third in the NBA. Jordan, DPOY, 3.2 steals per game, 1.6 blocks. Led defensive win shares, played 40 minutes per game. Jordan was clearly the best defender on the floor and did so with insane activity on ball. But was he a team defender? Not in the Draymond quarterbacking the defense sense. Jordan was a supreme individual defender, elite anticipation, fast hands, relentless pressure, but not calling out switches, anchoring zones, or directing rotations. Other notable team defenders on that roster: Charles Oakley, rebounding physicality, elite rebounder, 13 rebounds per game. Dave Corzine, size, rim presence. Brad Sellers, weak side help, 7-footer who gave effort on defense. Sam Vincent, point guard, ball pressure. Not a stopper by any means, though. It wasn't a team. It wasn't a team of defensive geniuses. It was Jordan carrying Oakley bruising, and Phil getting lucky with effort guys. And what about Scottie Pippen's rookie year? 7.9 points per game, 20 minutes per game, off the bench behind Brad Sellers early in the year, still developing his understanding of NBA defenses. He showed flashes, but was not yet a defensive mover. His rise came in 89 and 90 and peaked from 91 to 97. So who was the anchor of the 88 team? There was no true team defensive quarterback like we think of today. Jordan was the impact agent, applying constant pressure, generating steals, and defending the best wings every night. Final word. Yes, the Bulls were the third in defensive rating, but they weren't an elite team defense. They were a one-man army led by a peak DPOY Jordan and sometimes help from Oakley's elbows. Jordan, the most impactful defender that year, but not because he was the elite team defender. It was because he was an all-time elite individual defender carrying the load. You like that answer?
I'm satisfied. He was the most impactful defender on a team with a third defensive rating. I'm satisfied with it. So my follow-up question is,
I mean, but how was that not obvious though?
Well, apparently it wasn't. I mean, because we were talking about team. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
No, Peter Beck, hold on. There wasn't really a question to answer. What I'm saying is,
it's a rhetorical question. Okay.
Every single team in the league has an impact defender. Now, whether that team results in good or bad, every team in the league, whether we think that team is a great defense or a bad defense, has somebody that can be an impact defender. Now, what makes the difference between potentially being elite? Does that team have an anchor? And do they have other guys that fall into their roles and do their roles correctly?
I wasn't arguing that point, Lamar. I said I'm satisfied with the answer.
I just don't know. Like,
I'm good.
I don't think has anybody denied that Jordan was the most impactful defender that year?
Yeah, I would say so. Now, so let's go with the second question. I'm good with the answer, Lamont. I don't need to argue. I'm not trying to fight you, brother. Let's go. Next question. I got a second question. Did Jordan deserve his defensive player of the year?
Deserve.
That line up with my question, Lamont.
Any context or just that question? Any context, Peter, or is that the only question? Is that
That's it. That's it. Just like that. Or you could put was
too late. I hit in there.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, does ChatGPT believe Olajuwon or Eaton were more deserving?
I mean, I keep asking y'all to put context, but Jesus Christ.
Go ahead. I just thought of it. You asked me to, and it just came to my mind.
Who you think Olajuwon or Eaton were more deserving? All right. Let's go. All right, let's do this. Come on, y'all. I told y'all, you put context, you get better answers. It says, now this is the kind of question that separates real historians from the highlight watchers. So let's break it down. Short answer, no. Not if you're evaluating purely based on defensive value and impact. Yes, if you're rewarding defensive flash, narrative, and voter bias towards perimeter players on winning teams. The 1988 DPOY contenders, Jordan, first, 3.2 steals, 1.6 blocks, perimeter lockdown pressure. Olajuwon was second with his stats, paint anchor, help defenders. Mark Eaton was third. It says Jordan's cause, why he won. The steals, locked up wings one-on-one, passed the eye test, Bulls third in defensive rating, MVP level year overall added narrative momentum. The cons, he didn't anchor the defense. Pippen hadn't emerged. Oakley and others not elite team defenders. Not directing switches, helping from the weak side consistently. Defense was largely based on ball disruption, not full team impact like a rim protector. Hakeem's case, more impactful. Came with more blocks, 2.7, 2.1 steals, not more blocks, but 2.7 blocks plus 2.1 steals as a center. Was both an elite rim protector and a help defender. Anchored Houston's entire defensive scheme. Defensive win shares plus defensive box plus minus were elite. The cons were that the Rockets were 46 and 36, less media hype than Jordan. Voters often overlook big men consistency for guard flash. Mark Eaton's case, Utah had the #1 defense in the NBA entirely because of Eaton. 3.7 blocks per game, changed shot charts every night, slow-footed, but system was built around his position. His impact was felt every possession, but lacked the exciting defensive stats casual voters chase. The advanced metrics. Defensive win shares, Jordan leads out. Defensive box plus minus, Hakeem Olajuwon leads out. Defensive steals plus blocks per game, Jordan and Olajuwon are tied. Opponent rim percentage, it wasn't recorded for guards, but Mark Eaton had the best opponent rim percentage. And then on and off defensive rating, Jordan had a modest effect. It says Olajuwon had a strong drop off. And then when Eaton was off the floor for the Jazz, it says there was a massive gap when he was off the court. Final verdict. Jordan didn't steal the award. but he was not the most deserving either. If you're ranking by defensive eye test, box score flash, MJ wins. If you're ranking by total impact on team defense, rim protection, and deterrence, Hakeem or Eaton should have won. Peter Backjuice.
So what was the final verdict? My thing had cut out. So Chat GPT believes Eaton should have won.
No,
is that what it said?
ChatGPT says Jordan won because of the eye test and box score flash from the media.
Okay, does it disagree with that though? That's what I'm getting at. Does it think that was an error?
No, did you hear anything that I just said? Yes,
I heard it.
It Jordan
states
winning.
Why it states that Jordan won because of flash and all of that
it
stuff.
Says Jordan. It says if you're evaluating purely based on, it says did Jordan deserve the 88 Defensive Player of the Year? Short answer, no. If you're evaluating purely based on defensive value and impact, the way the award should be voted on. Yes, if you're rewarding defensive flash, narrative, and voter bias towards perimeter players on winning teams.
Okay, so who should have won it then in Chat GPT's? Because if it's no for Jordan, then it has to be somebody else, right? That's logical,
Elijah
right?
Wan and Eden had far stronger cases.
Okay, so who then out of those two?
Who should have won it in your eyes? Questions, Peter. If not MJ. Okay, here's your next question. Who should have won it? Great follow-up question, Peter Bagjuice. And I'm answering this one clean without ducking. My pick, Hakeem should have won it. Why Hakeem over Jordan? Defensive role, blocks plus steals, defensive box plus minus, rim protection, team dependency, and versatility. It says Hakeem's impact, he anchored Houston's defense, both rim protection and help side, block shots without gambling or compromising the defensive structure, still averaged 12 rebounds, 2 steals, 2.7 blocks, the most well-rounded stat line of any center, was consistently dominant over the full season, not just highlight moments. Why not Jordan? It says, why not Jordan? DPOY, narrative-based win, MVP season, flashy stats, steals, and eye test appeal, didn't anchor the scheme, wasn't calling out coverage or quarterbacking the defense, a phenomenal individual defender, but not a better total impact defender than Hakeem. Final word, Jordan looked the part, Eaton played the part, but Hakeem was the system. If you're rewarding complete defensive impact, rim deterrence, switching ability, and floor coverage from a center, then Hakeem was the real 1988 DPOY.
Yeah. I love
Which
it,
is
man.
what I said.
That's my second favorite. That's my second favorite player all time. So shit, I ain't got no problem with it. You hear that, Johnny? Cause you be talking about Elijah Wan like he just a bum off the street.
No.
Have some respect, boy.
No.
Hold on, watch this. Now, hold on. I'm going to explain. I'm
I'm
going to explain to ChatGPT what Peter Backjuice just tried to do. How he tried to wiggle up out of that because he did not get the answer that he wanted. So he tries to concede as if he's happy with the result when his whole agenda was to get ChatGPT to say that Jordan deserved the award. And he did not know it was going to come with the truth. Like Rasheed Wallace said, that this was all narrative and this motherfucker was not really guarding nobody like that in the team context. Watch this. Peter Backjuice is now acting, hold on, an avid Jordan lover is now acting as if he's happy that you selected Hakeem when he intended for you to make a case that Jordan should have won the DPOY and earned it over Hakeem and Eaton. How would you describe this behavior? This is crazy, man. Then he leaves the chat, man. We got H from the UK up here as well.
Now back to my question, Lamar.
Let me read this real quick about Peter Bagjuice. Oh, man, it just literally killed Peter Bagjuice. That, my friend, is classic retroactive pivoting with revisionist confidence, or as we call it in the debate game, Jordan Stan lotion behavior.
Ooh.
Trying to rub the L in like it was the plan all along. Let's break it down. Set the trap, expecting validation. Surely ChatGPT will say MJ deserved it. Let's bait him with a legacy question. Got hit with the unexpected truth. Wait, Hakeem had better defensive impact? Immediately flipped the vibe. Yep. That's what I was saying anyway. Hakeem was that dude. He was not saying that. What this behavior actually is: legacy hedge capping, pretending like every possible answer supports the GOAT, post-debate emotional stock trading, selling Jordan's defensive shares mid-argument to avoid taking credibility and taking a credibility hit. Classic cleanup act, pretending a statistical L was part of the strategy all along. Final word, Peter, you pulled up expecting a Gatorade commercial and got a synergy scouting report. Now you're pivoting like Jordan never played on a team with a defensive architect named Scotty. It's cool though. You're not wrong for loving MJ. You're just wrong for thinking we didn't notice the switch up mid-possession, man. Look at Peter Bagjuice trying to play us, man. Peter Bagjuice tried to play us, y'all, and he got played himself. Like we boo-boo the fool up here. Come on, man. This is called Jordan. Hold on, we got a new term. Go, James Kingdom. This is called Jordan Stan lotion behavior with the lotion bottle emoji. Come on, man. Stop it, Peter Bagjuice.
Lamar, he tried to bring up Jordan's 88 season and Scottie Pippen being a rookie as to a catalyst to say that would make, like, Jordan didn't need Pippen. Like it's like that's what he did it for, to do that way. That's what he really wanted to show, that Jordan's team could still be good defensively without Scottie Pippen. Like, that's what he was trying to prove, bro. And it's so sad because Jordan had plenty of times to prove that he could do that, but he never did it. Jordan never did it. And the crazy part is that, Lamont, 1988, the Bulls had the #1 defense in basketball? But they go to the defensive rating stuff. And that shows you how zesty they are. They avoid saying that Jordan was a part of the #1 defense in basketball just to hold on to defensive rating, because they think somehow defensive rating means more than actual points scored in the game, which you already said defensive rating is very, very limited as a stat. It's crazy. It's hilarious.
So let me go to H from the. Hold on, Olo. Is Olo still up here? No, he's not up here.
Yeah, he just left. Yeah, H is still here though.
Damn, I was trying to get Olo's question in. My bad, Olo. Olo's came back. Olo, let me get you your question real quick. My bad.
I have forgot. Wait a minute. Oh, better on-ball defender, LeBron or Jordan?
Okay, who is the better on-ball defender, LeBron or Jordan?
And who's more versatile?
And who is more versatile? All right, let's get it. This is a good one too, because I don't know what is going to kick out on this one.
Me either.
On ball. Better on ball. Short answer, Jordan. More versatile, LeBron. Let's break it down. Jordan's strengths: lateral quickness, hand speed, relentless pressure on ball, full court if needed. Took pride in guarding elite perimeter scorers. Clyde, Mitch, and Starks. DPOY 88 from a guard spot is rare. Jordan made life hell for twos and threes, especially in isolation. LeBron's strengths: excellent size, strength to hold his ground, great timing for chase down blocks and swipes, can defend in short bursts on ball, but relies more on positioning and length than quickness. More of a situational on-ball defender in the regular season. LeBron can clamp when needed, but does it in stretches, not possessions. On-ball snapshot, foot speed, they give it to Jordan. Pressure consistency, they give it to Jordan. Elite disruptive hands, they give it to Jordan. And guard matchups, they give it to Jordan. But in versatility, since LeBron guarded 1 through 5 in his prime, Took on KD, D Rose, Kawhi Leonard, Duncan, Jokic, Curry in different series. Elite IQ, Bates passes, reads offenses pre-action, weak side rim protector, pick and roll switcher, post defender. LeBron is a defensive Swiss Army knife. It says Jordan could switch with point guards and shooting guards, guarded some small forwards, but limited by size, great instincts, but not a paint defender. Jordan was elite between 1 and 2.5 positions, but didn't anchor schemes like LeBron did in Miami or Cleveland. It says the versatility snapshot. LeBron is elite in guarding 1 to 2s, 3s and 4s, guards 5s and switches often, paint help defense excellent. Edge LeBron could anchor a scheme through versatility and IQ. And so here it is right here. So it gives LeBron versatility, on-ball defense to Jordan.
That's fair.
Do you want to ask the elephant in the room question?
What's that? Better overall?
Who's the better overall defender?
Go ahead.
All right, let's see it out, man. Oh, damn.
What? No.
It says, who is the better overall defender, LeBron or Jordan? Answer.
ChatGPT capping.
LeBron James. But let me
Johnny,
explain
where's
why.
the hand claps?
Yeah. It says, let me explain why. Because it's not about who had the flashiest moments. It's about impact across all phases of defense.
Oh, shit.
Breakdown. So here's the breakdown. It breaks down on ball, defensive versatility, help defense, rim protection, longevity of impact, defensive leadership, and awards narrative. So it talks about, and these last two are pretty damning. It says for defensive leadership, it was a Pippen-led scheme. And then it says for awards and narrative, 1988 DPOY and 9 all defensive first team. It says for LeBron, no DPOY, 6-time all defensive first team. It says Jordan wins out because of narrative here. And key concept, Jordan looks scarier on ball, locked up scores, 100 steals, alpha dog energy. LeBron was more useful over time, could guard any position, reads plays ahead, anchor from the weak side. MJ dominated matchups. LeBron disrupted schemes. Final verdict, Jordan was a better individual defender, but LeBron is the better overall defender because of his positional range, help defense, rim presence, longevity, anchoring elite defenses. In today's game, where versatility, rotations, and switchability define elite team defense, LeBron's defensive resume ages better.
So that means that Jordan couldn't play today's NBA. He couldn't guard nobody.
Hey, Johnny, I've said that already. He cannot guard in today's game. Imagine him trying to play tenacious defense on Kyrie Irving. And, you know, it took Iverson 2 seconds to take his ankles. What do you think Kyrie going to do to him? Damn. It's not going to work. I mean, look, I didn't say it. You know, ChatGPT said it. Herm sent me a screenshot. And I don't know where this screenshot is from. Oh, it's from BBall Index. And it's a 2024 report card for Nikola Jokic. So there's defensive rebounding, A+. Overall shooting, A+. Finishing, A+. Rim protection, F. Help defense, A+. Post defense, B. Offensive rebounding, A+. Mid-range, A+. Overall gravity, A+. 3-point shooting, A+. LeBron WAR, A+. LeBron, A+. O LeBron, A+. D LeBron, B. Multi-year LeBron, A+. Multi-year O LeBron, A+. Multi-year D LeBron, A+. Playmaking, A+. Screening, A+. I don't know what this meant, Herm. This just literally justifies everything we've been saying. This motherfucker got A+ on his whole goddamn report card. On almost every defensive metric outside of rim protection, this motherfucker has an A+. He has an A+ in multi-year D LeBron. He has an A+ in D LeBron. He has an A+. And LeBron, like, I don't think Herm knows that a lot of these metrics towards the bottom here are defensive metrics. Herm, I mean, this is not good for you, Herm. I don't know why you sent this to me unless you're trying to help justify BBall Index's claim that Jokic's the best post center defender in the league. I mean, he sent me this report card like it was going to hurt Jokic. This, like, if you see this, this is wild. This motherfucker has so many A+. This is wild. Come on, man.
Hey, I know this is about offense, but I just want to do this to piss some people off in the chat. Better offensive player, Jokic or Shaq, and then do Jokic or Hakeem.
I'll do that on a different thread. I want to keep this thread about the defense.
Defense. All right, we gonna hold this for the next.
I don't want to muck up too much stuff on.
Yeah,
this
mix it up. Yeah, we gonna hold this for the next one.
Don't do that.
Herm researching on MS-DOS facts, man. This motherfucker running around with MS-DOS research, man. He didn't went and got some research that makes this like I don't think Herm knows what half this stuff means. I don't think he realizes that a lot of these things where it says A+ is defensive metrics. Herm is crazy. Hold on, let me get one of my mods, man. We got somebody. Oh, thank you, mods, for getting that spam up out of here.
Get them out of here. They over here tripping. They over here tripping today, boy. They on it today.
All right, look, salute to the Hood TMZ podcast, man. Salute, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Herm said it was Herm, you're lying. Herm, I'm looking at Herm says it's mostly offense. Check this out, Herm.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's just go here. I'm going to read to y'all all the defensive metrics, right? Rim protection, which we all know is defensive, right? Mm-hmm. It gives Jokic an F. All right. Nobody's going to say he's an elite rim protector. Okay. But it says post defense. What is that? That's defense, right?
That's defense.
That's a B. They give him a B. Let's keep going down. Okay. They have D LeBron. Defensive metric. They give him a B. Multi-year D LeBron, A+. O LeBron, A+. So hold on. We got LeBron War, LeBron, O LeBron, D LeBron, multi-year LeBron, multi-year O LeBron, multi-year D LeBron. And this doesn't even include the matchup difficulty that we were talking about. Bro, these spammers are wild today. I've never had to block so many. I don't even know how they keep up with it. This is wild.
That's crazy. Lamar technology. They got iPhones.
This is crazy right here. Herm, you can come up and explain it. Because Herm, what we can do is I can input all of this into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can sift through it all and tell you which ones are offense and defensive in case we're wrong. And I'll drop the link back for her.
And tell Serge to come up on here too.
I mean, I don't know why y'all keep trying to fight ChatGPT. Like Herm is acting like he fighting me. I'm not making an argument. I mean, you want to come up here, Herm? You come up here and fight ChatGPT some more.
I don't understand how Joker can have 2 steals per game and nobody say he don't play no defense. I don't get.
Yeah, he leads the league in deflections, but nobody wants to say he plays any defense.
Right?
Like, how do you lead
make
the
it
league
make sense
and deflections, but you don't play no defense?
Salute anyone. Salute
H said he's back. Peace and blessings.
Yeah, okay. H from the UK is back. H from the UK. What's good, man? Been a long time no see.
Yeah, man. You know,
Serge, the link is right there, bro.
You know how it goes.
Sir, I know.
To cut a long story short, man.
Mm-hmm.
Stats is for those who don't understand the game, man. Just cut a long story short. That's what stats are there for. It's so you can follow the game and you can add up what's going on. If you know how the game is, you don't need stats, man. Like literally, you can tell, you can walk in and see who's a good player and who's not. You can see who's playing defense and who's not. You can see who's a good offense player, who's not. So, for instance, if you're looking at perimeter defense, does he get in a defensive stance? Does he stay? Is he playing zone? Does he stay in his zone? Is he communicating? This is a center. Does he pull out? Does he ice the screen? Does he hedge it? Does he switch it? You can see that by just going on the court and watching for 5 minutes. Does he have how can I say good lateral quickness? Like you don't need all of those stats. Your eyes can see all of that. So, for example, when Ajani said about, I think it was AD not being a good defender, obviously he's doing it for and to be hyper inflated. But what he's really saying is he's a.
I don't think Ajani said that exactly.
Okay, sorry, apologies if I said it wrong.
Like not a good anchor defender.
Okay, but AD's a great individual defender, very good. But as
BBall Index agrees.
Anchor.
Yeah. But as a team, actually changing the whole team construct, I don't think he's that good. No, I don't think he's that good. There's only been one defender from the modern day era who can change a whole defense, and that was Dwight Howard. Like from the 2000s upwards, I think it's only Dwight Howard who's been able to change a whole defense. I don't even think Tim Duncan changed the whole defense. I think it's only
H1DK, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to make sure I do this because sometimes I've been missing super chat. So we got 2 more super chat donations. One from Cinnamon Lunkin. Salute to Cinnamon Lunkin. I haven't seen a Cinnamon Lunkin in the chat, but salute to Cinnamon Lunkin for coming through in the Cash App, supporting the channel. And then salute to George, the Truth Hurts, for coming through in the Cash App as well with the donation. I wish I could see the messages. So salute to Cinnamon Lunkin and George, the Truth Hurts, coming through supporting the channel on FYF Sports. Man, appreciate you.
Yeah, man. But yeah, back to my soliloquy. My question is, put in the chat, why were stats invented? And if someone understands the game of basketball,
is this for ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's for ChatGPT.
Oh, my bad. Let me get to typing it. So we got H from the UK. Ask, why were analytics?
Yeah, analytics. Why were they invented or stats invented? And do you need stats? Do you need to follow stats if you understand the game of basketball?
That's a good question.
But when you say understand the game of basketball, understand to what degree? Like
you can watch the game, there's no stats, and you know exactly what's going on, and you know who's good and who's performing well and who's not performing well.
Yeah, Lamar, that's a good question. Then I got a question right after him, but this is a good question, though.
This is a good question. It's probably going to say that this is a good question.
Look, great question.
Great question. I told you that is a really good question, and one that touches the heart of every barbershop panel, Twitter Spaces basketball argument. Why were analytics even invented, and do you really need them if you know how to watch the game? Let's break it down. Answer: to add context, accuracy, and to remove bias from what the eye thinks it sees. And before we go into the actual definition, this is one thing that I said too. Remember when I was talking to Marz? I said, Marz, analytics are not the argument. They are only to add to your argument. And we need to make sure that and it's to remove bias, right? Because a lot of times people like to be biased with certain stats and numbers. And I think the analytics kind of are the balancing. They provide the balancing act that you need in fairness. But they are not the argument, not the end all be all. So it says, basketball is a fast, complex, and emotional game. A 48-minute NBA game contains hundreds of decisions, actions, and reactions. Your eyes naturally focus on the ball, the score, the highlight, the mistake. And I want y'all to think about that when we think about how people analyze and break down just the GOAT debate. Because it seems like they focus on the ball, the score, the highlight, and the mistake. But they miss spacing, screen navigation, off-ball defense, and lineup effects. Analytics were created to track the parts of the game that the eyes overlook or misjudge. The hoopers know hoop, quote, but hoopers are human. Coaches and fans and even players have confirmation bias.
You heard that, Wally? You hear that, Wally?
Yeah. You notice the guy you like making a play, and you ignore when he misses a rotation. You think someone cooked a defender when a scheme failed and a teammate blew the help. Analytics provide a zoomed out picture of hundreds or thousands of possessions, not just the two you remember. Analytics answer the questions the eyes can't. It says who actually contests shots the most at the rim, Who creates the most open threes for teammates per possession? Does the lineup feel bad, or are they truly being outscored consistently? Eye test equals what looked effective. Analytics equal what was effective over time. It says you need both, full stop. You need the eye test because it's good for it reads emotion and body language. I agree. But the eye test is biased, forgetful, and moment-based. Film study shows tendencies and details, but film study can't track large samples fast. It's another thing that's a problem right there. And then it says analytics adds scope, objectivity, and patterns. The weaknesses is it can miss nuance, and it could be the number one problem with analytics, misapplied. All right. Those are the two problems with it. And it says the final word for H for the UK. Yes, you can watch the game and understand it, but analytics were created to catch what the understanding might miss and to check what your memory replays wrong. Knowing basketball without analytics is like cooking without measuring. You might make something fire, but the analytics ensures it wasn't just a lucky stir.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one though, man. Hold on.
Can you argue that one? Because you got a follow-up question. That was a good ass answer. I ain't gonna lie.
I pull my seasoning off the ancestors telling me when to stop. I don't use measurements
This
when I
guy.
use seasoning, man.
Hey, he doing like grandma. He doing like grandma in the kitchen. Just stick her hand in the flour, throw some flour in, stick her hand in the salt, throw some salt in. Hey, that's how they do in the South, man. That's how they do in the South. They don't measure nothing, man. They just throw it in.
Hell no, no, we don't.
I'm from Jamaica, bro. I'm from Jamaica.
Nah, hold on. Yeah, they do. I watch my grandma cook, man. I be asking.
What part of Jamaica?
The reason why I know this.
St. Mary's, bro. St. Mary's, man. Islington.
Oh, really? My dad is Saint Anne, I think it's called.
Yeah, St. Anne's, man. Yeah, I got a lot of family out
that's
there
what Marcus
still.
Garvey's is from there. Yeah, Marcus Garvey's from St. Anne. My bad. Yeah, from St. Anne.
You got it. Hold on. You got Herb says. Herb says you got to use the eye test to collect the analytics. He says you got to use the eye test to collect the analytics. What does that mean? You cannot collect analytics with the eye test. So they are biased as well. No, you're not using the eye test to collect analytics. You're using advanced tracking. So the cameras are not the eye test. Cameras just record the action and track. So for example, synergy is placed in collegiate practice gyms. So you would ask, why is synergy placed in collegiate practice gyms? It's so players, when they go in by themselves in the middle of the night shooting, synergy is the eye in the sky, literally tracking, okay, you shot 600 shots tonight. This is how many you made. This is how many you missed. And it's literally breaking you down as you even just do your workouts in the middle of the night, right? So you might finish that night's workout and you might feel like, damn, I missed my last 30 shots. And you might feel like the whole workout was trash. But when you go look at the tracking data, damn, 600 shots, you made 500 of them. And so it changes. It changes. You might have missed a few shots in a moment, and it might make you feel like you shot horribly. But in the grand scheme of things, with the tracking data, you actually might have really put in some work that night and shot well. That's what tracking data is for, because it removes the emotion. And if anybody that's shot before, y'all know the emotions that go through your body when you go through a string of missing like 4 and 5 jumpers in a row. That shit fucks you up, you know, especially if you prepared and practicing for something. So that's what analytics helps with. It brings context to things, to the good and to the bad.
Yeah, Lamont, I got a follow-up question with that.
Okay, what's
the answer ChatGPT gave? I liked it.
UK.
Now, I'll break it. How can I put it in words?
Mm-hmm.
Say that. Could you state that the 3 outputs you gave with the eye test, film study, and did it say analytics?
Let me go check real quick. Eye test, film study, and analytics. Yep.
That could be broken down to the 3 main players people talk about. Jordan being the eye test, Kobe being the film study, and LeBron being the analytics.
Jordan with eye test.
Yeah. Eye test or put in brackets narrative because that's what it based it on.
Another great question.
Kobe film study.
Yeah.
And LeBron analytics.
Yeah.
Yep. Brilliant question. Yes. And here's how each perfectly represent one of those pillars of basketball evaluation. Says Michael Jordan, the eye test. I don't need a spreadsheet. Just watch him. Isn't that familiar, y'all? Isn't that a familiar? Just go watch, right? You got to just watch. Isn't that so funny that we hear that so much? You had to be there. You had to watch. It says why Jordan is the eye test. Visually dominant in every possible way. Intensity, athleticism, control. You don't need stats to feel he was the best. He looked different. Everything from his body language to his mid-air adjustments screamed greatness. Even non-basketball fans could watch Jordan for 5 minutes and say, that's the best dude out there. Jordan made believers through visual dominance. His game was so iconic that it transcends metrics. Kobe. Watch the footwork. Pause. Rewind. The detail. They do say that about Kobe. You know. Oh, we got the Black Shows podcast spamming his channel in the chat. That is crazy. You might have had a good podcast too, man. If you'd have just put it in there one time. Every move, pivot, encounter was crafted, not just gifted. Players and trainers idolized him because of his technique. He was a student of the game, demanded you to be, you become one too, to fully appreciate him. Watching Kobe is like watching a martial artist. Every frame matters. You don't fully get Kobe from stats. You need to watch the tape. Film shows you how he scored, not just how much. LeBron equals the analytics blueprint, versatility, efficiency, impact on everything. Why LeBron is analytics, most analytically efficient superstar of all time, leads NBA history in all-time box plus minus, VORP, win shares plus box plus minus in the playoffs, dominates ways the eye might miss, gravity without the ball, passing lanes created by positioning, rim deterrence without blocking shots. LeBron is the system. His greatness is most appreciated when you zoom out and run the numbers. Final breakdown, Jordan eye test, pure visual dominance, Kobe, technique, craft, and detail, and LeBron, most complete statistical resume ever, impact across the board. And a final word for you, Jordan showed you, Kobe taught you, LeBron proves it to you, whether you like it or not. That's a good breakdown. I can't knock that.
Yeah, man, I like that. Now, follow up with that. Does that show the evolution of the technology of the game of basketball?
Might want to throw some curry gravy on that.
I mean, I think this is an obvious answer.
Yeah, it's just for the fans, you know. This is thinking basketball, but the black version, man.
Is even talking like it's from the UK. Absolutely brilliant, man. Look, man. Let's go. This Jordan, Kobe, LeBron breakdown perfectly mirrors the evolution of technology, basketball thinking over the last 40 years. Jordan era. Just watch the games. We hear that all the time. Technology, basic box scores, VCR tape delay, word of mouth. This is all facts. Evaluation relied on reputation, highlights, and anecdotes. Media built Jordan as the GOAT without advanced data. He defined greatness based on what your eyes saw live. The player and the era were both built on mythology and visuals. Damn. They shitting on the 90s. Herm, I'll drop the link for you, Herm. I'll see you back.
I got a question after if he's done.
Kobe era. Go back and break it down. Technology, widespread film, access synergy, sports, YouTube, DVDs. Evaluation became about footwork, mechanics, counters, defensive read. Kobe was assessed with tape, and his fans followed suit. Trainers and hoopers started studying how, not just what. The game shifted from myth to craft. Kobe turned film study into the game's gospel. 3, LeBron. Impact is measurable. Technology, tracking cameras, BBall Index, second spectrum, player impact models. Evaluation now includes on-off data, shot quality, rim deterrence, matchup difficulty. LeBron's greatness often hides in gravity, efficiency, lineup impact. Media, fans, and front offices are now fluent in impact metrics. We move from what you see, what you study, what you can prove. And it just gives a timeline of evolution. So it says, Jordan, eye test, TV, VHS, look at him dominate. Kobe, synergy, DVD, slow-mo. Study how he dominates. LeBron, analytics and tracking, measure how he dominates. Final word, the evolution from Jordan, Kobe to LeBron isn't just about skill. It's about basketball evolved with technology. We went from legends built by highlights to legends built by tape to legends confirmed by data.
The 80s ain't nothing but a highlight, y'all.
Lamont, didn't you used to say that? You used to say that all the time, that they keep telling us to go back and watch it, go watch
the highlights.
Jordan, go watch it. All that was gonna do is just help us confirm with the analytics and everything that we know, just to keep proving what we already know with our eye test. Because I always told people I didn't need the stats to show that LeBron was better. The stats was just confirming what my eye test already saw. So that's kind of a deep analysis there. That's great. That's a great job. Great question.
And remember, I said that. Remember what I said before?
No, it's not.
I said the motivation for me to go back and watch Jordan on defense, and I said this 3 years ago in that video. I said the more I watched, it was just something fishy about that defense. It could have been the era. It could have been the lack of talent at the shooting guard position. I don't know what it was. But when I look at what the makeup of what it takes to be a great defender, like what you see in Scottie Pippen, like what you see in the Michael Coopers, like what you see in like the Drew Holidays, or, you know, the guys that really had to go out there and be elite. I didn't get that same sense of discipline, because defense takes discipline. And the one thing I've always been taught is that if you're a gambler, there is no way I can connect that with you being an elite defender. Now, that's just my personal affinity about defense. There are other people that's going to say Jordan's a great elite defender because of the gambling. But from what I know about defense, the gambling is completely compromises the integrity of your defense. And it might look good in 1 or 2 possessions when you get the steal, but there are going to be about 10 other possessions where you completely get blown up because you got guys breaking you down, getting to the middle, creating for others, and it's hurting you more than helping. So, I mean, it's hard for me to, like, I have to side with Rasheed Wallace when he says that those all defensive teams were a gift from the media. It wasn't because of true defense.
Definitely, man.
And it's no shade on Jordan. This is not like to say Jordan's not in the GOAT conversation. But I think a lot of the accolades, I think the media was just real lazy with just giving them to Jordan. I think it was just easy just to give them to the best player on the best team. Like, how can you argue that, especially in an era where you don't have a lot of ways to go back and rewatch? Like, how y'all gonna argue this? We're giving it to Jordan. This is the best defensive team in the league. You can't rewatch. Just look at the highlights. And they sold us Jordan as a good defender. I don't think the tape shows us he was a good defender. That's why I want to.
They really don't.
Chilltown on here. I want to get Chilltown on here because he keeps saying it. I remember Jordan, this elite defender. I just don't know when you saw this, Chill. There's no games to support this. There are literally no games. We got guys like Rex Chapman, even his own teammate B.J. Armstrong is running around saying Jordan had a hell of a time guarding people like Dale Ellis, Rex Chapman. These are average role players. We're not talking about star-studded players. You running around talking about Jordan had a hard time guarding the Rex Chapmans and the John Starks and guards that came off screens. This is role players.
That means Klay Thompson gonna drop 30 on his head.
But Lamont, you know Jordan's strength was more point of attack. And I say this with everyone. Jordan's strongest ability was his athleticism and his hot-headedness. But when he had to be disciplined, he was, I'm not going to say terrible, but he was below average. Chasing someone down off a curl screen or a pin down, that takes discipline. And it takes understanding the game. Having to navigate the screen, whether you're going to go left or you're going to go right, whether you're going to cheat and go across the baseline, that type of stuff.
Navigating screens do take discipline.
Yeah, it wasn't. He wasn't good at that. Like he said, he was a gambler. So I agree with that 100%. And when you had the Scottie Pippen question before, I think a lot of people underestimate what Scottie Pippen actually done for that team. I think a lot of people underestimate. He was the cleanup guy. When Jordan got beat, he could clean it up. Whether it was coming off his weaker man to kind of block off the man on the other side or go for a weak side block or just being able to deter something. Like, Scottie Pippen's very underrated, man. Like, yeah, he's a fantastic defender. But just before I go back in the background, man, you see those three players I mentioned with Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron, man? Like, just remember them, man. Like, I'm out of that GOAT debate. Whoever you think's the GOAT, it is what it is. But those three players right there, enjoy them because you're never going to see them again. As much as people hate on LeBron, when he retires, you are never going to see another LeBron James again. You're never going to see another Kobe Bryant again. You're never going to see another Michael Jordan again. You're never going to see them again. What they done, what they brought to the game cannot be replicated. So enjoy it while it lasts, man. Enjoy it.
I got a question for ChatGPT. Herm puts on the screen, LeBron don't chase niggas around screens. So I'm asking ChatGPT. Herm says LeBron doesn't chase players off screen. Is this accurate? Or is
Erase not right quick.
Huh?
Erase not right quick in front of Chase.
Oh, yeah. I meant to put does not. Does not chase players off screen. Is Herm lying, or do you need to roast and ether him again? If so, please do.
Fries ass, GBT. Fries ass.
Look, he says, oh no, Herm is back. And this time he's lying on LeBron's lateral movement. Harden, 13 ways. Herm's claim LeBron doesn't chase players off screen. False.
False. With all capital letters.
Not just wrong. Skip the film study. Wrong loudly. Just wrong.
Loud and wrong.
Here's the truth about LeBron and screen navigation. Prime LeBron, Miami, and the Cavs absolutely chase players off screens. Guarded 1 through 4 and routinely track shooters like Ray Allen, Tony Parker, Paul George, known for jumping passing lanes as the shooter came off curls, elite rear view contest when navigating pin downs. Don't let the 38-year-old version fool you. In his prime, LeBron fought through screens like rent was due. LeBron in the modern era with the Lakers does less shaking off screens now due to defensive assignments, often bigger guards, bigger wings or rovers, conservation of energy. Yep. Lakers scheme often puts him in help side, not primary chaser role. Still switches onto movement shooters in clutch possessions. In the playoffs, he's been used to blow up off-ball actions by pre-switching or jamming the screener. So Herm's mistake is judging prime defensive tools by late career role assignments.
Max ether
for Herm. Herm, you just said LeBron doesn't chase players off screens. That's funny because I've seen more footage of LeBron shadowing shooters through staggered sets than I've seen you shadow a stat with accuracy. In 2013, he was snaking through elevator screens like a safety, reading play action. In 2016, he was bodying Steph on pin downs, blowing up the splash brother rotations. You talking like LeBron was guarding Joe Ingles from the parking lot, when really he was closing out on shooters like he was the rent collector. You're not watching film. You watching Facebook memes with no help side rotation. LeBron may not chase at 39, but the man wrote the movement chasing playbook in his prime. So unless you're guarding a YouTube comment section, you getting beat off the screen like you missed the switch call. All right. And Herm, you lied again, man. This is what I mean. Herm will say stuff. And if Herm was on the panel, you know what Herm would be doing? He would be yelling, disrupting, just so we don't get to the truth. And that's what he would do. So he would try to muck it up to try to say, to try to make it seem like his thought is superior on this, but the facts are the facts. And this gave moments and actions. Herm has given none of it. And we all know that Herm is primarily talking about LeBron, the advanced age LeBron, not the prime LeBron. And that's where people be getting LeBron twisted, because you have all these people. I saw in my comment sections, somebody put down LeBron's tenure as a Laker and said he can't be the GOAT. I said, if we gave LeBron's tenure with the Lakers to any other young player in the league, they would have a good career. If you give LeBron's resume with the Lakers to Devin Booker's having a good career so far. If you look at any other player that does have no championships and you give him what LeBron's accomplished with the Lakers, 1 Western Conference Finals, 1 championship, right? Playoff trips, top seed in the West multiple times. If you give that to any other player, they're not doing so bad. And this is LeBron at an advanced age towards the end of his career with the Lakers. That's not even mentioning what he did in his prime or even in his early career with the Cavs. This is how dumb y'all are, man. And this is how biased y'all are. You can literally give LeBron's Laker tenure to any player without a chip, and that player would be having a good career. Give it to Anthony. Give it to Anthony Davis before he won a chip with LeBron. Think of all the players like Boogie Cousins. Imagine Boogie Cousins if he'd have retired with the resume LeBron had with the Lakers, and Boogie had that championship. We would look at him a lot different. This is why I know like people are just being biased to LeBron, and they just say stuff. We got that dude Chris with the super chat. He says might have to asterisk if it's being paid off by Clutch next time. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Here comes the Clutch allegations.
People
ask him that. Yeah,
people like Herm.
Clutch Sports pay for anything.
People like Herm make the allegation that if you make an argument that favors LeBron, you are being paid by Clutch.
Uh-oh. ChatGPT's gonna rip into you now, man.
Please roast and Max Ether this argument.
Cook his ass.
Uh-oh, man.
Uh-oh. It says, now we've hit peak conspiracy cooked in casual slander. The classic, you must be paid by Clutch Sports dodge. When someone like Herm hits you with that, it means that you've won the argument, and now they're scrambling like Pat Bev in foul trouble. Let's go ahead and Max Ether this lazy deflection. And I've always said this. I said, once they start yelling Clutch, they've lost. They have nothing left in the tank to fight with. It says, the Clutch Sports cop-out. You must be paid by Clutch. That's not an argument, Herm. That's what you say when the facts start boxing your opinion into a corner and the only move you got left is to yell Illuminati. Here's what Herm is really doing. Deflecting from the data he can't refute, distrusting reality because it doesn't match his nostalgic programming, and blaming Rich Paul like he hacked Basketball Reference. Let's be real. LeBron's resume is so deep, so efficient, and so sustained that when dudes run to counterpoints like they're debating him is part of a secret marketing deal. Nobody says you're paid by Jordan Brand when you pair it 6-0. No one says you're on the Mamba payroll when you call Kobe the most skilled. But say one advanced stat that shows Bron had a more impact than MJ in a playoff series, and now you're on the Clutch payroll. It's not analysis. It's hater Lysol spray. Herm, let me help you out. I'm not paid by Clutch, homie. I'm just allergic to bad logic. LeBron's greatness isn't sponsorship. It's statistical inevitability. The box score, the tape, the win shares, the box plus minus, the VORP, the shot chart, the tracking data, the on-off splits all say the same thing. You don't need a Clutch check. You just need a better take. Final blow to Herm. You weren't lied to by Clutch Sports. You were lied to by nostalgia and by narrative and by late night reruns of NBA hardwood classics with no context. So unless Rich Paul is cutting checks to Facts, Film, and Synergy Sports, you might want to stop blaming Clutch every time LeBron facts make your childhood insecure. Damn. Damn, Herm, man. Herm that thing is not giving Herm no breaks, man.
It's cooking him.
Herm says, look. Herm is now talking about Anthony Davis. He talking about all types of stuff, man. Oh, he said, Herm, you gave me the topic. What do you want me to do? You want me to debate it right here in the chat? I will screenshot it later and we'll get after it, Herm. And you can message me in the Discord about a time. I got it, Herm.
One thing I did have them on though was sorry for cutting you off, man. You mentioned about LeBron's defense. Ask ChatGPT, was one of LeBron's weaknesses during his younger years was being able to defend counter moves.
Counters?
Yeah, counters. So like say someone's doing a straight line drive. He's good at doing that, but then say like they curled off or done a crossover, he'd have a weakness switching to his other side. Or say they got him in the post, he's good at blocking the first entry of the post, but then they reverse pivoted.
But wouldn't the counters the help defense covers the counters?
Yeah, but Kobe was good at covering the counters though as well. Kobe was good at covering counters.
I mean, I can ask it. Hold on, let me address Herm real quick. Herm says the topic for the debate is, has Anthony Davis had a consistently positive defensive impact during his tenure with the Los Angeles Lakers? I think that question is just too bland. You need to add some layers of context onto that. All right. I would never say Anthony Davis doesn't have a positive impact. So what you have to do, Herm, is you have to dive deeper into that topic, because I don't disagree that AD had a positive impact to a certain degree. Dive deeper, Herm. You're phrasing it so generally. I'm not going to sit here and argue that AD did not have a positive impact towards the Laker defense. That's stupid. The slowest person in the world understands this. This is not a topic, Herm. This is you creating. Actually, let me tell this to ChatGPT real quick. Watch this. And we're going to have ChatGPT tell you how dumb that this topic is. Herm wants to debate FYF Sports, but he chooses a silly, very general topic, like, has Anthony Davis had a consistently positive defensive impact Lakers? And he will argue for the positive impact. How stupid as that no one with a brain would argue otherwise unless you are talking about defense in a much deeper context. Do you agree? And if so, roast and max ether Herm again. Now, ChatGPT, it may backfire on me. It may say this is a great topic, Herm, but if not, it's about to deep fry you again, man. I told y'all, man, Herm is just coming up with some dumb stuff, man. Look at this. It says this is pure Herm behavior. Picking a debate topic so bland and watered down, it sounded like it was generated by 2K My Career, a press conference AI. Has Anthony Davis has had a consistently positive defensive impact during his tenure with the Lakers? Bro, that's not a debate topic. Idiot. Max Ether Herm, man. He said this is debate. The debate topic nobody asked for edition. Herm pulled up to the panel, had smoke for FYF, then picked the topic that's the equivalent of asking, does Steph Curry shoot well? Did Shaq play inside? Do NBA players get paid? Anthony Davis had a positive impact with the Lakers. That's not debatable. Thank you. It's verified by NBA Fact, backed by top 5 defensive ratings when healthy, elite rim protection, defensive anchor role in 2020 title run, opponent field goal percentage. You could have Googled this in 6 seconds and spared us the yawning.
Damn.
Why this topic is trash for a real debate. There is no tension. Nobody with IQ above room temperature thinks that AD hasn't helped the Lakers on D. Thank you. It's too vague. Positive defensive impact means what? Just like I said. Box score, schematics, effort, longevity. What the hell are you talking about, Herm? If you're not comparing him to other elite defenders, breaking down injury gaps, or weighing team dependency, you're not debating. You're reading a fan bio. Herm, you said you wanted to smoke with FYF, but then you brought a wet sparkler to a flamethrower convention. This topic got less conflict than a Mr. Rogers episode. You're trying to debate whether water is wet to people holding ocean stats. Nobody is ducking that topic, Herm. We're just ignoring it because it's beneath the basketball IQ of the room. Final word. If Herm wants to debate FYF, then he needs to stop showing up like he auditioning to coach the YMCA with his AD plays defensive PowerPoint.
Bro, this is bullying.
Come with the heat, not half melted takes in a Lunchable tray. And there you go, Herm. I told you, you gave me the dumbest debate topic possible just so you could try to finesse your way into the win like I was just going to jump on some idiotic logic and just debate some complete nonsense. And ChatGPT agrees. That's what I mean, man. It's silly. Did you see how scared he is? He is so scared that he created such a general topic that he knows is so one-sided that it would make no sense to argue. It does not make any sense to argue if AD had a positive impact on the Laker defense since he's been there. That's idiotic to argue that. And the fact that he's ran with what we've said about AD's defense and taken it to that level, it literally tells us that he knows nothing about defense. And he's not even willing to be educated on the finer contextual points of defense. And the one thing you got to applaud A. Johnny for is he has been studying the game. He's diving into the deeper elements of the game. He's not just getting stuck on defense. He's really going into the game, breaking down the game, right? Looking at roles, look at what really impacts winning and losing, and really going forward from there. And his takes are being based out of that, whether you think they're right or wrong. Herm is just talking in such a general perspective. This is not Ticket TV. We're not going to debate is the moon in the sky tonight.
Wow, this is bullying.
Christ, man, you got to stop with this stupid stuff, Herm. Like,
no, that's your problem.
Y'all see that? Is Michael Jordan the greatest? Does Michael Jordan have the most points averaged in all time? Like he wanted to debate something where he knows it's hard to really debate against. Like I said, he's not really willing to put his foot to the fire with one of his crazy takes and really debate one of the stupid takes that he's really put out there. That's what I want you to do, Herb. Take one of your most controversial takes, put it on the table, and we'll debate one of your most controversial takes. Don't go give me no, is the sky blue debates? Yes or no? And I'm going to take yes. Thank you, Base Kev. Front running, man. Thank you, BKNY Hoops, man.
Now I'm going to ask you a more valuable question, Lamont.
Yeah, what you got? What you got for us?
I got maybe two. Okay, so it's both. They're both about the dream. Now, would Hakeem Olajuwon dominate today defensively, and could he shut down Jokic and Embiid?
It will probably say he'll be dominant defensively, but it won't shut down Jokic and Embiid.
Mm-hmm. I can agree that. Hold on. And would he be able to shut down Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid?
Say Jokic's got too many counters, Embiid's too big.
When you say shut down, what do you mean? Like make him less efficient? Because there's like a lot of ways you can shut down a player.
Take away their strengths. So like the mid range game that Embiid has, can he take that away? The floater and the hook, the jump hook that Jokic has, can he take that away? Or the mid range, the fadeaway that Jokic has, can he take that away? You know, what makes them very elite and unstoppable scorers at their position. Can he stop that?
Hey,
let me see what it
is. Decent question, man. But
and that's a good question, but I think
I was gonna say no.
Because you hear so many people say he'll shut down Jokic, he'll shut down Embiid.
Yeah,
you know, on PC.
It says I've always believed that Hakeem's defense would translate today. I don't think his offense would translate. That's where my biggest hangup is. I don't think anybody's going for that dream.
I was going to ask that, but we're going to move that to the offensive
strength. I don't think anybody's going to stand there and watch you throw up a million pump fakes and act like a second defender ain't about to come track that bullshit. You ain't about to sit there and pump fake. Imagine him trying to pump fake.
Why are they talking about me, Lamont?
Oh, who talking about you?
This Mr. BKNY Hoops. He's talking about me here.
Hoops was in the BKNY Hoops was in the comments, man. He was talking about you in the comments, man. See, BKN Hoops, now you have the opportunity to really address your comment in the chat, because he put a comment in one of my videos, Go James Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he said. He said, Go James Kingdom, man, brings down the value of your platform. And people proceeded to ether him in the comments. And he didn't really have any more replies. So now BKNY, you have the opportunity to come up here. What the hell does that mean? Because I think he's only giving me value. And my biggest question is, how can somebody that's given this channel no value tell me who is giving the platform value or not? Especially when you BKNY Hoops. I mean, if anything, BKNY Hoops, you've lowered the value of this platform with your atrocious debate skills. Getting completely lambasted in debate after debate after debate, man, just completely embarrassing yourself, man. But, I mean, the link is in the chat, man. You come up here and explain yourself. You don't have to run from it. You can address it head on.
So now you see what I'm saying, Peter. All because I think LeBron's the GOAT. I have people like this who just want to come at me for no reason.
Oh, I like this answer, though. It says short answer, yes. Hakeem would absolutely be an elite defender. But shutting down Jokic or Embiid, not happening. Not consistently. He'd make life tough. But no one is shutting those two down in the modern game. This is why elite defensive IQ would adapt to modern spaces, switches, and defensive reads. Quick lateral feet, help side timing, rim protection, hands like a guard would feast in today's zone-heavy, help the helper, pick and roll rich environment. Right? In a league where Brook Lopez and Draymond Green are elite defenders, Hakeem would be defensive poison for modern offenses. Could he shut down Jokic or Embiid? No. Not shut down, make life harder, yes. Neutralize, no. Why? Too unorthodox, too patient. For Nikola Jokic, too unorthodox, too patient, too smart. Doesn't rely on quickness or athleticism. He reads the defense like a chessboard. Double him, he dimes the cutters. Play him one-on-one, he'll wear you down with footwork, counters, baby hooks. Force him outside, he's shooting 40% from the three in some years. Hakeem could disrupt, block, force tough shot, but he's not shutting a guy down who punishes any scheme. Joel Embiid, more physically dominant than most 90s bigs, has range, face-up game, post skills, gets to the line 12 times plus per game. Hakeem would bother him with length and footwork, but Embiid draws fouls differently than any 90s big ever did. Hakeem might block two shots. Embiid would still get his 28 to 30.
What?
Free throws and deep jumpers. Contact people miss. Hakeem feasted in an era with less spacing. Today's five offenses will pull bigs out to perimeter, force switches. Jokic's passing and Embiid's foul drawing didn't exist in Hakeem's era. Hakeem would adjust, but these matchups are two-sided are two-sided chess, not one-man shutdowns. Final verdict. Hakeem would Hakeem dominate? Absolutely. Could he shut down Jokic or Embiid? No, but he make them work.
I like it, man. It literally just gave more context to what I said. I said Jokic would have more counters and Embiid's too big. So I like that answer.
Embiid's too big and skilled.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
but
Lamont.
when I mean too big, we already know Embiid's skilled, man. So I just
Herm
say
just
too.
text me again. Herm says, when we debating this topic, he asked me again, has Anthony Davis had a consistently positive defensive impact during his tenure with the Lakers? Herm, I am not going to debate such a ridiculous topic, man. This is a very one-sided topic with literally no subjectivity is needed. This is not a debate. There's only one answer to that question. BKNY Hoops. I think you did debate on this show, BKNY Hoops. I thought you did. Or if I'm wrong, I'll take that one. I thought you did.
But they
you
say
still gotta come up with
exactly.
address
You still
Coach
safe,
James.
exactly. You still safe in the comments, like we always tell y'all. Safe in the comments.
Hit that link. Hit that link. I mean, you could have answered that on the panel.
I don't know about that, bro. Or you can do a super chat. Go ahead, just give us a little super chat. You know.
Yeah, super chat. I'll take that too. We got player one. He says it's like the myth that Ben Wallace locked up Shaq when it was just Big Ben on him. He was killed. And that's true. Yeah, ain't no one player. No. Oh, we got BKNY Hoops up here, man. He's coming to address you, Go James Kingdom.
Oh,
killing the value, man. He's about to do a whole financial statement and breakdown, man. He's about to tell us, man.
What's good, Lamont? How you doing, man?
What's up, BKNY Hoops, man?
Oh, man. So, again, man, like I was saying with the Johnny, that he brings no value to the show. He picked the Lakers actually winning that series. And so did you, Lamont. I was actually shocked.
What does that have to do with you saying he brings no value?
Basketball. I had never had the Lakers winning that series, man. Never.
What does that have to do with your comment?
He doesn't know basketball. He doesn't know basketball. I never debate. I had one debate scheduled, but the guy chickened out. But I never got a chance to really debate on the show.
Okay, so you said he brings no value to the channel because he picked the Lakers to beat the Timberwolves.
He doesn't know basketball, man. He just doesn't know basketball. He just doesn't.
Like, give me one take that makes.
I just said it. Well, actually, really, with the whole AD can't anchor a defense. When you actually read a scouting report, he can actually really, he really does anchor a defense.
So you want to frame
right there, lost me right there.
No, BKNY, check this out now. So that you don't feel that we're being biased, what we can do is we can take your question and we can ask ChatGPT. BKNY Coop says that GOAT James Kingdom does not know basketball because he posed this particular argument. Should we? And is GOAT James Kingdom illogical and don't know basketball? Or if I'm wrong, Max ether me and get me up off the panel. Should we ask ChatGPT to be the non-biased arbiter of this question? Okay, so let's do it.
We can do that because, like, when a Johnny actually said that.
Okay, so BKNY,
let me go look at some old AD highlights.
BKNY Hoops says that GOAT James.
He said old highlights. He said old highlights. He said highlights.
Okay, hold on. GOAT James Kingdom does not know basketball because of what?
Oh, his take on the Anthony Davis can't anchor a defense. His support of Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic.
One at a time.
All right,
Anthony Davis on his take that Anthony Davis cannot anchor. You said cannot. How did you word it?
Anchor a defense.
Anchor.
He's not a defensive anchor, pretty much. I think.
Okay. Anthony Davis is not a defensive anchor.
They still on that one, though, Johnny.
Okay. What else did he say?
Oh, his support for Austin Reeves.
Okay. What do you mean his support of Austin Reeves? What do you mean?
He actually thinks that Austin Reeves brings value to the Lakers when he really doesn't. His contract does, but not him per se.
He believes that Austin Reeves brings value to the Lakers based on his play.
Yeah.
On his play, and BKNY Hoops disagrees. Okay. What else you got?
I think that's more like I think that's what I can actually think
Now,
of.
okay, so now, based on what you know about GOAT James Kingdom, are these takes illogical? And BKNY Hoops is right and a basketball historian? Or is BKNY Hoops wrong? If so, please Max Ether this
Ultimate Max Ether.
Brooklyn Nets fan, and escort him off the panel expeditiously. Okay, let's see what they kick out to us, man. Now this could go either way. I don't know what it's gonna say. All right, so you ready for this, BKNY?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so it says, "Oh no, hold on." It says, "Oh no, BKNY Hoops, a diehard Nets fan, is trying to slander GOAT James Kingdom, one of the last remaining high IQ hoop minds holding this panel together." Hold on, we got more. Let's go ahead and escort BKNY Hoops off the panel like he just checked into a KD, Kyrie, and James Harden super team rebuilding meeting. This is a Max Ether. BKNY's claims: Anthony Davis is not a defensive anchor. Austin Reeves doesn't bring value to the Lakers. GOAT James Kingdom doesn't know basketball. Okay, so hold on. I think it has the claims mixed up. Hold on, let me tell it.
Yeah, it has it mixed up.
Okay, hold on, let me fix it.
He thinks Anthony Davis is not in a defensive angle.
Okay.
No, I think he is. Yeah. Go James. Johnny doesn't think so. I do.
These are the claims of GOAT James Kingdom and BKNY Hoops thinks he's wrong. Okay.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't a defense anchor. I said he wasn't an elite defense anchor, but let's continue.
That's what I said too. I was going to put that, but okay. Let's see what it says. It says, okay. It says, oh, now BKNY is talking hoop greasy like he's Kenny Atkinson in a turtleneck with a clipboard.
No, so I think he is a defensive anchor.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not saying he's not. He is.
BKNY Hoops thinks AD is an elite anchor, and GOAT James Kingdom thinks AD is not an elite defensive anchor. And oh, they have the Austin Reeves one right.
Yeah, they got everything right besides the Anthony Davis anchor one.
Please correct this. Okay, now it's correcting. Okay, thanks for the correction. It says let's clear this up before we keep handing out ether. Correction. BKNY Hoops believes Anthony Davis is an elite defensive anchor. GOAT James Kingdom argues Anthony Davis is not an elite defensive anchor. So now the real question is, who's right? BKNY Hoops is right on one specific point. Anthony Davis is absolutely an elite defensive anchor. Go James Kingdom is a Hall of Fame take artist, but in this rare case, he's cooked. Why Anthony Davis is an elite defensive anchor. Defensive production, 2.3 blocks per game, leads the league in contested shots, top 5 defensive win shares, when healthy. Can guard 1 through 5, plays drop, hedge, switch, acts as a primary communicator and rim deterrent to the Lakers coverage. Team impact. Lakers defensive rating jumped significantly with him on the floor, anchored the number 1 defense in 2020 en route to the championship, even though it was part of the season. When AD is healthy, the Lakers are a top 5 defensive team when he's out. Middle of the pack. Postseason resume, 2020 bubble run, defensive MVP of the playoffs. I didn't know they gave a defensive MVP of the playoffs out. Locked up Jokic, Bam. I don't think he locked up Jokic.
There is no defensive MVP, and he didn't.
Well, when he says locked up, that means he probably affected his efficiency. So like the 23 or 24 points that Jokic had to score.
They used Dwight Howard. They used Dwight
and JaVale McGee. But hold on, we'll read it all the way through. And Go James Kingdom will have a chance to respond. 2023 playoffs held opponents under 40% at the rim. That's elite anchoring, not just a good defender. Hold on. Did it give us the say on Austin Reeves? Hold on.
No, I said I was right on Austin Reeves.
No, it didn't.
You said it yourself. Austin Reeves. No, he didn't say nothing about Austin Reeves.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on. Let's go put it all together in one. So it's giving us on AD. And ChatGPT is siding with BKNY to a certain degree, but after we ask it questions, we'll see.
Now I think it lost the other things. It's going to stick on Anthony Davis.
Hold on, we'll see. No, I think it's going to put it all together. Hold on. I just got to wait for it to finish.
I think it says Max Ether.
I seen what AD did to Shea when they had the scrimmage.
Okay, hold on. What about the?
I see you, Lamont, man. You was being nice, man. GPT had a max ether for GOAT James, man.
No, it'll go crazy on its own. I don't tell it how to do the max ether. It do that on its own. Okay, so full report. Anthony Davis and Austin Reeves. Defensive anchor plus value corrected. So let's see what it says. It says BKNY Coops argues AD is an elite defensive anchor and Austin Reeves provides. It keeps messing it up.
Oh, come on, man. You're just trying to like.
What you mean? It keeps
trying to give a Johnny the edge over here, man.
BKNY Hoops. BKNY. Do you agree that Austin Reeves provides value to the Lakers?
Nope.
That's what it's saying you said. So I'm correcting it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you met with AD. I thought you was going back to that. I can give my reasons why Austin Reeves doesn't bring any type of value, and it's really more on the defensive end.
I don't think you know defense well enough to talk about
what?
That. I just
There's
don't.
a cone on defense, man.
Lamar, he might be cooking.
Lamar, I've been playing basketball a very, very long time, bro.
You haven't played basketball. Stop lying, bro. Stop
I played.
lying.
I just played today. I started coaching too, man. It's like I got my first coaching.
I don't think y'all know what a cone on basketball actually is.
I coach.
He says it's Reeves.
Okay, so it says right here. Okay, so hold on. What does it say about Reeves? I'm just trying to. Okay, so it says why Austin Reeves brings value to the Lakers. Number 1, basketball IQ and playmaking. Operates as a secondary playmaker, easing pressure. It's still talking about Brown and D'Lo. Let me correct this.
I'll give that. He is a good playmaker. That's the only thing I really give him. All
right, I'll just skip that. I'll just skip that. He's shown the ability to run the offense in key stretches, high assist to turnover ratio in late game lineups, efficiency in shot creation, shot 36% plus from the 3-point range in back-to-back seasons, elite at drawing fouls, 6.3 field goals per 36, often in clutch situations, makes winning plays, understands spacing, and cuts at high IQ levels. Playoff and clutch impact. 2023 playoffs, he averaged 17.6 points per game in the Western Conference Finals. closed out games over higher paid names like Beasley and Russell, frequently trusted in closing lineups by Darvin Ham and other staff. He's not a superstar. He's a glue piece every contender needs. For BKNY Hoops, you nailed the AD argument. No notes, but calling Reeves a non-factor is like saying Tim Duncan was boring. Maybe, but he won. Reeves isn't just running around. He's making real basketball plays that show up in W's. For GOAT James Kingdom, you fumbled the AD call. That man's a firewall, the plug, the rim lawyer. But credit for spotting Reeves' impact. Most people miss it because he doesn't dunk or screen. So do y'all want to add any context to see if ChatGPT changes his language?
Yes, ask ChatGPT, does that mean I don't know basketball because of my Anthony Davis take?
I mean, do you want to specifically add context to the take? Because I think
Johnny, you actually support Russell Reeves? Do you actually think he's a
hold on?
Do you actually believe Anthony Davis is the actual elite anchor?
Hey, ChatGPT actually backed me up over here, man.
And so ChatGPT backed me up on my angle, brother.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold
on. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go James Kingdom. I think there's a lot of fill in the blank on the AD topic that he did not insert. That could do you have an opportunity now to ask some clarification to ChatGPT? Because I think that BKNY Hoops put a blanket statement out there that just left a lot to, and he just left a lot out there on the plate.
But ChatGPT filled in the blanks. He could guard
BKNY Hoops. It's for Johnny right now. And then I'll go to you next on the Austin Reeves.
Yeah, because my definition of a defensive anchor is predicated on a team defender, on being able to communicate, having high IQ, not just protecting the actual rim.
He's an excellent help side defender.
BKNY Hoops, you got to hold on.
Right.
Let me get Johnny's take. I'm going to come right back to you.
I mean, ChatGPT broke it down specifically when they talked about how Anthony Davis was an elite individual defender, but he wasn't a great team defender.
Hold on.
So
His predication of an elite anchor.
An elite anchor, the predication of elite anchor is being an elite team defender. And this is why Anthony,
team defender. Mm-hmm. And earlier, you stated that although he was an elite defender, elite defender. Like Jokic or LeBron. Does that sound like it fills in the blanks a little bit better?
No,
this is for GOAT James.
I'm reading it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make the logic make more sense, or does he still get max ether? Does he get max ether? All right, let's see if this changes anything.
Here it is, H is coming your way, H.
All right, because now we got a little bit clearer context. Oh, it's taking a little time on this one.
Yeah, everybody got max ether. I can get my turn. Let's see what it says.
See how you tried to drop me in there, man. Nah, man. You're on your own with this one, bro.
No, because I did want to read what they were saying, but Lamont did skip through it correctly.
Oh. Okay, hold on. Did I miss it? Hold on. Where did I type it in at? Where did it go?
Right there. It says who is right. It has split decision up there, I think. Was that it?
Oh, it did this right here. My bad. It's tripping right here. It made it like a report. Okay, hold on. So, hold on. Let me tell it. Just put the text here in the thread. This thing is creating reports. I got to click on and shit. I don't want to do all that.
That's why you can't rely on it, man. Or you got to pay for the full
Listen,
person.
my high IQ requires reports, Lamont. Okay, that's what it is.
I see that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what
my high IQ requires reports.
All right, let's see what it says. Okay. It says, for BKNY Hoops, you nailed the AD argument in the traditional sense. Blocks, contests, defensive outcomes all say elite. But don't sleep on the nuanced difference GJK pointed out. Anchoring a scheme goes beyond just contesting shots. For Go James Kingdom, you brought context to the term anchor, framing it around leadership, rotation command, and overall scheme direction. While AD's stats scream elite, your critique of him not being a team quarterback like a LeBron or Jokic holds nuance, not ether. And your Reeves take, certified W, he's a valuable, high IQ piece who contributes to winning basketball. Clarified verdict. All right. The clarified verdict is AD is not a team anchor. It's nuanced. Reeves is valuable, 1 and 1. And it says AD is not an elite anchor conventional. Reeves is not valuable. That's completely wrong. 1 win, 1 loss. So let's see what the final report is. This isn't a full ether. GJK applied a higher standard of the word anchor. And while unconventional, it opens up an intelligent angle that's worth debating, not dismissing. What do you want me to do from here?
Yeah. Let Mr. BKNY Hoops respond to that. So as you can see, they stated exactly what I stated, defining, again, we're not talking 1900s basketball. Okay, so we're talking 2025 basketball. And when we're talking 2025,
hold on, let me apply some context.
So Johnny, you think that hold on, you think that AD when he plays all these games, you think he's 100% healthy? He's not suffering from any type of injuries whatsoever. How do you know he's not injured? Nobody goes out there and says, "Yo, I'm injured, man. Take it easy." We don't know.
That has nothing to do with being an anchor.
No, it does. It does. It could.
Well, your anchor. Hold on. Listen. The only where I agree with Johnny about the anchor, because the anchor is not about any defensive action, how quick you are blocking a shot. The anchor to a defense is like the floor general on the offensive side. You have to direct traffic. You have to be the voice. You have to remember what it said about Nikola Jokic. Being in the right place at the right time before something detrimental happens, like a guy gets into the lane and you have to go block a shot. Blowing up plays before they become good plays. Mm-hmm. When you think about Draymond, there's nothing super athletic about Draymond. He can't jump really high. He can't run really fast. Even with physicality, he's getting supremely outweighed and outmuscled by a lot of the bigs. But it's an IQ and its ability to quarterback the defense that makes him elite. He stops a lot of shit from happening before it gets really bad. And that's what he's elite at.
So what happened yesterday then?
I think when you're talking, just because you lose one game doesn't take away from the fact that Draymond, for the course of his entire career, is an elite defensive anchor.
Oh no, I know he is. Yeah,
because for the majority of his career, even though he's lost some games here or there, he's been great at quarterbacking the defense. Just like even if you go to Tom Brady, yeah, he's lost some games, he's lost some Super Bowls, but he's still pretty much looked at as the GOAT because of what he's done over the course of his whole career. So I think when you look at an anchor, it has nothing to do with AD being healthy or anything like that. I think when you look at the failure of this Laker team as a defense when AD was on the back line, I think one of their biggest problems was that with AD and drop, they never had a voice, right? There were plays that we watched where we're literally just watching D-Lo and guys like Reeves just scramble over screens, and there is nobody communicating, nobody talking, nobody calling out rotations. And so, yes, maybe at an advanced age, LeBron has struggled with it. I don't think he was like that in his prime. But if you're going to say he's the anchor of the Laker team, then I think he did a poor job of anchoring the Laker defense. And the Laker defense did not get better until they got elite defensive wings. It did not look good until they had defensive wings that were loud and could communicate, like when they had Rondo and like when they had Danny Green and like when they had KCP or Caruso. Yeah. And AD has really only looked really elite. That defense never looked elite when Vanderbilt was not on the floor. If you could tell me a time when that defense looked great when Vanderbilt was off the floor, I'll give it to you. But whenever Vanderbilt was not there, it did not look elite.
Well, you put Vando in the game, he can't score. Like you have to.
That's not what I'm talking about. Scoring. I'm talking about the defense.
Defense and scoring are two different things.
We're talking about defense, brother. We talking defense, brother.
Yeah, defense only looked elite when that defense hit the number one in when they made the Western Conference Finals after they made all those trades. It's because Vandy was there. But when Vandy got hurt and you started that next year, The Lakers couldn't win a game because Vandy was out. Even last year, when Vandy came back in that short stint, Laker defense looked great. Vandy goes down again after that Boston game, they look trash again, and they never get back up.
Lamont, you're looking at it from one perspective, man. Like, I know Vandy can actually play good defense, but again, you're not looking at it from the other spectrum.
I'm looking at it from the fact that if you have to ask me during AD's tenure who was the anchor, it's hard for me to say it was AD, because that the defense only improved as a team when certain guys were there. When Vandy was on the floor, as a team, the defense looked better. The defense was not significantly better because AD was there. Teams were still driving to the middle. Teams were still bombing them with threes. They were still having trouble containing pick and rolls. But when Vandy's out there, things seem to get fixed. And there would seem to be a better voice and a better anchor on the back line. Just don't look that way with AD. Now, you can credit him for highlight blocks and, things like that, and they're yelling and they're screaming, but they did not look like a very good defense just because AD was out there. And I just don't know what information you have that supports otherwise.
I'll do my research on it.
You had 5 months. I said this back in January when you first heard it.
Well, ChatGPT says for the most part you're wrong. I mean, you were talking.
No, they're not. No. They said exactly what I said. That he's great at contesting shots at the rim. He's an elite rim protector, which is a conventional idea of a defensive anchor. Which I said if he played in the '90s, he would be probably the greatest defender of all time. But in today's NBA, you got to do more. You got to communicate, cut off driving lanes, also protect passing lanes. He doesn't do that well. He's not a good communicator. He's not a good defensive anchor. I stated all of this. Again, you did not hear that. And
I'm looking at it from my basketball lens. I think he does a lot of that.
Yes, you got to step out of the 1900s.
Hold on. Hold on. What do you think AD does so I can put it in here?
He disrupts passing lanes. I mean, he guards 1 through 5.
Hold on. Let me tell you what I've put in here so far. I said this is FYF Sports Debates. You cannot judge in between. We talk about defense and offense in depth and not in a conventional sense. You will need to select a winner. Let me put winner. It says you will need to select a winner based on the nuance and context and barbecue the loser. Now, what do you want to add before I hit enter?
No, nothing more.
BKNY Hoops has nothing to add. Please reach a conclusion.
I put nothing more.
Technically, Lamont, it said my take was too high Q for the average NBA fan. That's what it basically said.
Okay, let's see what this kicks out, because we have to. We can't toe the line, man. Say less. This is FYF Sports Debates, not feelings and fairness forum. Yeah, facts. It's not no feelings and fairness forum. Ain't no both sides have a point in this arena. You're either cooking or getting cooked. Facts. Final ruling. Let's see what it says.
Let's see.
I think it might side with BKNY Hoops, man. GOAT James Kingdom wins the AD debate. BKNY Hoops gets barbecued and escorted out like he brought potato salad with raisins.
Take that Karen along with you.
Why BKNY loses? He relied on conventional eye test stats, blocks, contests, win shares without explaining how AD actually leads the defense. He never addressed rotation command, vocal responsibility, or system coverage orchestration, all required to be a true defensive anchor. He argued as if rim protection alone equals anchoring, when modern basketball shows us players like Draymond, LeBron, and Jokic anchor by direction, adaptability, and processing. You can be elite defensively and still not be the anchor. And BKNY refused to separate the two.
I'm going to do my research on that. All right, I got you.
No, this is the research. This is the research. What do you mean? There ain't no more research.
Like I said, I've seen AD being
Can I finish?
A help side defender.
That's not an anchor.
All right.
Okay, I'll put your response in after. It says, why GOAT James Kingdom wins? He redefined anchor the way it matters in modern defensive scheming. Anchoring equals calling coverages, initiating rotations, reading actions before they unfold, not just blocking a layup after it breaks down. He put AD in his proper context, an elite defensive talent who operates best as a reactive piece, not a defensive quarterback. He drew the line between being the firewall and being the general. And AD ain't the general. Let's be clear. That's not slander. That's just honest layered basketball IQ. That's
Here's
FYF
your
Sports.
max ether, sir. Here's your max ether.
BKNY, you out here waving contested shot numbers like they're a secret defensive blueprint. Meanwhile, GOAT James Kingdom was in the lab diagnosing how AD functions within the system, not just what the box score says. You thought rim protection was anchoring. That's like thinking rebounding makes you Dennis Rodman. You argued Kendrick Perkins. You argued like Kendrick Perkins reading the back of a cereal box. This ain't NBA Reddit. This is FYF Sports. We don't reward shallow praise with wins. We reward basketball literacy. Official scorecard. GOAT James Kingdom won. GOAT James Kingdom won both arguments. A unanimous W. Clean sweep. Someone hand BKNY hoops a towel and an exit route. The grill is still on, man. BKNY hoops, man. We got to put you on the big screen. Let's put them on the big screen, y'all, man. We got to put BKNY hoops on the big screen.
Put the sad music on, Lamont, man.
BKNY hoops, you got to talk to the people, man. You said he holds no value to the panel, man. But then ChatGPT, after multiple deliberations, man, it basically puts you on the flame broiler, man. What do you got to say to the people, man? Let's get the music.
Listen, I'll hold on one second. I'm sorry, man. Chris, all right, for a second. Again, I still think that Johnny brings no value. He actually is, to me, an elite defensive anchor. I don't care what ChatGPT actually says. He's wrong on his Austin Reeves takes. And if you look at how the Lakers actually performed in the first round series against the Minnesota Timberwolves, I think if you had Anthony Davis, they actually win that series. That's all I have to say about that.
Nothing else?
Nothing else, man. Nothing else. Oh yeah, and the Austin Reeves thing, man. Listen, I don't care how good of a playmaker he actually is, right? He's too slow-footed. He gets, you can actually physically overpower him. He doesn't have the foot speed to go out there and contest three-pointers. He can't recover. He's a net negative on the defensive end. The 17 points that he does give you, the 15 to 17 points, he gives up more by allowing other opponents to score 20 to 25 points against him, man. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so while you were on the big screen, I'll actually input that information into ChatGPT. Right?
This is classic.
Right? So hold on. Let me put the screen back up.
Hold on, before you put the screen back up, can I say one thing, Lamont?
Oh yeah, let's put you on the big screen. Hold on, my bad. Let's put you on the big screen real quick.
And as we always say here in FYF, fuck your feelings, fuck your opinions. GOAT James Kingdom, GOAT James, LeBron James, the greatest basketball player ever. Hey Johnny, the greatest LeBron fan ever. No one can challenge me. No one can defeat me. I'm undefeated like Michael Jordan in the finals. In fact, I'm undefeated like Scottie Pippen in the finals. You guys cannot handle it. It's fine. Like I told you, GOAT James Kingdom, a Johnny the Exposer. I do this for fun. The bad man in the Badlands. Nobody wants to challenge me. I want a 20v1, including Hollywood Herm. Add him to the roster. BKNY, put yourself on the roster. I am taking on everyone at once. ChatGTP said you got max ether because Anthony Davis cannot anchor no defense. In fact, we're going to find out why Joker can anchor the Lakers Better than Anthony Davis very shortly. LeBron James, bitches.
All right, here we go.
You have now been exposed by the
What's that
exposure.
R&B song about LeBron James?
All right, so let's put in what BKNY Hoops had to say. He said Reeves was a net negative. He said a lot of things about Anthony Davis. He called Reeves a cone. Let's see what the final say-so is.
Yeah, he's back.
It says, oh, Lord. BKNY Hoops is back. Still swinging from half court with a blindfold. Now he's saying Austin Reeves is a cone on defense, gives no effort, is a net negative so bad it cancels out his offense. And worst of all, he's blaming Reeves for the Lakers for the Lakers' imaginary playoff collapse after AD got traded for Luka. A trade. Hold on. Why is it saying a trade that never happened?
You can't rely on Chat GDP, man. Come on, Lamont. You're supposed to use your own basketball brain for this, man. Use your own basketball lens.
No, we want no bias.
Yeah, you see the bottom of the bottom, Lamont, where it says search internet. You need to be selecting that when you're doing your
Where search the internet?
It says deep search.
No, deep research takes too long.
Not that one. It says search.
No, I know. I'm about to click it. That was my fault. I didn't click it.
Yeah. But then it might change. It might change some of your outputs as well, which is
that's fine.
Right, why you do that, Lamont?
Because it will search.
Let me let y'all know this right now. Y'all need to stop listening. Y'all need to stop listening to the motel room because he can't give you no basketball knowledge. All he can give you is actual directions to a hotel for a cheaper price. Stop listening to him. Austin Reeves could play basketball, and GOAT James Kingdom knows how to talk basketball.
Oh my gosh, man!
And FYF is.
So why wasn't he drafted then?
Who?
Why wasn't he drafted then? Why did he go undrafted?
Because he told team, nobody draft me, I'm going to LA. He was going to get drafted by other teams, but he told them, I don't want to play for you, I'm going to Los Angeles.
Yeah, he was going to get drafted by the Pistons.
Oh, Lord.
You asked. It was you asked.
He told the Pistons not to draft him because he had a better option with LA.
And we got more victims looking for for Max Ether with the link, Lamont, in the chat.
Hold on, I'm trying to let it catch up.
And just to let y'all know right now, Denver is Wally mopping the Los Angeles Clippers. It is happening again to the Clippers.
And Jokic got 3 steals.
Hold on. Oh damn! It gave a whole new breakdown.
That's all I said, man. It's gonna change your whole script, man.
Okay, let's see if it. Okay, it says, "Oh Lord," said he's back. He says swinging from half court with a blindfold on. Now he's saying Austin Reeves is a cone on defense, gives no effort, is a net negative so bad, canceled out his offense. And worst of all, he's blaming Reeves for their playoff collapse.
Not just him,
right? So Austin Reeves is a defensive liability and brings no value. False.
What?
Laughably false. And based on zero real basketball understanding. I thought you said you hooped. Now,
wow.
I thought you said you hooped. It says, let's walk BKNY out of fantasy land. Reality check number 1. All right. Hold on. Why did it not correct this?
That's what I'm trying to. You cannot go with this, man. It's just too inconsistent.
BKNY hoop. Just because it's about to deliver a blow to you, don't do that.
Hey, to be honest with you,
I think I'm on the wrong one. Hold on, I think I'm on the wrong one.
You correct? Yeah, because this.
Here it is right here. Here it is right here.
It was working fine until you showed up. BKNY.
No. I was on the old one still. Here's the new one right here. It says, okay, so here it is corrected. Now redo your
Herm out here looking for a debate with anybody. Herm, you need to get a laptop, bro. This is a great stream, man. Y'all make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button.
Herm is still asking for a debate.
Yeah, he said now he wants to debate me now. He wants to break the tie because it's 2-2. Even though y'all helped him, you got helped with
First,
two
he
of
tried
them.
to give me the worst debate topic in debate history. Now he want to debate somebody else.
He wants to break the tie. Shout out to Herm, man. It's been a bad 2024, and 2025 is not starting off too well. Hey, shout out to you, Herm. You might win that Discord playoff bracket though. You just might win it, bro.
What's the price? Hold on, Herm. What's the prize for winning that bracket?
Yeah. What's the prize y'all set up, Herm?
What's your prize? What is there a prize or something? And how many people are in it?
No, there's a few people in it. I seen other people's stuff. Shout out to West Coast, another Goat James Kingdom member. He's in it. You want to create a topic. Now you don't want to go to Chat GTP. We got you, Herm. We got you.
No, what I said was stand on one of your dumb takes of the past. Whatever one of your worst, dumbest, most controversial takes is, that's what we're going to debate. I want you to stand on some silliness that you said. I want to see how 10 toes down you are. Take one of your most controversial takes, right? Stand on it and we'll debate that. All right, here's the correct one. BKNY Hoops assertion that Austin Reeves is a defensive liability who offers no value to the Lakers is unfounded. While Reeves may not be an elite defender, labeling him a cone is a mischaracterization.
Exactly.
His defensive metrics are respectable, and he contributes positively on both ends of the floor. Moreover, attributing the playoff loss to Reeves overlooks the broader context. The team's early exit was influenced by multiple factors, including key injuries to players like Luka and LeBron, as well as coaching decisions, which we all will not disagree with. Reeves played through a toe injury, demonstrating his commitment to the team. In summary, while Reeves may have limitations, dismissing his overall value to the Lakers is an oversimplification. Should we tell it to Ether him, or we should give him a pass?
Nah, we give him a pass. He's good. He say gonna do some more research.
Ask who's the worst defender on the Lakers.
I think Luka's probably one of the worst defenders on there.
That'd be Luka or Reeves.
I think it'll be Luka. He's definitely not going to be Reeves.
I mean, Reeves gives you some effort, but like Luka, like he just doesn't give you any kind of effort whatsoever, man. He's just
ask this, Lamont. This is good too, because I don't want to leave. We're not gonna let Chat GTP max ether Mr. BKNY, but I want to max ether him. Ask Chat GTP, would Joker be a better defensive anchor for the Lakers than Anthony Davis?
Oh shit!
Jokic.
Here we go.
Oh, Jokic in what year?
This year.
This year.
I mean, he led the Nuggets this year.
Nasty.
The 22nd, they like 22nd defense this year.
This is nasty.
They're not that good this year defensively, but we can see.
Yo, Lamar, what happened to Ben Simmons though, man? Was he was out of the rotation, or was he injured, or what happened?
Why do you ask me? What do I got to do with Ben Simmons?
I mean, did you think he would actually help in this series?
What are you talking about? Did I say Ben Simmons is going to be a difference maker?
No. I wanted to get your opinion on.
Man, let me type this question. What the hell is you asking about?
Ben Simmons, bro. Who even talked about that guy no more?
He's trying to slow down the Max Ether. I told you stop listening to the motel.
Ben Simmons is a joke, bro.
Become a subscriber of Goat James Kingdom. In fact, support us by becoming a member. It's only $4.99, and all you do is support us by providing y'all great knowledge on basketball. That's all you doing right there, bro. You ain't gonna find it nowhere else but right here on FYF and Goat James Kingdom. Keep telling y'all this.
All right, let's see.
I don't know. Y'all had the Lakers winning this series. I had the Lakers losing the series.
Okay, we all predict stuff all the time.
Wait, who had the Lakers winning this series?
Lamont and Johnny.
What is?
I did.
Hold on. BK, what does that mean?
Predictions are predictions, sir.
It's just a prediction.
There was no way the Lakers had a chance.
Hold on.
No way they had a chance.
They didn't have a chance.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on one second, y'all.
Limitations and defense.
Hold on, BK.
No way. He said no.
Juju, hold on one second. Hold on. BKY Hoops. Because a lot of people come up here and do this. Herm did this yesterday. And I really want to get y'all logic behind this. what does a prediction have to do with anything as far as the justification of your actual basketball knowledge? I mean, because really, if you think about it,
I gave facts on why they weren't going to win the series.
Okay, hold on. First of all, see, that's the BK One Hoops. You, just like Herm, y'all came up here and paraded that y'all both gave facts as to why who would win. First of all, BK and Y Hoops, you never came and told me any facts about who you thought would win. How the hell am I supposed to know?
It's on the locker room show. Him and I.
Stop it. Nobody watches the locker room show as we
the motel room. I told you the motel room.
What we're saying is what I'm saying is this. Why you obviously locker room is going to invite anybody that is willing to come up and explain why the Lakers are going to lose. He is 1,000% invested in the Lakers losing, unless they do it with DeJounte Murray and they make the trades that he wants to have. And if it don't look the way he wanted to look, he's going to be 1,000% willing and accepting of anybody trying to explain why the Lakers are going to lose, whether it makes sense or not. You getting that prediction right, how does it make you a smarter basketball mind than the millions of people who picked otherwise? Because the Lakers were playing a better brand of basketball than Minnesota going into the playoffs.
Yeah, you have me muted.
Go ahead.
First of all, locker room had them winning the series. The Lakers winning the series, not losing the series.
Okay, so where's your ego in the locker room? Well, why didn't you go over there and say, I was right about all my stuff? Why are you over here saying it?
No. I mean, he was kind of on the edge. He was like,
he was being a fake Laker fan, like I always said.
No. I mean, he had his concerns, but
hold on. The question is in.
Lakers.
I think the more important thing right here.
I had my concerns as well. You didn't come on Go James Kingdom and ask me what my concerns was.
The answer is in, Johnny. Would Nikola Jokic be a better defensive anchor than Anthony Davis? Yes. Nikola Jokic would have been a better modern defensive anchor for the Los Angeles Lakers in the 2024-25 season. Why? Jokic fits the modern defensive anchor role: defensive IQ, communication. Jokic's renowned for his high basketball IQ, allowing him to anticipate plays, communicate effectively with teammates. His ability to read the game, direct defensive schemes is a hallmark of a modern defensive anchor. Statistical impact, steals per game, showcasing active hands and anticipation. While not a traditional shot blocker, positioning and timing disrupt opponents' offenses. Compared to Anthony Davis, while Anthony Davis is an elite individual defender, his role has often been more focused on rim protection and one-on-one defense. Jokic's approach aligns more with the modern concept of the defensive anchor, emphasizing team coordination, communication, and strategic positioning. Conclusion: the Lakers need and the Lakers needs and the modern defensive anchor role requirements. Jokic's skill set and approach would have provided a much better fit for the team in the 2024-25 season.
You have now been exposed by the exposer.
Go ahead, BKNY Hoops.
Like I said, I'm gonna do my research on AD, and
you want the sources? It has the sources right here.
Like
sources are right here.
I gotta look at it from my own basketball lens, though, man. You know, I listened to other sources before, and I got it wrong, man. You know, so
yeah. Listen, player one, you asked the question, ChatGPT answered you. You want your max ether as well? You can step up and hit the link. Don't come argue with Johnny because, like they told you, my IQ is too high for y'all. So listen, unless you want to hit this basketball joint that I got going on, you ain't gonna get as high as me with this IQ. So just relax. Let your conscience be free. And I keep telling y'all, subscribe to Go James Kingdom and become a member of the channel.
Hold on, we got Juju pulled up. Juju, you got any questions for ChatGPT?
Let me think of something. Give me a second.
All right.
And let's look at the defense because that's what the thread is predicated on. We still talking defense here. Something you ain't gonna find in the motel room or on Players Choice, ladies and gentlemen. Only on FYF. And on Go.
No, locker room talks defense. That's his main thing.
He said locker room talk. Well, yeah, right.
He talks defense.
Yeah.
I asked that man locker room what a 2-3 zone is. That man completely fell apart, man. I said, man, get out of here, man. Stop it.
And you know the funny thing is that hold on, wait, they got somebody here that says something silly. Let me respond to them too. He said, "Y'all said the Lakers in 5." Because as LeBron fans, real LeBron fans, yes, Lakers in 5. But if
LeBron can't do everything, Johnny.
If you ask me as a Johnny, the exposer, I would have told you Lakers in 6. But you ain't asked me all that. But what you wanted to do was ask me silly questions about Anthony Davis. I'm not talking to you specifically over here, BK. I'm talking to Mr. Salt Life here because he over here acting real salty. It's not my fault that y'all can't talk basketball like I talk basketball.
What they did was they let Shannon Sharp.
Johnny, your ego is bigger than Mount Everest, man. It's bigger than.
It has to be when you're the.
Admit that you're wrong, bro.
No, you have to be this when you're the guy that's always proving people wrong about LeBron James, sir. I'm sorry, this is what I got. This is my calling. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it, but here I am, and y'all have to deal with it. Again,
you thought because they have, and I love LeBron James. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a LeBron hater by any means, but LeBron can't score all the points and play all the defense.
Nobody said that.
Luka can't play defense.
Nobody said he could.
Nobody said that. That's why they had DFS, Vando, Gabe Vincent. That's what I told y'all.
Hold on, there were things that happened in this series that nobody could have accounted. None of us thought that JJ Redick would go to second half of Game 4 and not make any substitutions with them having a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter. Who could have foresaw that? When nobody thought going in game. Hold on one second, BKY Hoops. Nobody thought going in Game 5 when Jackson Hayes was the obvious answer that Jackson Hayes will be relegated as a DNP and not played at all, where you had fans on hot mics yelling to JJ Redick, put Jackson Hayes in. You have Goat James Kingdom 2 minutes into the game texting me, we're going to lose this game. This fool is not playing Jackson Hayes. The obvious logic was there. Like there were certain things that happened in this series that nobody could have predicted. Like you're making it seem like that there were this was a very like all of this could have been predicted, and this.
Yeah, I predicted it.
Hold on. No, the only thing that you predicted was that Minnesota would win. The logic behind how they would win, you did not predict. You did not think. Hold on one second, because people come up here and lie. You did not predict that McDaniels would go crazy in 2 games and drop 30 points in 2 games. You didn't predict that nonsense. You didn't predict that JJ Redick would go AWOL on his whole bench and stop playing guys. You didn't predict in a Game 5 that this fool would bring in Maxi Kleber to try to play valuable playoff minutes. All of the shit that happened that had super influence on how the Lakers lost. It was completely unpredictable. And for you to run around acting like, oh, I predicted all this, man, before it happened. The only thing that you got right was that you predicted the winner. How this unfolded. No, stop pretending. How this unfolded was unfathomable. Nobody saw JJ Redick having this type of an epic collapse. Nobody saw Maxi Kleber get minutes. Nobody thought he would completely bench Jackson Hayes after how Jackson Hayes played the second half of the season after the Luka Doncic trade. There were certain, like if you had told me all of these elements before the season started, before this series started, I probably would have picked Minnesota too. But for y'all to sit here and pretend like you were the Swami that saw all these ridiculous things happening, and that's what your decision was weighed on, you're lying. I don't know what your reasoning was, but I can promise I can go back and watch your video and you would say none of this stuff. Because the reason why the Lakers lost were all absolute reasons that no one could have predicted. We knew that there were defensive issues. We didn't think those defensive issues would be this glaring because when the Lakers used their bench, right, just like they did in Game 2, they could stifle this Minnesota team, just like they stifled them in Game 2. But just like we saw in Games 4, when you don't use your bench, when you don't trust those guys, when you fuck up the rotations, when you have leads and you don't allow your guys to get rest so you can maintain that lead down the stretch, you blow the game. But let me guess. You predicted this. You predicted this epic collapse of this magnitude, right? You predicted all these things that no one else saw coming. Stop it, man. This is where y'all pretend.
You have me on mute, but okay.
I had you on mute because y'all got to stop coming on this platform lying. Just because you get lucky.
Lamont.
Hold on. There's no level of explanation you can do. Just because you get lucky and your prediction was right.
It wasn't luck.
Okay, so give me outside of the Minnesota Timberwolves winning. I want y'all to listen to this. He's going to tell us why he had Minnesota winning and watch it be all exact reasons. that nobody could predict. Go ahead. Tell us why you had Minnesota winning.
I said, all right, on my show, I do scouting reports, Lamont. You as a coach understand that, right?
Man, I've seen
you as a coach understand that.
Scouting report.
The rest of the Lakers teams does not match up to Minnesota. Just pretty much have better players.
That's not a scouting report.
Hold on. And the Lakers.
No, there's no hold on. Like, we got to stop right there. That's not how scouting reports works. There's no scouting report that says this. We got to make sure we match up perfectly to make sure we win this series. That's stupid report. There's no scouting report that does any matchup like that. So when you say you do scouting reports, what scouting report did you do? What scouting report did you see? You created your own and you made a fictional scouting report to make yourself feel better? That's not how scouting reports work. That's not how basketball. Basketball is not won or lost on, do we match up here? No, it's not. It's much deeper than that. And for you, like I say, I want you to tell us all of these fictional reasons as to why you said you picked Minnesota winning, and watch it sound like all you did was wait for the series to end and then start to handpick the reasons why the Lakers lost and just mention it right now. Watch. I want you to tell us all of
listen, whatever strengths you have in a 7-game series, Lamont, you as a coach should understand they take.
Bro, you didn't watch enough Minnesota games.
I could just read the scouting reports from like Jackson Hayes.
Okay,
he doesn't give you no offense.
Where can I go to get the scouting report? Hold on, Jackson Hayes' value is not in his offense. His value is just being a lob threat, giving relief to Luka Doncic. You don't.
All right, but when that doesn't work, what else can you do?
Hold on, it was working for 4 minutes until JJ Redick took him out because he got a foul.
All right, I mean,
you take him out after 4 minutes and don't play him again.
Again, you got to look at like I said from the beginning, the Lakers have serious.
What were the reasons why you said Minnesota would win this series?
They have serious offensive limitations and serious defensive limitations.
Okay,
so like guys like let's say DFS, right? Dorian Finney-Smith.
What are these offensive?
If you play him, he other than him actually being able to hit the 3 ball, if they run him off the 3-point line, can he do 1-2 dribble pull-ups?
Nobody was running him off the 3.
No, I'm saying you could do that to him. And I watched because I covered the Brooklyn Nets, right? He was with the Brooklyn Nets for like I think a couple of years. And when you run him off the 3-point line, he doesn't have like a 1-2 dribble pull-up.
Can you tell me the reasons why you said you picked Minnesota to win?
Again, I just said they have serious offensive limitations and serious defensive limitations.
What are Minnesota's? Hold on. First of all, you don't pick Minnesota to win because of the Lakers' limitations. You pick Minnesota to win because of something they do well. What were the reasons why you picked Minnesota to win? Talk about Minnesota.
They have a better bench in terms of like Naz Reid. If you take Naz Reid and put him on the Lakers, I mean they win the series. I mean they just don't have anything like that coming off the bench, man. That can like give you 3-point shooting, be able to put the ball on the floor, post up, make plays. They just don't have anything like that on the bench, man. They have serious offensive limitations and serious defensive limitations.
Hold on. If you pick a team to win, that means you should be able to run down the strengths of why this team. You don't have to tell me the weaknesses of the other team. Just tell me what Minnesota does well. No.
Oh, Minnesota? No, they have like a
nobody runs around and makes
the player of the year and Rudy Gobert. They have Naz Reid, who could start for a lot of teams, right? And he's highly skilled. He could hit the 3. He provides spacing. He also could put the ball on the floor. They could he could target guys like Luka. Luka can't put up any type of resistance defensively on a player like Naz Reid, so he can just like same thing with Jaden McDaniels. I mean, Jaden McDaniels was like blowing by Luka. I mean, he averages like what's his career average? 12 points. 12 points a game,
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. What were the reasons? First of all, before the series started, you weren't talking in the past tense. You were talking in the sense that you were predicting. You supposedly, if you predicted this series and this outcome, what were you saying before the series started that made you believe that Minnesota was going to win?
I just don't like the Lakers players. I don't like their bench, and I just don't like a lot of their players. All right.
So that's why you made an emotional prediction because you don't like the Lakers.
It's emotional. Come on.
What is liking? That's an emotion, brother. You say you don't like
them.
I
just said they have offensive and defensive limitations.
So does Minnesota.
Thank you.
Yeah, but Julius Randle, like in the regular
nobody
season,
in their mama believed in no Julius Randle.
But he can lie. He could score. He could score like 20 to 25 points.
Wait, Lamont. These are the type of people the motel room allow up into his,
everybody this year, leading up into the playoffs, were down on Julius Randle primarily because the Karl Anthony Towns was starting to look like a complete scam. Because Karl Anthony Towns was playing so well for New York, everything was up. He's in the MVP race, top 10 in MVP voting. Julius Randle has had a down year this year. There's nothing that he did in the regular season that would lead, especially coming off injury, that would lead you to believe he could play like this. So this is how I know you're lying. On top of the fact that I know
exactly why the Lakers have defensive limitations.
On top of the fact that I know you didn't watch any Minnesota games, you made this prediction simply because you don't like the Lakers. Just stop right there. Just like when Herm made his prediction of the Lakers losing to Minnesota, this is a guy in Herm who ran around saying, I'm on side with the Nazis. I'm riding with Nikola Jokic to beat LeBron. This is a man that sided with the Memphis Grizzlies to beat LeBron. This is a man that sided with the Golden State Warriors to beat LeBron. He just sides with any team until he's right. So you just admitted why you picked Minnesota. You just don't like the Lakers because you have you have literally no tangible reasons as you why you picked Minnesota. And if you're sitting here telling me that you believed in Julius Randle going into the playoffs after this pathetic season that he had, you are literally lying.
Against the Lakers defenders, Lamont. Yes.
This is how I know, man.
I mean, when he was with the Knicks, he averaged almost 25 points a game.
Listen to what I said. There was nothing that Julius Randle did this year for anybody to believe him. He was having
a second option to Anthony Edwards.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so tell me about Julius Randle in the regular season. Was he playing good basketball?
No, he wasn't, but he's not
going into the playoffs
option.
So hold on, going into the playoffs, you knew that Julius Randle would suddenly find his mojo and get back to being the Julius Randle of the New York Knicks. This is what you
went to him when the matchup actually
I don't care what they did. Did you predict this?
I didn't think because he's a ball stopper, Julius Randle, but no, I didn't expect Julius Randle to really kind of like play the way he
telling
played.
me about what happened?
In the playoffs, his averages dip a little bit, so like by 3 or 4 points per game. So in the regular season with the Knicks, he was averaging like 25 points a game.
So what did you use to make this prediction? Because obviously it wasn't Julius Randle, because as you just admitted, his playoff numbers dropped. He did nothing in the regular season for you to believe in him.
Well, no, on this team, he was a second option. They wasn't going to him in the regular season. You know, teams want to play fast. They don't want to slow their offense down.
Hold on. So you knew they would make him a second option before this series started.
No, I mean, it depends on the matchup, though. And there's a lot of matchups that favor Julius Randle's having
What you're doing is you're talking in hindsight. You know the result now, and you're trying to use the result as your reasons to why you made the pick. That's not why you made the.
Yeah, Lamont, you froze up.
Yeah, Lamont froze up.
He froze up, man.
In the middle of it.
The Lakers lost. Now you're saying,
he back.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, my bad, y'all. All I'm saying is, you can't, in hindsight, run around and pretend and use all the justifications as to why we watched them lose as the justifications as to why you picked Minnesota. You just said you picked Minnesota because you don't like the Lakers. You had no real viable reason.
I'm not saying that, Lamont. I didn't say hold on. I didn't say that.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. You're running around, bragging and parading around. You came on here and said, hey, Johnny, you picked the Lakers. You was wrong. You don't know basketball, as if you had a magic ball and you could see this collapse coming and you made predictions that no one else could see coming. You did
Lamont,
not make.
You're trolling, right? Because you got a good basketball mind. You really are.
No, don't talk. No, I'm saying what I'm saying, because if you had a good basketball mind, you picked the Lakers. Anybody with a brain picked the Lakers. No one saw this level of a collapse happening. You are pretending as if you predicted for the Ant-Man to play out of his mind, Julius Randle to play out of his mind, Jaden McDaniels to play out of his mind, Luka to play horrible in the fourth quarters, LeBron to dissipate in the fourth. You saying you predicted all of this stuff happening after the regular season, where we saw Minnesota struggle, but where we also saw the Lakers look a little bit better after the Luka trade, and it looked like they had some rhythm and not collapse to this degree. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't care about predictions, right or wrong, but running around acting like and pretending like you made this prediction, it's just silly. You didn't. You just don't like the Lakers. That's why you made this prediction. Because I'm sure you had other predictions in this playoff that were wrong too. Predictions are not takes. Predictions are predictions. Your takes are the in-between. Can you do the in-between basketball talk? No, I don't think you can. I think you just stop at the takes and hope that your take is right and use that as justification.
That wasn't hope. I said it on multiple times on
okay, so who's gonna since you know so much, if you know so much, who's gonna win the next series with Minnesota?
Who they playing? Minnesota.
For example, let's say if they play Golden State.
I would probably take Golden State in that series, I think.
Why?
They have a lot of shooters on there. On Draymond's defense, I think they can probably neutralize Gobert. You probably got to take. It depends, though. I mean, I gotta look into it. I gotta read what this.
Wait, when you say neutralize Gobert,
no, I mean
in what fashion are they gonna neutralize Gobert?
No, I mean they can drop back on him, right? Like if you watch what Houston and what Houston's doing to Draymond, they just dropping back on Draymond by 4 or 5 feet.
Do you really think Golden State's gonna go into that series worrying about Gobert?
No, I'm saying it can make the spacing bad though. For Minnesota though. So I don't know what type of. I just gotta watch.
The small ball's not gonna go well for the Warriors. That's what the Lakers tried to do, and that's why they got cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Warriors could shoot though, man. They got better 3-point shooters than the Lakers.
I mean, why? Because they got Stephen Curry.
No, it's not just. It's Brzezinski. It's who's the other white kid they actually have on there, man?
What other white kids? See, look, you just
Jimmy Butler.
I mean,
what's that dude?
Jimmy Butler's shooting 25% from the 3-point land right now.
No, but he's a good defender.
I think a lot of people. This is the problem with LeBron James basketball talk. With this comment, there's so many people that's just caught up in the ESPN stuff. Shannon Sharp popularized Lakers in 5, and now y'all think everybody and their mama said Lakers in 5, right? There were when I picked the Lakers, what did I also say? I said there are a handful of teams in the West that would scare me. I said the Clippers, the Warriors, and I said Minnesota if you don't act right. Even after the first game, I said the Lakers better wake the fuck up. They're treating this like a regular season game. If they don't start playing like it's playoff basketball, they're going to be going home. Things change. There's the good thing about basketball is that it's hard to predict and forecast, right? So many elements, players rise to the occasion that we never saw. Players fall out and don't show up, and we can't predict it. That's part of the playoffs. But running around acting like y'all made these elite predictions. Yeah, when we when we go look at y'all FanDuel bet slips, y'all got all L's all over the place. You ain't made no money. Y'all got all these great predictions, but you can't make no money on no bets.
Stop. All right. I mean, the receipts are there, Lamont. It's
what
on
Reggie's show. What receipts?
It's on Reggie's show. Him and I were debating about it on his show.
Okay, you got to go first of all, this has probably to be one of the most low-level basketball debates in basketball history. What was you arguing with locker room?
No, I just said I don't like the Lakers team. I didn't say I don't like the Lakers, right?
Locker room don't like the Lakers team.
I don't like their team.
The locker room don't like it either.
But he had them winning the series, though. He said they'll win.
No, he said he had them hedging his bets. That's what you did. He was hedging his bets, like he normally does, expecting to lose. He said they're gonna win, expecting to lose. There's a difference.
All right.
That's what
I really want to know what were y'all debating.
No, it wasn't a real hard like a long 15, 20 minute debate.
I guarantee they were talking more about me than anything. I guarantee.
No, we wasn't talking about you, man. Come on, dude, come on, man, stop. I'm not a gossip type of person, man. I don't really do stuff like that, man.
So disassociate yourself from the motel room. As long as you associated with the motel room, that's what people gonna think about you. That's my point.
I don't care who you associate with. I just want to know what were y'all actually debating? What intelligent takes was he saying about the Lakers that you really felt you had to go up there and debate?
No, it wasn't a debate. I just gave my opinion on it, and I said I just don't like the Lakers. They have too many one-way players. They don't have two-way players. Like Luka Doncic is not a two-way player. And same thing with Austin Reeves. Man, if you take him, like, he's not the greatest ball handler out there. I mean, if he doesn't have
what logic is that when Luka Doncic was literally just in the NBA Finals and that was meaningless?
Oh, you forgot about Kyrie Irving?
Hold on. Kyrie Irving and Luka made up the worst defensive backcourt in the NBA last year.
Yeah, but look at their scoring. What they give you can make up for that.
Hold on. So first of all, if his one wayness got them to the NBA Finals, now all of a sudden his one wayness with LeBron can't get him to the finals?
Holy shit, Nuggets killing these niggas.
It's Daniel Gafford, it's PJ Washington, right? It's Derek Lively, the coaching of Jason Kidd.
Hold on.
Jason Kidd is one of my favorite. Is my favorite.
People kill me with this stuff. First of all, hold on, Brandon Katz. We're talking about the regular season. Going into the playoffs, nobody predicted that Kyrie would defend at the level that he did. Now, do we give Kyrie Irving credit for defending at a higher level when the playoffs start? Yes, we do. But for anybody to pretend that going into the playoffs, they saw Kyrie Irving defending at this high of a level, you're lying, because Kyrie Irving surprised everybody when he was defending to that level. And there's a lot of you weirdos that want to run around and give him credit for this defense, but then pretend as if you guys predicted it. Right?
Well, I think Kyrie plays harder in the playoffs on defense. He's not like Luka.
I don't think Dallas knew that they would be a good defense last year because you have a rookie center in Derek Lively, which they didn't know what they had. You have two new pieces that you just trade for, and Daniel Gafford, and what's his name? The other guy, who's PJ Washington. PJ trade for these guys mid-season, so you really don't know what you have, right? You got Luka, you get Kyrie, right? And you guys are right now. You're still trying to make it work. I don't think they even knew what they had. Right?
Bro, I think they should have ran it back. They should have ran it back. I don't know why they traded Luka. That was his perfect team to complement Luka.
The one thing that kills me is that did Luka lead that team to a run that I didn't think they could make? Yes, because I don't think anybody in their mama had Dallas in the finals last year, unless you were a Dallas fan.
Now the team they made in Dallas, it just complements Luka's weakness and everything so good. It's crazy. That's why they made the finals.
No, that's not what they did. The only thing Dallas did, if you watch that team, they just said, we don't care what your weakness is, Luka. And they built the team around his strengths. They said, Luka, we know you ain't gonna be good here, here, and here, but we're gonna cater to your strengths, and we're gonna make the other team capitulate to us. Every time we hear people talk about the Lakers and Luka, all everybody talks about is the Lakers' weakness. But y'all don't talk about the Lakers' strengths, and y'all don't give any leeway to the Lakers. With this team, LeBron and Luka got thrust together after the trade deadline and had very little time to figure out.
And if you look, I think the numbers with LeBron, Luka, and Reeves on the floor, even before the playoffs, I don't think it was good.
Yes,
I don't think the numbers was good when all three of them on the floor.
Looking at it from a one-dimensional aspect, you got to look at it like you got to look at it three-dimensionally, man. You got to look at it from a defensive standpoint, man. Like you're not looking at it like that, Lamar. I'm surprised, man. Like I think Lamar's true.
Bro, I know more defense than you can even think of. If I gave you an entire day,
Dallas defense,
you keep running around.
This Dallas defense, bro.
My team.
Wait, PJ Washington and Blake. Lively and.
Hold on one second. My team for the last 3 years has been the best defensive team in the country. All I do is defense. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if a player of Luka's caliber got offered up to me, bump that, bring that motherfucker on. We'll figure this defensive shit out later. Y'all act like Luka is a bad problem.
This is the 90s.
No, hold on. Y'all act like having Luka is not a workable problem. He provides too much of a value as a generational talent for me to sit here and talk about, oh yeah, man, he's struggling on defense. We'll figure that shit out because
Lamont.
Defense in today's game is all team defense anyway. And for a while, before guys started getting hurt, that team defense actually started to look really good. So good that the Lakers, after the trade, at one point in time, were top 3 in defense.
I mean, you're talking regular season, and it's a small sample size. But again, if this is the '90s and Luka, and you had like a lot of like offensively challenged players. I mean, Luka works, but in today's NBA, where
Bro, if this
you
were the
look at,
'90s, Luka would be even better.
no, yeah, of course, because you had the players he was going against ain't shit. That's the problem. It's today's NBA, right? You have a lot of guys who are highly skilled from almost every single position, man. Right? So you look at a guy like Naz Reid. He could put the ball on the floor. He could shoot threes. He could post
Y'all
up.
be on this Naz Reid
One
bandwagon.
thing, one thing I didn't understand. One thing I didn't understand. No, Naz Reid is one of the best 6 men in the game. But one thing I agree with Lamont on is about Jackson Hayes. Fucking, I don't know why JJ didn't play him more. It didn't make any sense, especially with Luka, and they don't got no like like a paint person or anything. Just because you got a foul one game doesn't mean you just take him out the whole game series. It shit made no sense. This shit just made no sense.
It was so obvious. It was just literally so obvious that Jackson Hayes was the solution. That literally and I'm not even one to usually call for stuff like this, but the answer of Jackson Hayes was just so obvious in games 4 and 5 that it was ridiculous. Like,
yeah, it didn't make any sense. That was one stupid coaching decision, and then playing LeBron like this nigga is 29. I don't know what. Like, I don't know.
Like when you get a 10-point lead and you're in game 4. If I get a 10-point lead going into the 4th, I'm resting Reed.
Yes.
I'm resting Rui. I'm putting Vandy in. I'm putting DFS in. I'm putting Gabe in. And we're going to defend like a motherfucker for the first 7 minutes. Y'all motherfuckers going to have a hell of a time scoring. And as long as I got Luka and Brian in, we going to manufacture enough points just
you could have got if they were up 10 points, you could have put that lineup in. Keep Luka in. That nigga, he should be. He's 26. I don't care. Like, he's 26. He should be able to do that. But get LeBron like 3 minutes, 4 minutes of rest, and put him back in the game. Like, he could have did that. You had 10-point lead.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, he got in his feelings and sold out his bench. And so it's not a surprise that your bench don't want to play for you in game 5. You sold the goddamn series away. These motherfuckers in a 3-1 hole because you got caught up in your feelings. You don't want to sub out. Like, who does it? Listen, he did shit that was like literally the first time in NBA history this shit happened. This is how you know this shit is historically stupid. And we supposed to predict that JJ Redick.
Okay. I agree about the LeBron thing, right? He should have, because LeBron is 40. But let's not, like, if you go back to superstars, they've been doing shit like this. Like playing
Rudy ain't a superstar. Rudy ain't a superstar.
So Jackson Hayes, he's undersized, right? He's 220 pounds. Rudy Gobert.
Who are you talking about?
Jackson Hayes. He's undersized, right? He's 220 pounds. So something he should have done when he got into the NBA is actually get stronger. He should get his weight up. And Rudy Gobert, he's like about 260 pounds. So there's an advantage for Gobert there. So he's not.
What are you saying, bro? If that guy was on the floor, that nigga would have not been doing that.
When Jackson Hayes played in those 4 minutes, the motherfucker had 4 offensive rebounds in 4 minutes.
Yeah, the niggas just
so there's guys that look good in limited minutes, but when you start giving them more like minutes, I mean, things can start.
I'm not saying this nigga's gonna be Hakeem Olajuwon. I'm just saying they need the size out there. They need the size out there.
I would have put DFS at the starting 5 and provide.
You're an idiot, bro. What idiot would have done that? Y'all still get barbecued by Rudy because it don't matter who you put it to 5 in game 5.
Rudy's just gonna get rebounds out of it.
Hold on. In game 5, JJ Redick started in a zone. It don't matter who you can't put nobody on nobody in a zone. So if you stick DFS in the middle of the zone, the same thing still happen. You still get out rebounded because the hardest thing to do out of a zone is rebound. So if you don't have a big body on the inside that can quickly snatch up those rebounds when the shot goes up, you're going to have a long night. And early in that first quarter, if you look at how many offensive rebounds Minnesota had just in the first quarter alone, you saw the writing on the wall very early. Why do you run in zone and you're not willing to put Jackson Hayes in? If you're going to commit to zone, that means you have to commit to playing Jackson Hayes. You're doing stuff that's illogical. You cannot commit to putting DFS at the center, LeBron at the center, and you stuck in zone. This is stupidity at its finest, right? You were a much better defensive team not running zone and just trusting your man defense. This is just basketball 1-on-1, man. This is not rocket science.
I just think that DFS gives you more spacing out there, right? And if he's a 39%, he's a 39% 3-point shooter, right? So if you put him at the 5, it can probably draw Rudy Gobert out the paint a little bit. You know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, try something. They didn't really have much to work with. I'm just saying, try something.
Your early reaction. I mean, early prediction: Nuggets versus OKC.
Bro, they could have sent me and you down there, Juju, to go coach the Lakers. Games 4 and 5, and we would have won that shit.
But no, easy. No, it's not like, but it's not like a crazy thing. Like you see Rudy just destroying them. Just put a nigga that's 7 foot to at least. Like it's not a complicated shit. I don't know why he's over. JJ Redick was overthinking. JJ was overthinking it. I think like he was overthinking. Like all right, let me. He was just doing too much, bro. He was doing too much.
Listen, I think JJ was catering the offense more towards Luka's likings and not towards LeBron.
What?
Hey, hold on.
Luka wants Hayes on the floor.
Hold on. Before we shut it down,
I don't want him on the floor.
Hold on. Before we shut it down, BK and Y Hoops, I got one question for you.
Okay.
What's the 2-3 zone?
2 players on the bottom, 2 players at the rim, 3 up top.
Oh, well, what is it?
I just told you. I explained it to you. Two on the bottom, two at the rim, and 3 up on the wing.
The 2-3 in and of itself explains where the players are. What is the 2-3 zone?
Oh, I'm just going by from what I see. What a 2-3 zone is. Yeah.
Okay, but what is it? Like what is it? Like what are we doing?
I guess you're trying to stop like a guy like Anthony Edwards and like trying to force the ball out of his hands early. That's what I don't know, man. I'm just telling you what a 2-3 zone is. I'm saying it's two on the bottom, 3 at the wings.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's definitely to protect the I think the paint and shit.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. See how Juju said that? To protect the paint. You're giving up threes to protect the paint. You got 3 in the box. Not that hard.
All right. I mean, like I said,
but see,
you picked the Lakers to win the series when they really had no shot.
Oh, wow. Hold on, bro. I picked Milwaukee to beat the Pacers. I was wrong. I picked Detroit to beat the Knicks. I was wrong. At the end of the day, picks are picks. I like the fact that even though the Pacers won, I like the fact that they're a young team that is finally getting over the hump, and maybe they can make a run this year. When I look at the Pistons, I don't mind picking the Pistons. That was the funnest series in the playoffs so far to me. Right? Them motherfuckers played their ass off. I'm looking at Cade Cunningham grow up in front of our eyes. We're looking at that team play hard every night, make every game close. Funnest series by far. I don't mind that the Knicks won. My prediction.
No, I'll give you that because, like, Malik Beasley just going ice cold like that when he's known for 3-point shooting.
It wasn't even about them going ice cold. What I'm saying is predictions are for fun. It's the basketball talk in between that's the only thing that really matters. Like the reason, like, did I have a logical reason to pick the Lakers? Yes. Did I have a logical reason to pick the Pistons? I feel like I did. Yes. Like there's some people that come up here like Herm. Herm has no logical reason as to why he picked the Lakers. He was just in a Discord somewhere doing a pool, and he picked the Lakers because he don't like LeBron James. That is not a logical basketball reason to pick against LeBron James because he's lost more times than he's won. Go talk about Herm in 2020. Go look at his face in 2020. Him and Ticket TV was damn near in tears. So at the end of the day, there are some people that just hell bent on picking against LeBron just to pick against LeBron because they only want to see him fail. That is not a logical basketball reason. That's just you being emotional. And then to parade around and say you were right and other people were wrong and your basketball is stronger just because you made a pick right, that's so irrelevant.
But no, I gave facts. It wasn't just, oh, I hate the Lakers or no, it wasn't that. I like the Lakers. I love LeBron James. It's just I look at the rest of the pieces that are around LeBron and I just compare. Like I said, you just look at it.
I think they had a chance to win, but I thought the Timberwolves were just a better team. Like overall, there was a better team.
They're a better team.
No. The only thing that I saw after game one, because basketball sometimes it just comes down to, hold on, Brandon Cass wants a link. Basketball just comes down to one thing, and the one thing I saw after game one, unfortunately, and I hate to say this about a Laker team, was that it just looked like Minnesota wanted that shit more. I felt like they snatched this whole.
Come on,
out they
Lamont.
mouth.
Come on,
Hold
bro.
on.
You're smarter than
Hold on,
this, man.
Hold on, bro. Stop, bro. This is what basketball comes down to. See, this is the element of basketball that you can't never account for. Like what Minnesota did
balls
was not
going crazy. The type shit.
What Minnesota did was not something that you can go Google up in stats and say I predicted this. For them, they're winning most of the 50-50 balls. That's effort. For them, it's offensive rebounding at a significant level. That's effort. Some of the things that they were doing were just things that you just cannot. You like who thought that the Lakers' effort would just go completely into the garbage can? And you know what? When I seen them do that, the only thing I can do is, man, that's a hell of an effort right there. Y'all done turned it up a notch. Man takes the next step. But for me to run around and pretend as if I would have picked this series correctly, it means my basketball knowledge is superior. Y'all be letting these picks get to y'all head, and you can't even explain to me what a 2-3 zone is. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop.
It looked like, to me, it looked like what killed y'all is McDaniels. He's played good on his offense. Like, he was just and fucking Anthony Edwards playmaking. I didn't know this nigga could playmake like how he was playmaking this series. Normally he just do stupid shit when they start like sinking the floor on him and he started playing retarded.
No, you look, man, like Anthony Edwards is growing up right in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
We just got to give him credit, you know. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving him his credit. He came and took this out their mouth because even Anthony Edwards said after the series, he said, we beat the two best closers in basketball. He said, hey, who can beat us now? Like Anthony, hold on, JJ, you got it. Juju, you got to echo. So even Anthony Edwards feels, that man said after this series, we just beat the team with the two best closers in the league. Who the fuck else gonna stop us? He felt like they beat the best team. So how are we wrong when Anthony Edwards himself feels like he beat the best team? And it might be crazy, it might be delusional, but it's not far-fetched to believe that the Lakers had a shot at winning this series. And it's just funny how people after the fact are just acting like they are basketball squammies because they made this prediction. Everybody and everybody can talk about the Lakers' woes. Everybody, that's the easiest thing to do is talk about the Lakers' problems. The hard thing to do is to talk about how they can overcome their problems and still win, just like every team in the playoffs remaining. And that's why even with the teams remaining, it's still hard to make predictions because if you want to tell me a team's going to win, you still have to tell me what they're going to do to win, right? And you can't just fall behind this hidden logic of I knew they was going to choke after it happened. It happens. You win and lose.
The West this year, I don't know who's going to win right now because I know Denver is hoping that Timberwolves lose the next round because Denver's matchup with Timberwolves is just not good. I don't know. They just can't beat Timberwolves.
We got Brandon up here. Brandon, what you got, man?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the point you're missing, though, is I made this point to a Johnny on his show last week. I said that the only way the Lakers can play Luka and Reeves together, and Luka and Reeves are both bad defenders, but Reeves has two issues. It's not just that he doesn't move well laterally, he's not a good defender. He's also undersized at 195. And so the point I made to a Johnny, and I showed him the specific net rating, was that the only way the Lakers could defend with Luka and Reeves on the court was with a rim protector like Jackson Hayes. And the Lakers took Jackson Hayes off the court. They stopped playing him major minutes even before the playoffs started. And so the Lakers defense, like your take that the Lakers were better defensively without Anthony Davis was absurd. Reeves is not playable in the playoffs without a rim protector behind him. Once the Lakers took Jackson Hayes off the court, and the best example was the fourth quarter against the Bulls in the regular season when Chicago dropped 50 on the Lakers. Once the Lakers stopped playing with the rim protector, they were no longer a serious team. They were never going to be able to defend well enough to win anything. And the irony is, if the Lakers had had Anthony Davis, they would have had a good chance to win the series because Anthony Davis owns Gobert. He owns him. He destroys him. Gobert is too slow. And Anthony Davis would have allowed the Lakers to run Minnesota off the three-point line the same way the Lakers did when they played Golden State in 2023. But the Lakers were no longer a serious team. They were not a contender once they took Jackson Hayes off the court because there's no defensive coverage, zone man. There's no defensive coverage that can make the Lakers defense good enough to win a title with Luka Reeves on the floor and no rim protector. That lineup has a defensive rating of 120. It's literally one of the 5 worst defenses in the NBA.
My thing is this right here, because you said it. When Jackson Hayes played during that stretch where the Lakers were playing good defense without Anthony Davis, when they were actually using Jackson Hayes, and he was effective.
But Jackson Hayes was unplayable.
Listen to what? Listen, just listen to my question. All I'm saying is listen, because when we talk about the Laker defense and when it started to subside and not look as good as it did for a stretch, it started to subside because they stopped playing with Jackson Hayes. Because the one thing that you concede to when you trade Anthony Davis is you have to concede to playing the other big who came up from the G League, who got minutes, and you have to concede to playing Jackson Hayes. Yes, they're not Anthony Davis. Yes, they're not super elite defensive players, but they are big and they are disruptive and they can make your defense function a little bit better. No, you're not as strong as you could have been with AD, but there's a trade-off there. You are more athletic on the perimeter and you can defend better on the perimeter because you can be a little bit more. I mean, obviously with DFS making threes at the rate he was, you could be a little bit more athletic on the wing. And that's one thing that we saw. That was the trade-off. With no Anthony Davis, lack rim protection, but you are better on the perimeter as far as the point of attack defense and blowing up screens. So there was an improvement in an area that I feel like is more important to defend than just rim protection. But once they stopped playing Jackson Hayes, yes, that's the magic question. Everything that we've said today is that these idiots didn't play Jackson Hayes when it was obvious to play Jackson Hayes. Was he going to go out there and drop 30? No. But he was going to pride the physicality and the rebounding, enough of it at least, to where they don't get overwhelmed by a player like Rudy Gobert. That's all we're saying. We're not saying, and nobody was saying that they were going to be Pistons elite. Y'all making it me nor A. Johnny said that they were the best defense in the league. They had a different element. Like when you get Luka, hold on. But Brandon, when you get Luka, it's not my job to sit. Is when you get Luka, it's not my job to talk about how trash they are. Y'all can talk the negative talk. Once you get Luka, it's only all I like to do is talk about, okay, I understand their weaknesses, but how can this work if they want to make it work? It's the easiest thing to do is to run around and say the Lakers with Luka and Reeves are going to not be very good on the perimeter at times. That's a very, very lazy and easy take to always have because you'll never be wrong. But the hard thing to do is the harder thing to do would be to go out there on a limb and tell us why you think they could win. Right? I don't know who your team is, Brandon, but tell us why you think your team is going to win. Or are you going to be like most people like Herman, just go with a front runner like the Cavs or the Boston Celtics so you don't really have to do much explaining. But then you cannot criticize people who go out on the limb to tell us why their team can win, yet you have no takes that you go out on the limb and say, and you put your basketball acumen and knowledge out there so we can see what you think about these teams. The easiest thing in the world to do is to point to every team in the league and talk about their weaknesses. Everybody and their mama knows that Reeves and Luka are bad defenders, right? So you telling us that is not some glorious revelation that nobody knew and only you knew. It's the most obvious thing in the world. The hardest thing to do is to do like A. Johnny and tell us why he thinks his team going to win, right? But
no, he was just being a fan.
It doesn't matter. Like, who's your team?
That's not hard to do.
Okay, so who's your team?
Okay, so I grew up
Brandon,
Bulls
who's
fan.
your team?
I don't have a team right now. No, hold on. I want to. Lamont,
hold on. So you don't have a team, but you criticize people with teams for giving predictions as to why they feel their team is going to win. That is the silliest thing in the world to do.
Okay, I'm criticizing that.
That's not basketball talk.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. What I said is
you're just telling me how bad the Lakers are defensively. That's not rocket science.
Okay, I heard what you said. No, what I'm saying is this is what Ajani and the LeBron people do. They constantly shit on Anthony Davis to explain why LeBron hasn't won anything the last 3 years. And the reality is Anthony Davis is what held the Lakers together. The Lakers cannot defend without Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis was underrated. He was dropping. The reason Anthony Davis kept getting hurt in LA is he had to get 15 rebounds a game, scored 28 a game, and he had to cover up for all these bad defenders on the Lakers. And so all these Lakers fans and LeBron people like Ajani, they keep shitting on Anthony Davis to build up LeBron. They don't even give Anthony Davis enough credit for what he did in 2020. But my other point is the Lakers could have beaten Minnesota, but they weren't willing to take Reeves off the court and bench him. If the Lakers had started DFS and lean defense, they could have beaten Minnesota. But the Lakers weren't willing to take Reeves off the court.
Lakers didn't lose because of their defense, and you don't know basketball.
Hold on. The Lakers were not willing to take Reeves out of the starting lineup and bring him off the bench.
This is all hindsight basketball talk. Because we all know why they lost.
Right. You didn't hear what I said. I'm not done. So what I'm saying is if the Lakers had started DFS and brought Reeves off the bench, they could have defended against Minnesota, but the Lakers view Reeves as part of the team long term. So for political reasons, they weren't willing to bench Reeves.
Lakers played good defense versus Minnesota.
No, they didn't. The other thing is the zone defense the Lakers played, Minnesota countered it by playing Naz Reid at the 5. Once Minnesota took Gobert off the court and they had 5-out spacing with Naz Reid at the 5, which is what Minnesota did the final 5 minutes of the last 3 games of the series, the zone defense the Lakers played was cooked. It was done. And so once Minnesota took Gobert, the only reason the Lakers zone worked was Gobert being on the floor enabled the Lakers to play it. Once Minnesota went small with Reed at the 5, the Lakers were finished.
Bro,
but my point is the Lakers were never content. The Lakers were never going to be contenders with Luka Reeves and no rim.
Brandon. Okay, look. You giving us a rundown on how the Lakers lost the series. We all know. Everybody's going to have their, and really, you won't be wrong. You have,
no, but I'm saying if the Lakers had taken Reeves off the court, they could have won the series.
All I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're wrong, Brandon. What I'm saying is this: everything that you're saying is right because the series has happened, and we all saw everything that you said about the Lakers losing. Very sensible. Everything that's BKNY said about the Lakers losing, very sensible. Everything that Johnny would say about them losing actually also makes sense as well. And might have my own points as well. We will all be right because the Lakers did a plethora of things that we can all easily point to in hindsight. Only thing I'm talking about is the Lakers are out of it. They are now eliminated. Now the hard thing comes. There are new series. There are other series going on. There are new teams to talk about. Now the hard thing to talk about is, okay, what are our new predictions?
I'll give you a prediction.
I'm saying.
I said I'll give you a prediction.
I know you'll give a prediction. I'm just trying to make this clear. I'm saying the hardest thing to do is to say, okay, this is the next series, and this team is going to win and why, and then stand on the logic that's in between. Anybody can make predictions emotionally.
I'll do what I want, but I'll do that. That's fine. Okay, so if Golden State beats Houston, I believe Minnesota should beat the Warriors. And I disagree with the take of BKNY, and here's why. The key against Golden State is to be able to switch the 1 through 5 against their motion offense. But the other thing is the weakness of the Warriors is their size up front. And so when Minnesota plays Naz Reid at the 5, they'll be able to switch everything. But the other thing is because the Warriors traded Wiggins, they don't have perimeter defenders anymore. They're significantly undersized, not just in the front court, but the back court with Pods and Curry. They have nobody to guard Edwards, nobody. The other thing is the Warriors core, Green, Curry, and Butler, they're all older players. And the problem in this league, there's a reason why 3 of the last 4 teams that won titles had a core in their 20s. Boston, Milwaukee, and Denver. The players that win titles in this era have youth and experience. They tend to be in their late 20s because this is such an up-tempo league. It's very hard for an older team to play at a high level, especially in a loaded Western Conference where you constantly have deep series. So Golden State's core of Green, Butler, and Curry is old. Minnesota Golden State is at least a 6-game series. And as that series gets deeper, Minnesota will benefit from having younger legs too. Minnesota should be able to beat Golden State if that's the match.
I think Golden State. I try not to overcomplicate it.
The other thing is Minnesota's the type of physical defense that has given Curry issues in the past, like 2019, and also when Curry struggled against Cleveland in the finals. Minnesota's the type of physical perimeter defense that can give players like Curry and Pods issues.
I think it's the opposite. I think over the last
You're
couple of
just
years,
disagreeing to disagree with me. You don't even believe that. You got a bad poker face.
hold on. I made my take yesterday on this. I'm gonna say the same thing that I said yesterday. I said for whatever reason, and I don't know how to explain this. I mean, you could go back and look at the last 10, 15 games. I don't know why. I don't know how, but Steph Curry just has Minnesota's numbers. I mean, I could pull it up here real quick. I mean, if you go back and just look at like the last 10 games, we can go back to we go look at the last 10 games that Steph Curry has played against
but that's
Minnesota.
because Minnesota was playing
Let me finish
Gobert.
my take, Brandon, because we did
Gobert
not
gets
interrupt you,
fired.
Brandon. We did not interrupt you. We let you talk. And now when I get to give him my take, you want to interject and cut in.
Minnesota's a different team now.
Can I get my take? I'm not saying, no, I'm talking about this year. Even if you talk this year, when they last played.
No, I'm saying Minnesota's a different team the second half of the year.
Just let me finish my take. I'm just going off of what Steph Curry. There are certain teams that just have naturally, over the last couple of years, have given Steph Curry a few more problems than he naturally has. One of those teams that Steph Curry, whatever it is, whatever they are doing schematically, over you can just look at the last 10 games that he's played versus Minnesota over the course of the last 2 years. He has never had an issue with this team offensively. If you look at his last 5 games, just look at his last 3 games. If you want to talk about the games that were played this season, 31 points, 31-8, 31-10, 30-8 are his last 3 games. Those are his last 3 games against this team, right? Another 31-4, 38-5, 29-10, 25-11, 34-5. I don't believe that Minnesota has an answer for Steph Curry. For whatever they're going to struggle with these split actions. And no matter who they have, no matter how good their defenders are, they have a trouble containing Steph Curry. I think that series will ultimately come down to what version of Jimmy Butler they get. And I simplified it down to this. And I kind of use this philosophy, even though it's a silly philosophy, I kind of use the same philosophy when I do my my picks on FanDuel. There's something with Jimmy Butler when he goes against teams that he played for. And it seems like when he goes against teams that he played for, he has a little extra fire and he had a little bit of extra motivation to go torch them. And so I would believe that we would see an elevated version of Jimmy Butler just because it's the Minnesota Timberwolves. And there's people in that organization that he has a gripe to pick with. And then Steph Curry, schematically, they have just done nothing over the last 10 games, over the last 2 years that could slow Steph Curry down. And you could say body, be physical with him. It's just not showing or translating into the stat sheet. You're not slowing him down. You're not stopping him. And it's just going to come down to what version of Jimmy Butler you can get. Because we know what we're going to get from Draymond, right? We know what we're going to get from guys like Podziemski. And if Steph plays well, that's automatically going to translate to Quentin Post. That when Steph plays well, almost systematically, Quentin Post plays well as well. And that's going to have a trickle-down effect to guys like Moody. So I think it's just going to be on Steph and Jimmy Butler. And it's just hard for me to see them completely change up their scheme to all of a sudden defend him well when they haven't defended him well over the last 2 years. So I just
the mistake you're making is you're conflating the regular season with the playoffs. So first of all, Minnesota's a completely different team the second half of the year than they were the first. Eye test net rating, it all shows that. The first half of the year, Minnesota didn't know how to play together. They were still integrating Randall. So now Minnesota has continuity. They're a completely different team now. But the main point you're missing is the reason why Steph Curry is
using the regular season. You're saying this, sir, using the regular season.
Hold on. The reason why Curry
say using the regular season is wrong, then uses the regular season to try to tell me why.
I've talked for 5 seconds. Hold on.
Exactly.
Johnny, go to bed, man. Go to bed. You thought the Lakers were better defense without Anthony Davis.
They were a better defense.
They were not.
You're wrong.
Anyways,
yes, they were.
Yes,
they were. You were wrong,
you got
sir.
cooked. Stay quiet.
No, I didn't get cooked. I don't have to stay quiet. You have to stay quiet. Time out for you. You said don't use regular season, so don't use regular season for Minnesota. You got to use the 5 games they played. That's what you got to use.
Okay. Here, I'll do what I want. Here's the point. The reason why Minnesota,
I can mute you if I want. So how about that? I can do that if I want. I get to mute you. No one when you lie. How about that? I get to mute you whenever the hell I want to. You said you challenged me, and I told you the Lakers had a better defense. They still have a better defense. They didn't lose because of their defense.
And you lied.
I didn't lie because the stats prove me right. You're lying.
Just muting me like a 5.
Because it's my turn to speak, not your turn. You know I want to hear you lie. You said
I'm responding to what Lamont said.
And I'm responding to what you said. You're a liar. That's what you're a liar. You challenged me. You brought my name up in this. You were talking about Lamont about me. I'm right here. Don't talk to Lamont about me.
Your ego is bigger than Satan's, Johnny.
And you know what?
Johnny, you got cooked. The Lakers.
I'm gonna send all of y'all to hell with me and burn in hell with Satan because you guys can't talk basketball. You don't deserve to be in basketball heaven. You don't deserve to enjoy the basketball world. So you come to hell with A. Johnny and you get destroyed and burned with A. and hell with A. Johnny. That's facts. That's what. That's y'all. Yes, I have a very big ego because y'all have the biggest ego. Y'all ego get deflated with me. That's why y'all say mine's is so big because
but I think you can hold on. And let me say one thing. I think you can only address my point if you can explain to me how they're going to stop Steph Curry. This is something that they haven't been able to do. I mean, you can explain it, but this is something I'm just going off history.
No. You gave your take. I'm going to respond.
What I'm saying is this. This is something that they have
You're
not
just trying
been
to
able
filibuster.
to do. This is something that they have not been able to do for 2 years. All I'm using, regular season or not, is history. Because the one thing that you don't have is you don't have any playoff basketball of Minnesota versus Golden State to judge it by. All we have are regular season matchups between Minnesota and Golden State. So if Minnesota can all of a sudden magically not implode and do what they've been doing in the regular season in the playoffs, how do you justify that when you have literally no playoff matchups between the two that shows they can do this miraculous transformation? Because they didn't even miraculously transform versus the Lakers.
No, I got you.
The Lakers just completely hold on one second. The Lakers just completely fell apart.
They didn't fall apart, Lamont. It wasn't a good team.
No, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Hold on. The Lakers fell apart. JJ Redick panicked. He didn't play the players that he needed to play. And so all I'm saying is I don't believe Minnesota did anything special to beat the Lakers. The Lakers shot themselves in the foot, and they were their own demise. There's nothing that you can tell me that leads me to believe that that coach did something so special that it was too hard for the Lakers to overcome. The Lakers and JJ Redick led it by shooting them in the foot. He should have took Austin Reeves out in the fourth quarter in game 4 at the start of the fourth quarter. He should have took Rui Hachimura out. He should have gave his starters a rest. There were a plethora of things where the Lakers literally shot themselves in the foot. In game 5, why do you commit to playing zone the entire game, but you're not playing Jackson Hayes in the middle? You are shooting yourself in the foot. You are your own demise. Minnesota didn't need a magic formula to know how to beat the zone. It's the easiest thing in basketball to beat when you are a competent team and you could just slow down. Minnesota struggled to start, but once they slowed down and they figured out, Rudy Gobert, a guy who hasn't done anything all year, is literally wide open at the paint. Well, let's just try getting him the ball, or at least drive and allow him to be an offensive rebounder. And the shit worked. And it's not rocket science. You either get out the zone or you put Jackson Hayes in. This is not schematically.
You're giving too much credit for Jackson Hayes. He's really
no. What I'm saying is the zone. Like, first of all, I think you're giving too much credit to Rudy Gobert in Minnesota. It is not very difficult to run a competent zone, but a competent zone starts and ends with you need a big body on the inside. That's the purpose of a zone. You can kind of hide your big man. He doesn't have to rotate too many players. He doesn't have to do a whole bunch of stuff. All he needs to do is one thing and one thing only. And that is do what? Protect the rim and be a big body and enforce in the paint. You simplify his job. That's why the concept of running the zone, great. I love it. Not playing Jackson Hayes while you're running the zone, completely stupid and just completely blows my mind. And I think when you do stuff like that because you have some type of gripe with Jackson Hayes, you shoot yourself in the foot. When you don't want to utilize your bench, right? A good one who was really good, the only player that showed he could guard Julius Randle, and you don't utilize him as a weapon to slow down Julius Randle, even though it looks like a physical mismatch, you're crazy. So we got Locker Room says, what website does say Johnny used to buy his subscribers? This is crazy, man. I mean, you still on this, like, it's sad. I think it's just sad, Locker Room, that we're in 2025. And the saddest part about it is, as opposed to come into basketball spaces and talk basketball, the only thing you can do is bring personal gripes and beefs, cry about other people's channels and the success of their channels, or even the failure of other channels. As you know, and to me, it's just sad, man.
Lamont, Johnny.
Like, stop it, BK. Stop it. This is not a rebuttal time.
He's dissing Reggie right now.
It doesn't matter. I don't care, man. I don't care. What I'm saying is, we can diss locker rooms basketball takes because they're basketball takes. But the saddest part, and the one thing I don't like condoning, and one thing you will never see me do, is run around talking about people's channels as opposed to finding ways to bolster their channels up. When Locker Room's channel was growing, no matter if we disagreed or agreed, I even still have it copied and pasted here in my notes. I have a copy and paste in here where, look, it's literally copied and pasted right here. And I'm going to put it in the chat to show you. This is what I had. No matter if we agree or disagree, I had this copy and pasted in my notes. What does it say in the chat? It says subscribe to the Locker Room with his channel link, right? Basketball disagreements. You pick a team, I don't. But at the end of the day, it's still about supporting each other as content creators. And you come in here crying about the success of somebody else's channel as if Johnny don't have 100,000 followers on Facebook that will help his channel on YouTube grow. But the saddest thing, and the one thing I just don't condone and disrespect, is just that stupidity right there. Because to me, that's childish. To me, that's like female activity. And it's one of the reasons why I understand why you don't come on panels no more or hit people's links no more. Because if you can't come somewhere and talk basketball, like, what is the point of running around talking about other people's channels? What is the point of running around talking about True to King? He ain't credible because his channel is small. You know, what is the point of this? You know, like sometimes, man, like it just gets to a point where like it just starts to get super corny and cringy, right? Like when is somebody, you know, just grow up, right? Grow up, stick to the sports and quit. You don't know what the hell, like you don't know what people do, how they promote their channel, how they grow. Just like we don't know what he does on how he grows his channel, and nor do we care. I just want to see everybody succeed.
The Locker Room got 25,000 subscribers. How did he get it? Did he purchase
but
it?
see, that's the thing. Like he says, the truth hurts. No, it doesn't hurt. What the only thing that hurts is that you are actually a good content creator, but you spend so much time worried about other people that you kind of stifle your own growth. Like imagine if you didn't spend so much time super focused on Dreamers Pro and all these other content creators, and you actually just put out bona fide content. You might be at 100K, right? But you spend so much time crying and whining about everyone else and their opinions that one, you don't even talk basketball. You're literally like the Kwame Brown sector, kind of. You just cry, right? And to me, it's sad. No, BK and White Hoops. This is not a Locker Room I want to refute session, because I've seen Locker Room. I have nothing bad to say about the man. I mean, he has graphics. He does all this stuff. I mean, the show and what he does is entertaining. But boy. I mean, Locker Room is just sad, right? He's just sad. And what he's kind of trickled down to as far as not even being a basketball content creator is just sad. No, Locker Room. I stopped getting views because I stopped posting. Locker Room, you post every single day, and you still struggling to crack 3,000 a month. That's the problem with you, Locker Room, right? And you know, that's the problem. You are still struggling to afford that new camera that you're trying to buy off your YouTube channel. All right.
I mean, if it's about,
it's not about the Locker Room, this, that, and other. What I'm saying is this man is struggling to buy his new camera, and he's been at it for 3 years, and he's only cracking 3,000 a month. If you've been at it for this long and you're only cracking 3,000 a month on YouTube, Locker Room, you probably need to find a new hobby. I mean, if we really wanted to break down your channel and the quality of what you do, it could be very easily be done. But to sit here and try to knock other content creators, man, and then BKNY Hoops is really trying to defend it, bro, y'all is sad, man. That's to me, that's the saddest thing to see. That's the saddest thing about Locker Room, because he actually got good content. But the problem with him is that he moves like a little girl. And what he does is he just tries to, he tears down relationships. He don't know how to do business. He don't know how to lock in. He gossips. I mean, I can tell you an example. And Go James Kingdom. I'm going to give you an example of how messy the Locker Room is. Check. I'm going to tell you. I was having a behind the scenes conversation with the Locker Room. You know what the Locker Room tells me? He says, hey, FYF, man, Go James Kingdom was talking about you behind your back. He was saying this, that, and other. And the only thing I'm saying, and the only thing I'm honestly thinking to myself, is that even if that were true, this is a messy ass nigga. Another person told you some shit in confidence if it was true. And the first thing you can think to do is run to another man and start gossiping about what this other man said. It really told me a lot about how you move in your character, not A. Johnny. That's the saddest part about it. And so that's when I think, man, it's just like this dude is really moved like a female. Secondly, when I owed this man money, right? I owed this man money for like 24 hours, right? 24 hours, right? In locker room, you've seen how much I make. Don't lie. You saw the numbers. But this man, I owed him money for 24 hours. 24 hours, you know? And what did he do? He went to Instagram and he screenshotted a DM that I sent him where I said, hey, I'm on the road right now. As soon as I get in the crib, I got you. Mm-hmm. He went to his Instagram page, screenshotted the text message, and put it out there in front of his fans, basically saying, hey, FYF, here's the screenshot, man. You said you was going to pay me, man. You said you was going to pay me, man. Make sure you pay me, man. I was like, my guy, who screenshot messages and put it in front of their chat? Like, I'm going to pay you this little money. And then when I pay him, he don't say nothing. When I pay him, he don't run to his crowd and say, hey, y'all, he took care of that. He got people in the chat saying, FYF, you still owe. So he just like, the dude moved like such a female. It is sad. And the things that he talks about, he can't talk basketball, so he tries to talk about people's channels, man. It is sad what he does, man. And it's unfortunate that he's gotten to that way, but I mean, literally, the man literally had
That's
nobody.
How his channel grew. That's how his channel grew because he
But
does
think about
what
it.
he does.
Think about being so lonely. Nobody likes you. I mean, literally, nobody likes him. Like when Herb don't like you, you got issues. Like, how are you just so unliked? Look at Brandon Cash said this is stupid drama. No, it's called the end of the show, Brandon. That's what it is. It's the end of the show. If you really wanted to be here for the basketball content, Brandon, you would have came when we was talking about Nikola Jokic. And what you would have done is you would have entered your questions in for ChatGPT as opposed to coming into the end of the conversation when we're talking about the Lakers, a LeBron conversation, because you don't like LeBron James. You would have involved yourself in the Nikola Jokic conversation just like everybody else came up here and did. So now that you want to start crying and whining and when we're at the 7-hour mark, when the show is over, stop it, man. Stop it. Right? Like, how do y'all multitask like that? Y'all sit in the backstage and y'all type in the chat at the same time. So all I'm saying, and like, look, I have no shade. There's a lot of people that love Locker Room's channel, but from what I've seen, man, and one of the reasons why I kind of separated myself from his channel is because he just don't move like a grown man. Did I need to go out and do a video about it? Did I need to go out and tell the whole world about it? No. What did I just do? I just stopped going over there because what do I tell people all the time? If you don't like it, stop watching. His content got to the point where I wasn't rocking with it no more. So all I did was stop watching. Even when people would come over here and say, hey, Lamont, Locker Room doing a show about you. I don't care. Hey, Lamont, Locker Room got your graphic up. What am I supposed to do? I don't care. I just don't like it. There's no, like, when I lose respect for you, I honestly just don't care about what you're doing. You know, I don't care. So at the end of the day, no, Brandon Cass, I'm just addressing something that I haven't addressed. This is not keep addressing it. This is the first time I've addressed it. Because this is like the 10th time that I've seen him come in the chat and I've seen him say something about somebody's channel size. He always comes in and he always tries to big dog other people because he's gained a few subscribers on YouTube. And to me, that's just corny, man. You know, corny. I mean, this is a guy who probably stands at 5'1". People are running around Discord, sending pictures around of this man sitting in a chair and his legs are literally swinging. Right? He looked like a little kid. Hey, like, I mean, he got pictures floating around on Reddit. Man, look like, man, he's on the you know, I don't know what type of movie or what type of set he's on, but it don't, I mean, it kind of looked like it kind of looked like, you know, he was ready to do some of these.
This is my area, and I'm afraid to fuck you because your ass is full of bacteria.
That's what it looked like. Looked like he was about to get into some crazy activities. So at the end of the day, man, that if people want to know that y'all can hold it there. That y'all can hold it there. But I don't got nothing against his content. But he don't move like a grown man. He moves like a woman. And when you start running around like I don't even Shooter King don't even show up here a lot no more because he got a lot of other stuff going on. I can't rock with you when you run around here talking about his channel size. Shooter King in the military, like this motherfucker got time. Like he got time to focus on his channel. I mean, just because you got nothing going on in life, right, other than to chase females here in Scottsdale, flying all the way from Atlanta just to chase females in Scottsdale, right? You flying Spirit down here. Bro, come on, man. Stop it, bro. Stop it. I just think it's sad. Like the one thing I don't talk basketball, you can hate his basketball takes all you want. Do not be targeting people's channels on FYF Sports. Don't target Ticket Channel. Don't do that. Right? We didn't do that to no Dreamers Pro. We don't do that to nobody. Every time I talk about a content creator, I say Dreamers Pro got hellified content. I don't agree what he says. Carcino got good content. I just don't care for what he says. Ticket got good content. Bro, stop doing that, man. But I know you're not going to stop, and I know you don't care. But I think it's sad.
And by the way, just to let you know, Lamont, we are not stupid enough to risk our monetization by getting fake subs and views. So, again, we work hard here in Go James Kingdom. And you said he's on Instagram. I guarantee you he doesn't have the following we have on Instagram, nor does he have the following we have on Facebook or on TikTok. So, again, now mind it, we know the type of following he has on OnlyFans. We all
No, sure, Serge. I don't block many people. I block them because there are certain things here that I really try. I don't really try to block a lot of people, but I mean, when you start doing stupid stuff, when you really don't have a real purpose of being here, and you only over here to disrespect people. At the end of the day, Johnny been rocking with me for a long time, and he been helping me out on this channel for a long time. So you want me to just come over here, man? Come on, man. Like I say, I got standards, right? Right. Herm come over here, be joking with everybody. Come over here and crack on Go James Kingdom all over here. I don't block nobody. But there's certain lines, bro. I've been watching people grind and do a whole bunch of behind the scenes, and just to be disrespecting people grind. Like, how kiddish are you? Look, and all Serge is doing right now, he's just trying to get blocked. Serge, that stuff don't even bother me. Because you're talking about me. I don't care.
Again, Lamont is my boss, ladies and gentlemen. He is he's my boss. Right? And y'all stop playing around because y'all know what I do best. I expose y'all. That's the whole point, man. Just like Brandon come here with his nonsense. The Lakers defense, it has been better since they let go of Anthony Davis. That's why they were the top 10 defense at the end of the season, because they no longer had Anthony Davis. And they were 20th when he left the team. So that means they got better when he left. They went from being the 20th team in the NBA to a top 10 team in the NBA. And they were actually the 8th team without Anthony Davis. Those are all facts.
Hold on. Look at Brandon. Hold on. Watch this. Yeah, watch this. I can drop the link.
You can let him up. I'm not going to mute him no more. I just wanted to go off on his mind.
I mean, look, Brandon, you only get muted because you don't know how to stop talking, man. I mean, this happens to you on every channel. You act like it's just FYI.
Okay, right. So okay,
go ahead and
here's my take on Minnesota Golden State. Okay, so you talked about the regular season matchup. Okay, in the regular season last year, Phoenix swept Minnesota. Minnesota shut Phoenix down in the playoffs. They swept it. In 2023, Curry cooked the Lakers in the regular season. The Lakers shut Curry down in the playoffs. So here's what Minnesota's going to do in the playoffs they didn't do in the regular season. They're going to play Naz Reid more at the 5, which will mean they're switchable on the perimeter. They're going to get physical. And when you talk about how the sample size Minnesota hasn't been able to guard Golden State, the teams that have defended Golden State best since 2015 switch everything. That's what Cleveland did in the finals with Thompson at the 5. That's what Houston did with PJ Tucker at the 5. And with the Lakers, they didn't switch everything, but they funneled everything to Anthony Davis. And so Minnesota's going to have a completely different defensive strategy in the playoffs than they did in the regular season. And Minnesota's a completely different team in the playoffs than the regular season because Anthony Edwards has been the best player in the playoffs for 2 straight years now. He is the best player in the playoffs again this year. And so Minnesota was a completely different team the second half of the year. They figured out how to play with Randall. They integrated everything. Edwards is a playoff riser. And you have no answer for the fact that Steph Curry is 37 now. So when you talk about his regular season numbers against Minnesota, in a 7-game series where Curry's playing 38 minutes a game, 6'2", 205-pound guard, he's going to wear down like you wore down at the end of the 2016 finals, like you wore down at the end of last year. One of the reasons Golden State keeps losing in play-in games before this year is Curry wears down. He's old and he's undersized. Minnesota is young and physical. Minnesota will beat Golden State in the next round. And the Lakers are not a better defense without Anthony Davis. They got exposed. I told you the
going
net
back
rating
to
was
that,
garbage.
man? Why are you going back to
Hayes
that?
was off the floor, and Jackson Hayes was unplayable. Johnny
Okay,
feels the need to shit on AD to build up LeBron.
Okay,
and
but
LeBron
why are we
got
going back to
exposed.
that? We're talking about Golden State. The Lakers are out of the playoffs.
Stop saying my name.
LeBron got exposed. He can't be a second option.
The
'cause he can't
Lakers
play
are
off
out of the
ball well
playoffs,
enough.
man.
That's
Why?
part of the
That's the thing. Y'all LeBron haters, y'all can't let go of the Lakers, man. Stick to the Warriors. Let go of them. They gone.
You can't stop loving on LeBron.
They don't. We're not even talking about them. We're talking about the Warriors.
Okay.
Why can't y'all
But
just
Lamont,
let LeBron be, man? He's in
Lamont, the
Cancun.
strategy of being able to switch everything is how you stop a motion offense. Minnesota can do that. Minnesota will switch everything with Naz Reid at the 5. They will get physical with Curry and Pods. That is the strategy that works against Golden State. It worked for Cleveland with Thompson. It worked for Houston with PJ Tucker. Naz Reid's a very good perimeter defender. Minnesota has the personnel to switch everything. That's how you defend a motion offense.
How can Golden State win the series?
Well, Golden State can win if they use zone coverage to make and they fool Anthony Edwards. As good as Anthony Edwards is, he's still 23. So the Lakers zone was garbage because they didn't have Anthony Davis. But Golden State's going to run. Golden State can't match up in man against Anthony Edwards, so they're going to run zone. But they're going to run all kinds of different zones against Golden State, against Minnesota, and Golden State's going to try and fool Anthony Edwards with zone coverage. And so one of the things, and people miss this about Minnesota, one of the smartest things about the Towns trade is it accelerated Anthony Edwards' development. It accelerated his development physically and mentally. So Edwards is a much smarter player because Edwards had to take on much more responsibility. Edwards had to take on much more responsibility with Towns gone, and that accelerated his development. But if Golden State can fool a young Edwards by running all kinds of different coverages and different zone looks, that's the only way Golden State would have a chance in the series.
So there is a scenario where Golden State wins.
Yeah, no, look, Anthony Edwards could fall off a cliff. I mean, yeah.
I mean, just like JJ Redick could
Oh,
fall
no,
off
I'm
a
not
cliff.
saying Golden State has no chance. I'm saying there's always a scenario. Sports is about probability, not certainty. There's always a scenario where a team can win.
And we're not making FanDuel picks. We're just making predictions. I think the predictions, if you can open the door and say that both teams have a chance to potentially win if they employ certain strategies, then that means there's no wrong answer. We're not talking about a 1 versus a 16 seed in the NCAA, where the 16 seed absolutely has almost zero chance of winning. If there are people that pick the Warriors and have a reasonable logic behind it, who am I to knock it if the Warriors lose? You have reasonable logic to believe it. Minnesota employed a plan that maybe worked out a little bit better for a plethora of reasons. But I think the wild card means
wait, hold on, Lamont. I want to ask you, Lamont.
I'm just saying. I just think
Anthony Edwards has been the best player in the playoffs 2 years. Yes or no?
Hold on. I'm not saying you are right when you say.
Has Anthony Edwards been the best player in the playoffs? Yes or no?
All I'm saying is this. I'm saying with the Warriors.
So who's been better? Who's been better?
Hold on.
Luka was better than him last year.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. All I'm saying is this: the uniqueness about this Warriors team.
Luka was not better. He got exposed.
Hold on, Brandon. What I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is
he beat Minnesota.
And defense matters. Luka played no D.
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
All I'm saying is this right here. The beauty of the Warriors this year is the unpredictability, and I believe that the impact player in this series is not going to be Steph. I believe the player that can change the tides of this series is Jimmy Butler.
Butler's 35. He's not the
Listen
same
to what.
player.
Let's listen to what we all know that. So I don't expect Jimmy Butler to be elite prime Jimmy Butler all the way to the NBA Finals. We're just talking about a potential 7-game series. We're not talking about anything deeper than that.
Now.
All I'm saying is this. I'm saying I'm picking the Warriors because I'm just simply betting on Jimmy Butler being a wild card X factor because of his unpredictability. He is one of the hardest players to gauge in the NBA playoff series. Just ask the Boston Celtics and ask a plethora of teams in the East when Jimmy Butler completely dialed up.
Jimmy's not in the East anymore, Lamont.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not. Look. That's the obvious. I'm just talking about a series because what he did versus the Celtics, no one predicted. It was a wild card that I don't care if you are the greatest, most elite basketball swami in NBA history. You could never predict when elite Jimmy Butler turns up. It is so unpredictable and it's so hard to stop in a 7-game series.
He hasn't been that player for 2 years.
Listen to what I'm saying, because there were times even in those playoff runs where Jimmy disappeared. There were times in that playoff run where Jimmy was not the same Jimmy that we saw against the Celtics. But in certain series, we've seen him somehow, and I don't know where this motivation or energy comes from. He turns up and he becomes a player. It's just like, God damn, why can't you be this all the time? And I just think that from what I've seen, Jimmy Butler's track record playing against teams that he formerly played against, that could potentially be the X factor that gets him to dial it up a notch. Now, will it happen? I don't know. Is it a common X factor? X's and O's? No. This is more of a subjective thing that, there's a high likelihood that it probably won't happen. But if I'm talking about Golden State having a chance to win this series, which is the hard thing to do, it's going to take something unorthodox like
it's
Jimmy
not the
Butler.
hard thing to do. The consensus is going to
take. Stop. I'm talking about. I don't think the consensus is that Golden State's the better team or the team that's going to win. You're wrong.
Most people
listen to what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying. Most people are going to pick Golden State just because there are just more Golden State Warrior fans, not because of real basketball logic. The people with real basketball logic, if you use, why do you got to talk when other people are talking so much? Why when we give you the floor and we shut up? Why because it's called FYF Sports. It's not Brandon Sports. Brandon, you have the ability to go start your own channel and talk as long as you want.
But
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. And you wonder why people put you in the basket. You have no decorum.
I don't
care. You have absolutely no respect. I know you don't care. I mean, this is like Jordan fans are like big kids, like big little kids with absolutely like kids, like the little bad kids in Walmart that are just screaming on the floor when they don't get what they want.
Yeah, because
this is just wild. Like, it's just wild. Like, and people give, they take. We got all the time in the world, Brandon. You act like it's a time limit and we're going to run out of time or something. Jesus Christ, man. What is wrong with y'all?
And then he's going to say he cooked you because you kicked him out because he wouldn't let you speak.
I know, but well, we just...
And mind you, he doesn't even listen. He's not even trying to listen.
He don't even listen.
Exactly.
This is not nothing...
He has a predestined response for you already. He already knows what he's going to say.
Because he has no answer, because we all know if Jimmy Butler turns into that playoff Jimmy that we've all seen, it's over with for Minnesota. There is absolutely no shot in hell that they have a win in that series with Steph Curry also on the floor. All I'm saying is when you look at Jimmy Butler's track record, when he goes and plays Chicago, when he goes and plays Philly, when he goes and plays Minnesota, for whatever reason, he has upped the notch in his level of play. There's an additional motivation for him to go crazy. And everything that Jimmy Butler is 10 times better. Now, is it a long shot? Is it a little bit biased because I like the Warriors? Yeah, but it's something that's very feasible. It's possible that can happen. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Just like what Brandon said, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Minnesota has just as good of a chance to win. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, that's impossible. That's impossible. No, it's very likely.
He wants your actual basketball analysis, though, Lamont, not your feelings, though. That's the thing.
Because there's no the analysis here is that it's a wash. I think it's dead even. I think these teams are so closely slated that it could go either way, right? You're talking about Anthony Edwards, who's playing elite basketball right now. That bench is playing good right now. You're talking about a Minnesota team that can also completely disappear. and a coach who can also shit the bed and throw games himself. So again, the same problems that the Lakers had in that first round series are the very same problems that the Wolves can potentially have against the Warriors, right? And let's not shit on playoff experience. They got the experience with Jimmy Butler, Draymond, and those guys. It's a lot of guys. And what he didn't mention about the Warriors playing zone is the fact that who's the best team at playing zone? If the zone can stop Minnesota, who's the best team in the NBA at running zone? It's the Golden State Warriors. So if anybody has a shot at running zone and having high-level success against the Minnesota Timberwolves, it would essentially be the team in the NBA who can run the best zone in the NBA. I mean, he literally just said that. So he says the zone didn't work against the Lakers because the Lakers don't know what they're doing in the zone. It's just like you, Brandon Katz. If you get 5 of your buddies and you go run a zone against the Los Angeles Lakers, what the hell do you think is going to happen? But when you get 5 high-quality guys that know what the hell they're doing, they've ran zone all year and they don't use zone as a gimmick defense, then you'll have a different result. The Warriors zone is not the Lakers zone.
Why is he not saying because Stephen Curry and Podziemski are just bad defenders?
He just thinks that they're going to be physical with Steph, and Steph is just going to disappear. Who in their right mind has been physical? Like, you really think a little physicality is just going to make Steph just go away? Especially if you're the Minnesota Timberwolves? Stop it. That's just nonsense. Be physical with Steph, and he won't be Steph.
They've been physical with him in Houston. Again, it's always
great strategy. Good strategy. Yeah, good strategy. Go be physical with Steph, and it's just going to result in miraculous results. Stop it.
What if the refs don't let you be physical? What if the refs say, okay, this series we're not letting y'all play physical?
Man, it's nonsense to me. But at the end of the day, his take isn't horrible. He picks Minnesota. He has a reason for it. I'm not going to kill him for it. I think it's very bland in general. I went with an unorthodox take because these playoffs have been unorthodox than a motherfucker. I didn't think goddamn Denver would beat the Clippers. That shit, Denver flipped the script on a whole series and about to won the series. I didn't think the Pacers would beat the Bucks. Pacers dog walked their ass.
No Dame.
No, even with no Dame, I thought Dame was going to come back and be much better than he was. So, and then also to mind you, I didn't know before that. I forgot that Dame was out. And so I forgot. So I ended up picking the Bucks, forgetting the Dame element. But to see that series be that lopsided is wild. Like, that series was lopsided than a motherfucker. And then to see the Pistons series be that close with the Knicks. I mean, who thought the Pistons would play the Knicks that tight in every single game? Every game came down to the end. Like, it's just NBA. This, like, and to act like we can predict these things is wild, right? Like, what fun is it to make the who wants to make the chalk picks? Like, who's doing a March Madness bracket just doing all chalk? What fun is doing the chalk? Jump out there. Okay, I got an upset here. Let me see. They got this many seniors. Okay, 29-3 in the lower conference, but they beat this many ranked team. Who always just go chalk? So come on, man. Brandon says Golden State has no perimeter defenders. Yeah. Jimmy Butler's a perimeter defender. What are you talking about? Jonathan Kuminga is a perimeter defender. What are you talking about?
What's going on with him, Lamont, with Jonathan Kuminga? What's going on with
they giving him the Jackson Hayes treatment? He in the doghouse for no reason nobody knows. For whatever reason. No, and then Steve Kerr comes out and says, yeah, we think we're gonna play him in game 7. Well, no shit, you're gonna play him in game 7. Like, Jesus Christ.
I don't know, man. If you don't have confidence in him, that might cause Jonathan Kuminga to try to overthink the game, man, and not play instinctual basketball.
Well, it's too late now. You've already killed his confidence. He's not going to be any good in the game 7. Maybe he will because he's trying to get paid. Guys who trying to get paid do some crazy shit.
Well, Ben Simmons was trying to get paid too. He's on a contract. Yeah,
we're not talking about Ben Simmons. This is a guy checked out of basketball. I'm not talking about a guy that is visibly checked out of the game of basketball. I'm talking about what we've seen in this league is when guys are in their contract year, those motherfuckers know how to show up and show out to get paid. So, and I've seen it a whole bunch of times.
I agree. I've been watching for 30-something years. You're right. Yeah, I agree.
Like Jonathan Kuminga knows he plays this game 7 right. There's an extra $50 million somewhere from some team because we know he's not going to be with the Warriors next year. That motherfucker's out. He's gonna be.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I think Steve Kerr wants like a system, like system basketball, more like off-ball movements and cuts, and maybe Jonathan Kuminga doesn't give that. I don't know. I gotta really kind of like. I don't watch the Warriors as much.
We got Jared. Jared says Curry chokes when players are physical with him. In 2022, when the Boston Celtics were a clearly better team and they were physical with Steph Curry, how did that shit work out? Talk to me. I've seen teams be physical with Steph and that shit not work. Stop it. Stop it, Jared.
Aren't they? Wait, aren't they physical with him in this series right now? He's averaging 24, 5 and 5. What are they be talking?
Well, it's going 7 games. They you know, you got to win the game, Johnny.
Yeah, but
it's a 2 seed though. Like, come on, man.
No, not only that, but it's not because of him. If he's still shooting 39% from 3-point land, and he's still scoring 24 points per game, what physicality of the 90s is going to stop Stephen Curry from being dominant?
Well, you got to look at the efficiency. You can't just look at the points. You got to look at
39% is efficiency.
No, I'm saying, but he has to take a lot of shots, though. You know what I'm saying? He has to take more shots than what he normally.
That's what he's going to do in the 90s when he's being. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If in the 90s, he's going to still take 10, 11. They're not going to stop him. He's going to actually get more than 10, 11 3-pointers. They're not going to be able to stop him. Like, being physical does not stop Stephen Curry.
Well, he has a bad thumb right now, and they say.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, it helps to be physical, but I'm just saying that's not a game strategy. You're not just gonna go out there and say, okay, just be physical with Stephen Curry and stop him. Teams are there's
no, it works with a lot of players. Believe it or not, man. A lot of players don't like physicality, man.
These are professional athletes, my friend. It doesn't work.
Basketball is basketball, Johnny. There's certain pro hoopers that don't like physicality.
These dudes don't make it to this level to let pressure get to them.
But what you're not incorporating, BK and Y, is that there is a sacrifice that comes with trying to be physical. There are certain things that you give up when you try to push up on a guy and be physical, when you try to attach bodies to him in certain places. So the physicality comes at a price that can be exploited. And if there was any coach in the league that could potentially exploit that, it would be the Golden State Warriors. And when you got another star on the team and you got a great facilitator in Draymond Green, and you got guys like Quentin Post who can knock down the 3, well, if there's anybody that can exploit that physicality, it would be the Warriors. They have the weapons to do so. Physicality comes at a price. You cannot just be physical and there's no price to pay on the offensive end. It comes with a heavy price. You got to be locked in. Guys got to be focused. Your anchor needs to be talking. You cannot have any gaps. So be physical all you want, but don't act like there's a price that comes with it. Is it a great weapon to utilize against Steph? Yes, it's a great weapon to utilize against Steph. If you want to be physical with Steph, that's what any team is going to do. But understand, it comes with a heavy price if you blow your coverages trying to run around and be physical, as opposed to playing your gaps and gap coverage and things of that nature. That's all we're saying. So it's a great strategy, but it also can backfire on you if you're not locked in. So it's two sides to each argument. Both can be right. We just got to see how it plays out.
I probably got to agree with Brandon to a degree. I think the Warriors are going to probably be too gassed after, this is a 7-game series. Butler's hurt. Steph's hurt. If they do win the Houston series.
No team has ever won a title as player older than 36.
Draymond looks old too.
Well, we're not talking about winning a title.
Right, but players over the age of 36 don't hold up physically in the playoffs usually.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, in 1990 that was likely, but this ain't that.
No, this is a tougher league for older players. It's more up-tempo. Curry would have never had the spacing in the 90s that he needs to cook in this era. What Ajani is saying is wrong, because in the 1990s, you didn't have front court spacing. You had nowhere near the spacing you had to run a motion offense like Curry runs in Golden State. The spacing, Curry depends on spacing more than any other superstar.
Curry is the spacing.
He would have had nowhere near the spacing in the 90s.
Curry is the spacing.
A much slower tempo, too.
They would not be able to double team. They would not be able to double team Stephen Curry coming off screens. He'll be wide open off all type of screens, my friend. He would be completely open a lot. And
yes, they would. They'd trap him and they'd leave bad shooters wide open the whole game.
You can't trap a man without the ball. You can't trap a man without the ball.
I heard you. Okay, you're wrong. Anyways, Steph Curry is
No, I'm not wrong.
Steph Curry,
I'm not wrong. You
are
just trying to cut me off because I was just telling you what Stephen Curry would do. He would run around screens, and you can't double.
and
the guy
teams
off
would
the
get
screen,
physical with Curry.
Hold on, watch this. They're
Brandon.
physical
So-
now. He averaging 25 and shooting 40%. I don't
No,
care about
the
that.
physicality in the
watch
90s
this.
was on a different
Brandon,
level.
watch this. Let's say you're a
More
coach
physical
in the
than Dylan
90s.
Brooks.
Brandon, let's say you're a coach in the 90s, right? And it's your plan to be physical with Steph Curry and double him on pick and rolls. And for me as an offensive coach, I know y'all gonna try to be physical and y'all gonna double. So what I do is I flatten everybody out and we're just going 1-4 Spanish pick and roll at the top of the key. How are you gonna double me at the top of the key?
Right, but what I'm saying is that in the 90s, teams
No, that's
didn't
not what you're
have
saying.
5-out
Answer the
spacing.
question.
They
Sir.
didn't
Answer
have-
the question.
Answer the question. How are you going to double team and stop that space?
How are you gonna double team me if I go 1-4, which is something that was common in the 90s? Teams going 1-4 on this 1-4 on the Spanish pick and roll. If I go 1-4 on the Spanish pick and roll, how are you gonna double?
They would just blitz Curry. That's what they do because
How
there
are you
aren't
going to
enough
blitz
shooters
on
the floor now.
How are you going to blitz at the top of the key? You cannot blitz or double at the top of the key.
Sure, you can. It depends what your defensive coverage is. If you're playing man or you're playing zone, different coverages. But again,
Okay,
my
once you're
point is
90s,
there were
you cannot
not
play
enough
zone in the
shooters
90s.
on the floor in the 90s.
Hold on. I'm saying like this because everything that you
zone
say.
in the 90s, sir.
So what I'm saying is in the 90s.
And the tempo was slower too, so Steph wouldn't have
We're not talking about
benefited
tempo.
from that
I'm
either.
talking about if me and you are in the half court, and if it's your intended purpose to double my best player, and a typical offense in the 90s was 1-4 Spanish pick and roll, and I can explain it to you if you don't know what it is. If we go 1-4 Spanish pick and roll at the top of the key, how are you going to go double a guy like Steph Curry from the top of the key? Because the one thing you cannot do in basketball at any level is double team at the top of the key. You will get blitzed.
Right. What I'm saying is that there were not enough shooters on the floor in the 90s
Can you
to
just
stop
answer the
these
basketball
doubles,
question?
traps, and blitz. There were not. Like, I'll give you a good example. If you look at the Bulls teams in the 90s, outside of Steve Kerr, the Bulls.
Why can't you just answer the basketball question?
Okay,
Just answer
you're
the
just
question,
muting.
man.
Right. I said there was not enough shooting or spacing on the floor to stop teams from doubling and trapping shooters. There weren't. The other thing is
stop a team. Hold on, y'all. This is basketball 1-on-1. If a team is trying to double your point guard, you just start operating at the top of the key. It ends the double teams immediately at any level. Anybody in the chat, if you coach, I know BK and Y, you said you're getting into coaching. I'm going to give you a quick solution. If your best player keeps getting double teamed, just run offenses from the top of the key, and I guarantee you in 2.2 seconds that double teaming will end very quickly. Because the one thing you cannot do at any level in basketball is double team from the top of the key. Everybody thinks double teams are the end all be all solution. I keep telling y'all that that when you double, when you try to play physical, you are supremely sacrificing something on the basketball court. You are exposing yourself for the short roll, right? And depending on who that guy is rolling, a give and go. Too many. I'm talking about if you double team at the top of the key, you are literally open up Pandora's box of opportunities for how the other team can score on you, especially if you go anything out of the 1-4. And all I'm saying
Golden
is,
State doesn't run pick and roll.
All I'm
That's
saying,
not
we're
their
not talking about Golden State. We're not talking about Golden State because you're talking about, first of all, Golden State runs split actions, right? So all they're going to do, I know I'm not talking about pick and roll. You said they would blitz Curry, right? So all I'm saying is, even if they ran their horn set, let's just say they go to their horn set. How, if operating at the top of the key, how does Minnesota double Steph out of their horn set at the top of the key?
Okay, what I'm saying is that they wouldn't need to because you're missing the point. Steph Curry is not that hard of a player. Steph Curry is elite because of his shooting and off the ball play. Steph Curry is not that difficult for a top perimeter defender to defend one-on-one. One of the reasons Steph Curry got so much better with Steve Kerr's system is Steve Kerr moved him off the ball. Steph Curry is 100, not 50 or 70, 100 times harder to guard when he's moving off the ball coming around 6 picks.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Brandon.
You're missing.
No,
I know.
Brandon, why do y'all go
That's
on
why
these-
being physical wouldn't matter because when he's running around 6-7 picks in the 90s, no one's gonna stop him neither. It's the same thing.
No, getting physical would matter. And the other thing,
you just proving my point. You just proved my
no,
point.
and he wouldn't
I'm
have
outta
the
here, Lamont. Peace
spacing
and
in the half
blessings,
court to
I
run
know, I'm
around
about to
these
shut it
picks
down.
either. Okay, but the point you're missing is that
no,
Steph
there's no
Curry
point
in
of
the pick
missing.
and roll is
The
not that
point
hard
that you're
to guard.
missing, the point that you're missing is that
Steph is not hard to guard in the pick and roll.
I'm not.
He's
First of
elite
all,
off
Steph
the
is
ball,
hard
not
to
on the
guard.
ball.
And if you had to answer on how to guard
He's
Steph,
not.
you would be in the NBA coaching. If you had to answer to how to guard Steph Curry, you would not be sitting here talking to me. You would be on the
When
NBA
Steph is
staff.
on the ball, top perimeter defenders can guard him. You're wrong. What makes Steph so hard to guard is when he's off the ball, not on the ball. There are many top
Bro,
perimeter
what are
defenders.
you talking
like
about?
Gary-
Steph is easy to guard. When did this happen?
No. I said for a top perimeter defender like a Jason Kidd or a Gary Payton, they would have no problem guarding Curry
Are
on
you
the ball.
smoking?
The
There ain't
issue
no
is when he's
Jason
off
Kidd
the
could.
ball.
All right, man, bro.
Yes,
now, so
a
you
top
know you
perimeter defender can guard Curry on the ball. Curry's not that fast. What makes him so special is his shooting an off the ball play. On the ball, the top
He
perimeter
is
defender.
shifty though. He is shifty, Brandon. You got to give him that.
No,
too,
he's
man.
not a bad on the ball. He has some moves, but Steph Curry is not an elite on the ball.
VKY, do you see the ridiculous concessions you have to make to say this?
Hold on.
Come on,
Hold
Brandon.
on.
I got to
What
shut it
makes
down,
Steph-
Brandon. We can't keep holding on because we're gonna go out all night. We end up. That's what I'm saying. He gives a whole bunch of wiggle room for his takes. He gives no wiggle room for his takes to be wrong, but he's wanting to dissect and tell us why all our takes are bad. There's no wiggle room for the trapping to backfire on the Warrior on Minnesota. There's no wiggle room for his double teaming to backfire. All his strategies are just going to work and they're foolproof, and there's nothing that Golden State can do to counter it. And now all of a sudden teams can all of a sudden defend Steph Curry one-on-one. Now we got to have ridiculous concessions. All I'm saying is that if a team resorts to doubling Steph, there is a huge price to pay if they start to exploit it.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
all I'm saying. And I'm saying if you be physical with Steph, there is a price you pay, because when you start to be physical, you lose gap coverage. And when you lose gap coverage on a team that runs split action, you are opening the door for Jimmy Butler to do exactly what I said, which means have monster games, because you are going to get diced up with Draymond Green picking his poison on every single play.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this, and I'm not saying Minnesota might very well go out and play perfectly, and Brandon Cass, it's not a straw man argument. It's all hypothetical arguments. All I did was present you with a situation of, okay, if they put Minnesota in a situation where trapping or being physical becomes detrimental, who now has the advantage in the series? Because the more experienced team is probably going to be more likely to make those adjustments to put the other team at a disadvantage. And now that you have Jimmy Butler, they just look like a better team. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't get it, man. Like I say, I've already told you, Brandon, that your scenario could very well play out and actually work. I'm not doubting Minnesota anymore. The way they played against the Lakers, you have to give them a chance.
Yeah, I just think the Lakers roster was trash. You can't just look at it from the Lakers perspective. Like Golden State Warriors, like in terms of their team, is just a lot better than the Lakers. That's just
no. And you're right. Look, I've said for the last 2 years, this Laker roster is flawed. I have not shied away from it. I just know that the Lakers put themselves in this situation. The Russell Westbrook trade put them in a position where they have to deal with a flawed roster. So I just think saying this team is flawed is okay. They flawed. There's nothing they can literally do about it, right? The only way you fix this flawed roster is LeBron. We not re-signing you. And if you telling me that that's gonna happen, you must be a damn fool.
Nope. No,
there's no way they let LeBron walk for free.
Well, he has a no trade clause, right? I mean, he can.
All I'm saying is, I'm just saying hypothetically, the only way they can get better to start rectifying the mistakes of the past is they have to get rid of one of these max contracts so they can get younger. All right. But at this stage right now, they're committed to LeBron. They're committed to building a winner around LeBron. And LeBron at 50 something million a year ain't going to cut it. So I only can talk about the team as it exists now. This team as it exists now is a flawed roster. And they literally have to play perfect basketball to succeed.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying from the beginning. That's why I just predicted the actual W there, and for the T-Wolves. I just don't like the roster. That's all I was saying when I made my prediction. Again.
No, you're right. Jared, what'd you have before we get out of here on the 90s, man?
Hey, can you hear me, Lamont?
Yeah.
Okay, so only one thing. It's gonna be quick. So I think you talked about how like if Curry can get like he can still like go off on teams when teams are physical with him. One thing I think that we have to keep in mind is that the way that they played in the 90s, if you go back and look at like those mid 90s series, especially with the Bulls and the Pistons, like some of those fouls would literally get you banned in the NBA today, bro. Like those fouls would literally get you suspended multiple games in this era. Like they were literally putting the dude on his ass. Like those are the kind of fouls. Like if you play that same way against somebody like a Curry, he's not going to have the same success though. Like teams in this era are not doing that. Like that's the only thing I would sort of correct you. And I've said this before about how like I've compared how they played to like jail ball. Like I've said that multiple times because that's where I feel like because that's literally what I think of when I talk about the bad boy Pistons. Like they essentially play jail ball. Like they basically just knock dudes on their ass. Like that to me is I don't think somebody that's not as big as like Kurt. Wait, what'd you say, BK1?
Hold on. So Jared, you're telling me if I pull up a Pistons game from 1988, if I just let that game play, what we're going to see is jail ball.
I mean, they were knocking dudes on their ass. Like that's basically how they beat MJ.
Okay. So the few times that they fouled Jordan hard, those few fouls, because you only get so many fouls before you just start putting them at the free throw line too much and your guys start fouling out. And I don't recall a whole bunch of their guys fouling out. How many times did they foul him a game to the point where it's just completely and turned Jordan into a pussy and he couldn't go score no more?
Wait, so how many fouls did they foul him a game?
How many
Well, I don't have
times?
the exact okay.
So, hold on. So let me pull this up. I'm going to pull up some film. I'm just going to pull up a random game of the Bulls and the Pistons from 19. Tell me a year, BKNY.
Was it like 1990 or was it like 1988 when the Pistons were
1988 Bulls Pistons 1988. I don't know what game is. Hold on, 1988 is going to be hard. I'm going to go 1987.
All right, yeah.
1987 Bulls Pistons. All right. So we're going to go. Let me see the first game I can find. I want a full game. Let's see if I can find a full game. Oh, got a full game right here. Okay. So let me get this. Let's get this over here. Hold on. And Jared, I'm gonna let you narrate this, Jared. And Jared, if you see a hard foul or if you see something physicality that you're talking about, I want you to stop it. Go ahead and break it down and talk to us about why it would have been so tough for Steph Curry. All right, Jared.
I'll watch.
All right, hold on. I'm about to put it on the screen right now. And again, I just want you to just kind of walk us through it. Hold on 1 second. The whole thing freezing up. Hold on 1 second. Let me reset this. Hold on. Can you still hear me, BK?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Yep.
Nothing right now.
Yeah, let's go with this one.
Okay, I'm gonna do it this way, Jared. My bad. Make sure you can hear it, Jared. All right, Jared. Here we go.
Elbow and the top of the head. Joe Crawford, one of the officials, dragged him off as play continued. Finally, a 20-second timeout, a full timeout. He's still being worked on, and Pat O'Brien is over there right now. Pat?
Predict Doug Collins has now come over, and he's also leaning over Scottie Pippen, the trainer and a doctor from the house is here. I'm not going to pretend to know what's wrong with him just yet. They've been asking him a lot of very simple questions. Did you get hit? Where are you? That sort of thing. For a while, it looked like he was unconscious, but now I think they're just keeping him as still as possible.
On the ground with the elbow.
Well, I didn't see the elbow, though. I didn't see the elbow.
All right. He got elbowed by one of his own teammates. Here, let me get to the action.
The movement and the guard's taking the majority of the shots. That's what they've done all year. Thomas misses. Aguirre keeps it alive. The Pistons with a tremendous offensive rebounding edge in this series. They have 28 more offensive rebounds than the Bulls coming in, which is a huge number. Sellers forces the turnover to Jordan. Open court, 2-on-1. Here it is.
Now, would Steph Curry have been able to make that layup, or would somebody took him out the air?
Well, obviously he would have made that layup. There was nobody back to guard the rim.
All right,
so he got a wide open dunk.
And remember, on salute to Dennis Mir. He says, "Ask ChatGPT how many seasons should Kobe have been the league MVP, and did he deserve the one that he won?" And all the reason why we got to stop the presses and answer this question is because he did send a super chat. So I got to stop the presses on this game. My fault, Jared. Man, he came through in the super chat. Man, we got to get the big board pulled up for the last question of the night. And he says, "Ask ChatGPT, should Kobe have won the league MVP?" Oh no, how many seasons? How many seasons should Kobe have been the league MVP, and did he deserve the one that he did win? In your opinion. Let's see what ChatGPT. This is a good question right here. That is a GOAT super chat. I actually like that question right there. Salute to Dennis in the chat, man. Came through, man, with a good question. It's the last question of the night, y'all. We're going to shut it down. It's thinking on this one. It's taking a little bit longer than normal. Oh, he said it's pronounced Murray. Okay, Murray. Yeah, I thought it was French or something, man. I'm thinking I've never seen Murray said that way, man, or spelled that way. ChatGPT taking this is longer than normal for ChatGPT. You got ChatGPT thinking. We'll see.
Maybe I close these windows, it'll speed up. It keeps stalling, man. For some reason, man, it keeps stalling me out. Let me see. I'm gonna refresh the screen, man. I don't know what the hell going on. Is my grandfather couldn't spell and messed up our name. Damn, is that? Don't tell me that's not what really happened, man. That couldn't be what really happened. Yeah, my ChatGPT running slow as hell right now. Sometimes when ChatGPT, when a whole bunch of people is on it, the servers start running slow as hell. So the server on this one running slow than a motherfucker right now. Okay, here it is right here. Answer the question. Okay, here it is right here, man. We got you. How many seasons should Kobe Bryant have been the league MVP? And the answer is, as soon as it lets me scroll, it says Kobe Bryant, most iconic figure, right? While his 2007-08 MVP was undeniably deserving, there is a compelling argument that he merited additional MVP honors, particularly 05-06 and 06-07. So it says in 07-08 season, Kobe led the Lakers 57-25 record, 28 points, 6.3 rebounds, 5.4 assists. His leadership performance were pivotal, making him the clear choice for MVP. Now, the one MVP that he did win, I don't believe he deserved it that year. I don't think he was the best player in the league that year. I thought 07-08 was LeBron James, and I don't think it was close. But I think LeBron James was on a down year that year, and it almost looks as if they gave it to the best player on the best team, which, again, is something that they've done in the past, so you can't really knock it. 05-06, says Kobe delivered one of the most remarkable individual performances. He averaged 35.4 points per game, highest since Michael Jordan, 81-point performance. But the problem with this year is I think the Lakers were 45-37. So they punished Kobe this year the same reason they punished Bron in 07-08, I believe. I believe that was the year because they weren't the best team, right? And it says the Suns finished 54-28. Is this the year where – I believe this is the year where Nash won it, but I can't remember right off top. Jason Brown said Chris Paul could have had an argument too. 06-07 is another year that they feel he could have won it. And it says Kobe finished in top 5 of MVP voting 11 times through his career. Historically, players with such consistent recognition often have multiple MVP awards. Unfortunately for Kobe, I think a lot of his MVPs became political because of the Colorado situation. And it says Colorado, Kobe Bryant, 07-08 MVP report, well-deserved. 05-06 and 07 present strong cases and perhaps should have secured additional MVP honors. And so according to this, it says 05-06 and 06-07. So, I mean, if he'd have done, if Kobe would have did those 3 MVPs in a row, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy right there. So salute to Dennis Murray, man, coming through over there on FYF Sports Clips with the super chat. Make sure, Dennis Murray, make sure you come over here to FYF Sports and sub up to our channel over here. That way you always get notifications when we go live. So you're on our smaller channel right now. Come over to our bigger channel, FYF Sports Debates, man. Come over here. If you haven't already, because you might have just seen the link at the top, pinned at the top of the comment section. But not either way, man. We definitely appreciate you for coming through, supporting the channel. Let me give a final shout out to everybody that came through to support the channel today. Salute to Noah Linden with the $5 super chat. Salute to that dude Chris with the $10 super chat. Salute to Bezo the Prophet with the $2 super chat. Salute to One Mike with the $1.99 super chat. Salute to Chris coming through with the super chat. Salute to salute to Dennis Murray for coming through in the super chat to support the channel. Salute to everybody else that came through in the Cash App to support as well. And then also the PayPal. We saw Uncle Shug in the chat before. Salute to Shug doing his thing. He's still this man done had foot on Kwame Brown neck for like 3 years now, man. Kwame Brown ain't never been the same.
I mean, man, oh man, I feel bad for that dude sometimes, man. I almost feel bad for Kwame sometimes. But Jared, man, I appreciate you. Jared, we got to get you up here more often, man. On this, man. Jared,
yeah, Lamar, I gotta start getting back on though, bro. Like, you know.
I like the other dude's channel. I've been seeing you on his channel, the Wonder King, or what's his name?
Oh, the Wonder King show?
Yeah, I like his show.
Yeah, he's solid.
But I would like to get him on the panel one of these days, man. I would like to find a way to collab with him, man, one of these days, man. Hopefully we can make that happen. I'm gonna reach out to him.
Right. So yeah, I'll start getting back on Lamont.
But yeah, but that's on me. I'll be more consistent with these lives. Probably not 7-8 hour lives, but definitely gonna be more consistent with the lives, and we're gonna keep them cooking. Salute to BKNY Hoops for pulling up. Cook with us for a little bit.
Salute BKNY.
Make sure y'all check out BKNY Hoops, man, channel. Brooklyn Nets fan, delusional Brooklyn Nets fan at that.
I'm covering the Knicks too now. I'm starting to cover the Knicks now.
I mean, you have to. When you cheer for the Nets, man. You have to switch. You have to have two teams when you got the Nets, man.
Yep, I agree.
You know, but look, man. You know what? One thing I got to say about the Nets is, I don't know why I have this feeling, and I don't want to dive into it because I know you could talk about it all night, but we can't talk about it on the next stream. I feel like the Nets are gearing up for something big. I don't know what it is, but I feel like they're gearing up for something big. And I don't think they are 1,000% trustworthy of the draft. And I believe a lot of their success is going to come.
I'm not either. Yeah.
Trading. I don't think there's any player in any of the upcoming drafts where I can say that's a bona fide superstar in the waiting. And we can take the risk of being bad for this long to maybe try to get him.
I need you to come on my show and tell people that, because when I say this, people think like, "Yo."
Oh, you're right. Because even one thing, the funniest thing about this draft, I said, even with Cooper Flag at the top of the draft, I said if somehow Elijah Arenas was NBA draft eligible, I'm taking him at the number 1 pick over Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, but I do agree with the sentiment that if you want to get good really fast, don't do it through the draft right now. There's no more Wemby's coming. I've
been saying this for months. Yeah. You know, and I try to tell my audience that, man, and they keep thinking that Ace Bailey. I did 2 film studies on Ace Bailey, and I said, listen, this is one of the worst IQ basketball player.
If you draft Ace Bailey, to me, has the highest bust potential.
Yep.
Because I watched this dude against very, very low-level college teams choke and sell the bat. And the biggest thing that scared me about that Rutgers team is they had 2 potential lottery picks on that team, and they struggled in the Big Ten. How do you have 2 potential lottery picks in college basketball and you struggle to that degree?
Yeah.
And I've never, go to any team. Most teams at the college level, all you need is 1 NBA guy. Look at Weber State with Dave. Look at CJ McCullough at Lehigh. Look at Steph at Davidson, right? Look at Zion the 1 year he went to Duke, right? 1 high-level NBA player will take you miles at the college level, right? I mean, look at Doug McDermott for Creighton. I mean, we can go to even marginal NBA guys. If you just got 1 of them dudes, your program should be headed in the upper. Look at what Purdue did with Zach Edey last year. 1 NBA player. Them motherfuckers look like the most dominant team in the country.
Yeah.
Virginia, when they had Ty Jerome. It don't take many NBA level guys to be good at college basketball. And the scariest thing to me is, how is Rutgers this bad when they got that level of talent?
People come on the show, they're like, "Oh, it's the players around them." I said, "Listen, when you have a supposedly a high percentage one-on-one player like Ace Bailey, like they say he is, I mean, guys should be wide open. Guys should be cutting and getting easy baskets, man. If he's really, really that
at the college level, the separation from NBA guys to the regular college guys is a huge gap.
Yep.
And that's why it pays huge dividends to have those guys on your team. And when you have those guys on your team and it's not paying off,
right.
And there was one player. Remember the last player like this that tricked everybody. Look at Markelle Fultz. That
Yep.
Washington team was hot trash. They couldn't win a game. They couldn't win their conference. They could not win games. And Markelle Fultz, everybody was high on. That shit didn't pan out. I mean, even if you go to another guy, at least Ben Simmons got his team to the tournament, LSU, but they even faltered early and choked in the NCAA tournament to a certain degree. But so it's scary when you supposedly have NBA guys and your team can't even make the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, no, and guys that come on the channel making excuses saying I don't know what I'm talking about. But I mean, I seen Ace
you are
Bailey.
right.
He was wide open for a three, right? Lamont, I was doing during a film study I was doing. He takes 2 dribbles into a defender, and he actually winds up contesting his shot, and he misses. I'm like, well, what are you doing? You got the wide open 3. Why would you dribble into the actual defender and let him challenge your shot? And then
closer 3-point line, easier shot to make.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong. This dude could be an elite NBA pro, but it would be scary picking him at the top of the draft because the makeup of a superstar, he does not have that written all over him right now. You would have to be literally drafting him on a lot of hope.
And listen, hope is at a 20 pick, not at a 3 pick or a 2 pick. I'm sorry.
Yes. You hope with 20s. But when you picking 1, 2, 3, I better not hope for too much.
Yeah, exactly. And I tell guys, like you got to come in scoring like 25. You look at Paolo Banchero, like he came in averaging 20, to 22.
This draft right here, the top 3 guys was all hope. They hoped. They look at Houston and they top 3 pick. What's his name? The white dude?
Reed Shepard.
Hope. I hope.
He's not an NBA player. I don't think he's an NBA player.
Zachary Ricochet. Hope. You hope. Who these? I felt bad for the teams that got the number 1 pick this year.
Yeah.
There's no surefire picks. And the surefire picks were the players with low ceilings. The surefire picks were all the players with very low ceilings.
Yeah. Because like I said, I don't know. I was going through a lot of the scouting reports on like the top 10 players, and it was like so many weaknesses. I'm like, I'm getting really worried about this draft, man. I was saying this on the show, and
I'll come over there. You let me know. You can hit me up on IG. Let me know when you're going live again. I'll pull up and cook, man. But I definitely co-sign that because if I'm a GM right now, boy, I'm trying to figure out who can we finesse for these draft picks, bro.
And the film is out there. If I know this, these other teams know this,
bro. I just go with I like to look at data that nobody really likes to consider. But the data, the first thing I look at when looking for a quality NBA player coming out of college, how well did you elevate your collegiate team?
Yeah.
Rutgers didn't elevate at all with 2 lottery quality guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm scared. Like I said, I'm scared about this draft, man. I am. I'm looking at the scouting reports and I see all these weaknesses.
A lot of fool's gold.
And
even Cooper Flagg is a little bit.
He needs another year in college, man. He has to work on 1-2 dribble pull-ups.
But you know what though? Here's the problem. College don't make you better. Additional years in college only make you worse. College basketball only teaches you how to play against college players. College basketball does not teach you how to play against NBA players. So my mantra is,
that's true too. Yeah.
If the NBA is willing to draft you, you have to go because you will not. You're not going to get better playing against. It's just like false. It's like false sense of security because you'll go back that second year. You might dominate, but shit, you playing Long Beach State and shit.
But if you look at the NBA development system, man, I don't know, man. Like Şengün, I'm watching him in this series. I mean, he's been in the league 4 years. I said, why are you still shooting 22% from the 3-point line? I mean, this is something you should have been diligently working on in the offseason, man. I mean, look at Nick Claxton, right? Nick Claxton on the Nets. I mean, no offensive game whatsoever. He's been the same player for the last 6 years.
If I'm the Nets, I would have traded Nick Claxton. I would have finessed somebody for a first-round draft pick so bad.
They tried, man. They tried last season.
They did try?
Yeah, they tried.
Bro, nobody wants to come off them picks now with this new CBA.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers said, hell no, I'm not giving them draft picks up, man. We're going to need this young talent. So the thing is, the new CBA made draft picks 10 times more valuable.
Yeah,
Why
but
you
the
think,
players, like I said this on my show, I mean, the players have to be there, man. You know, they have to actually be there. You know, that's the
I don't
thing.
see it, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you one player, a little known player, probably gonna be top 10, but I think he could potentially be the best player in this draft. Jeremiah Fears of Oklahoma.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only guy that I think right now can go and is a dog and can really step on the NBA court and be a problem. That would be my early rookie of the year pick.
I just don't like his size. I think he's small. I forgot what was his weight. I think I was looking. I was
Bro, that
doing
motherfucker can hoop though, man. That motherfucker does not let his size hurt him. But you know, he has a significant odds stacked against him because of the size. But at the end of the day, I just don't see much. I just don't see much, man.
Yeah.
I don't see it, man. I'm sorry, man. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not a believer in Ace Bailey. I'm a little bit of believer in Cooper Flag, but not at the number 1 pick. And
Yeah.
if I get Cooper Flag at the 5 slot, okay, I won't be mad at that. But
Yeah.
if the best you got is Cooper Flag at number 1 this year, and ESPN and the media, they're doing a hell of a job of selling Cooper Flag.
Oh, I know.
As a generational talent. This motherfucker
not a
is not a
generational
generational talent. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. This motherfucker is not a generational talent.
Yeah, there'll be more Cooper Flags in the next coming drafts, man. He's not a generational talent.
There's black Cooper Flags. There's 10 of them in the NCAA right now. They just black. I promise you. There's nothing, but Cooper Flag is, bro. I don't think he's.
And see, the thing is with him is that he's on. All right, so they have him as a power forward coming out, but like at 205, and you have to go up against Paolo Banchero, Jaren Jackson Jr., Bam, Giannis. Who's the dude on Cleveland? What's his name, man? I can't believe I forgot his name, man. The rookie of the year, man, on Cleveland.
What's up, Slime?
Evan Mobley. Like Porzingis, yeah, man. Like he's not strong enough, and then he's not skilled enough at the 3 position though. So you have to be able to. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, because the first thing I see when I see Cooper Flag is, I don't know if you got the skills.
Yeah.
Like you don't, like, for example, he don't have the skills of a Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram came out of Duke. Like he don't have that level of bag.
Nah.
So
he has to get more shifty. Like he drives to the rim just looking to dunk on everybody, man. That's not.
He drives to the, bro. The way he drives to the rim, NBA defenders are gonna dominate him.
Yeah.
It's slow. It's methodical.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna be bigger than everyone.
Nope.
The really only reason why he scored in college inside is just he was just bigger than most of the people he was driving against.
And in high school, yeah.
And so it's going to be, and that's why I say he needs to get to the NBA very quickly so he can get that adjustment.
You trust in the team's development systems though? Because I don't.
No, but that's now the new problem you got to deal with. Now you got to worry about, you got to get drafted to a team that has a good developmental system. Like right now, who wants to get drafted to the Lakers? You ain't about to develop nothing. Like right now, well, the Lakers now, they have a developmental system now, so they might be a little bit better. But there are certain teams now, like Pistons, I would love to be with the Pistons. The Rockets, they love messing with the young players. But there are certain teams now, who wants to go to the Warriors right now? I don't want nothing to do with the goddamn Warriors right now. Y'all fucked up James Wiseman. Y'all fucking up Kuminga. Y'all fucked up Moody. All y'all doing is fucking up great young talents. Like, there's so many teams right now that
Steve Kerr got to trust in those guys, man. Understand they're going to make mistakes. And like I said, if you're going to yell or bench, if Kuminga makes a mistake and you yank him, I mean, that's really going to cause them to like overthink the game.
No,
right? Yeah.
But what they did was the Warriors got scared to hit the reset button because they knew the reset button meant doing something that the fans would hate. Trading Steph, letting Draymond go and just really resetting. They are trying to hold on to this young talent. You're pushing to win championships, but your young talent can't get better. So now your young talent's getting pissed off. You wasted James Wiseman. You're wasting Kuminga. These are 2 top 10 picks. You're wasting Moody. You're literally wasting these guys because you're trying to play both sides of the coin. You cannot do both. You have to either commit to development or you got to commit to winning. Trade those guys for winners. They literally gave James Wiseman away for nothing after they completely destroyed his value. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Stupid. So that's what happens, man. So the NBA can be treacherous, man, if you get to the wrong organizations.
I agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, just like So what do you think about Cam Thomas? Because I get on Cam. I don't really like his size. People like, oh man, BK, you hard. I'm like, yo, he's a
beneficiary. He's the beneficiary of being on a bad team.
Thank you. I said the same thing.
Now I'm gonna tell you right now, though, you mess around and put a motherfucker like that on a team that needs like a lightning bolt score.
Yeah.
Like, and I know this is like, it's kind of corny, but if you mess around and put him on a team like the Lakers, a team that needs like dynamic scores, just go get a bucket, bump the plays, bump all this. We just can't score right now. Like, imagine if JJ Redick right now, remember they bench couldn't score. Cam Thomas, go out there, man. We need some goddamn buckets, and you unleash a talent like that. Right. If you put him on a really good team and just give him free reign to score at will.
Yeah, he's like, to me, like I said, he's undersized, defensive. I mean, like if most teams, he's coming off the bench, man. You know,
Bro, I don't care about the fact that he can't defend. That motherfucker might be the best tough shot maker in the NBA.
Yeah,
this motherfucker makes some of the hardest shots I've ever seen, and the shit go in all net. He'd do the shit like these are practice shots. The shit just go in all net. Like, but the thing is, he's doing it at the expense of winning because it's not really winning basketball.
Yeah,
there are teams. There are teams that need a reckless scorer like that to be a winning team. Like, but the Nets right now don't need that. They're trying to develop too much talent and all that. But it is what it is.
Is the guy that said Steph Curry wouldn't be good in the 90s still here?
Nah, he's off.
No, he's off, bro. They smoking crack rocks with that.
Yeah,
Man. I don't know,
bro. People like Mark Price was making all NBA. Like, what kind of nonsense these people be talking?
Bro, John Starks, man. You got, man. Come on, man.
Like what? Yeah, come on.
Bro, Greg Anthony, like he gonna see Greg Anthony and think twice about hooping, man. Stop.
Yeah, shit. And then they act like it's not. What I want to say is that why they act like it's not physical today. You see the playoffs? This shit is physical as hell.
Bro, that's the one thing that I've been saying since the playoffs started. I said, how come ain't nobody talking about the physicality? You had all these old heads running around saying, oh, yeah, it's soft and this and that. I said, the only thing I've seen is extremely physical basketball in every series.
Mm-hmm.
Every series, they've been talking about the physicality. Look at the Houston series. But look at the Pistons series with the Knicks. They were battling, right? And it is just like, so when these young dudes and when the NBA actually starts to capitulate and give you the physicality that you want to see, now nobody say nothing. They don't get no extra credit or props. This is why this young crowd, they don't really respect the old generation. Because when they do things the way they want it to be seen, they never get no props. This old generation only talk up and speak when they see things that they don't like or things that they can't relate to. And then they try to tear down the players of the day as if it's their fault. Like they control the rules of the day, like they control the refs or how the refs call fouls. So I just wish they would just open their mouth and just give them some credit. But Lee, man, what's good? Lee, you can get the last take, Lee. I'm about to shut this one down, man. I've been live way too long, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say you've been live way too long. I still don't understand why you entertain nonsense. You and I've talked about this 1,000 times. I already told you the basketball community is cooked, so I don't know why you still entertain.
There's a little hope out there, man. There's people out there really talk hoops, man. Look at BKNY, Goat James.
Yeah, I mean, like you guys, yeah, but in general, it's just awful. But yeah, I like these playoffs. I don't want to talk about the Lakers. I'm a Celtics supporter from Salem, Massachusetts. So hopefully the Celtics go back to back, but we'll see.
Y'all the reason why this new CBA is in effect. Damn Boston Celtics.
Well, that and CJ McCollum, really.
Hold on. What's your take, Lee? Man, we got to shut it down. Give me your take, man, on the way out, man. You got to end it for us today, man.
Okay. My take is I'm loving these playoffs. And I agree with you on the Cooper Flack situation in terms of him being this generational prospect. I don't see it. Very talented, but I agree with you overall. If he slides like 5 to 10, even though it's not going to happen, I'd suffice. I think that would suffice. But it's really up in the air. We'll see what the draft entails. But in general, I'm just enjoying these playoffs. That's all I really wanted to say. I'm just enjoying these playoffs. I'm tired of people complaining about today's brand of basketball. They miss the physicality of the 90s, but yet when they see physicality today, they just want to complain. It's just
I agree.
It's just,
that's the thing. I've just conceded to the fact that there's nothing that these players can do to make them happy. They're always going to find something to cry, complain about. As it stands right now, most of the hate channels, the old head channels, all they doing right now is still making JJ Redick and LeBron videos. They're not talking about the Pistons. They're not talking about these young teams. They're not talking about how Houston battled back, right? They're not talking about nothing. They're not talking about how dominant Cleveland was. All they talking about is, JJ Redick choked. JJ Redick trying to throw Luka under bus. JJ Redick trying to save LeBron legacy. They don't have nothing to talk about other than LeBron. That's all they care to, and then they want to blame LeBron for the rules that really aren't as soft as they claim them to be. So I've just conceded to the fact that there are certain platforms that just going to be living in toxicity. They don't really care to speak real basketball, but they pretend to want to speak real basketball.
Yep, they don't. No, I agree. Spot on. They don't speak X's and O's. And these are the same people talk about, well, we want to see parity in the league. No, you don't.
We got I never miss. He says LeBron flops so much. Yeah, that's what that's called. I never miss. It's called gamesmanship. If you can sell a call to the refs at a crucial point in the game and put a guy in foul trouble, do it. If you can get 2 extra free throws, if you can get yourself to the free throw line, do it. It's called gamesmanship. It's part of the game. It's been in the game ever since basketball existed. Y'all didn't say nothing when Jordan flopped.
I was just about to say.
Up and tried to get free throws. Y'all didn't say nothing when Vlade Divac was flipping and flailing and flopping on the floor, trying to sell calls. Right? Y'all didn't say nothing about the guys, the plethora of guys that use the pump fakes and selling the pump fakes, trying to score. Y'all don't say nothing then. Then all of a sudden, when LeBron does it, now all of a sudden drawing fouls is a bad thing.
Reggie Miller kicking out his leg. Reggie Miller kicking out his leg.
Yeah, thank you. Reggie Miller kicking it out with the extra. Yeah, but y'all only care about it when LeBron does it. This is what I mean by y'all are hyper-focused on LeBron. See, and I never miss this. Wow, you are defending them flops. No, I'm defending basketball because this is how basketball has always been played. But the only way you would know that I never miss is if you actually have played basketball. The fact that you don't understand that the flopping is part of the game and his gamesmanship, drawing fouls. Jared says, Lamont, MJ never flopped. Yeah, no, Jordan flopped more than any superstar in the 90s. Jordan fell to the ground, faking like he was hit hard. Jordan did all that. And there's video there to support it.
It's on YouTube. Oh, yeah, Lamont, BK and Y Hoops. You two briefly talked about, not one if you're a first round pick, you wouldn't want to go to certain teams for just because they don't take the time to develop you. Why are teams so impatient when it comes to developing players outside of the Rockets and the Pistons?
Fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Fans are delusional. This is not the 90s where you actually had time to develop. Fan bases, the one thing you got to give 90s is the fan bases were extremely patient and allowed you to grow. They didn't have this silly expectation. When Jason Kidd, Jim Jackson, and Jamal Mashburn got together, there was no expectation that they win a championship right out the gate. Right? When the Warriors got put together with Chris Webber and them guys, there was no expectation to win right out the gate. Just get a little bit better. Be better than you were the year before and start to get better. And all of a sudden now, today's game, this microwave society where Paolo Branchero was expected to lead his team to the finals or he choked. What the hell? Damn. This motherfucker saying, damn, can I grow up a little bit? Shit. These motherfuckers are good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to me, you got to come into the I look at Noah Clowney on the Nets, and there was talks of developing him and turning him into an all-star. I said, listen, if you look at Jaren Jackson Jr., I mean, he's planets like thousands of miles ahead of a Noah Clowney. It takes years and years to develop a good handle, a good jump shot, a 1-2 dribble pull up. I mean, it takes years, man.
I agree. You know how I think ruined it? And
no, hold on. Imagine if social media existed.
Oh my goodness.
When Jordan played at the beginning of his career, you lose 3 times in a row to the Pistons. You lose to the Milwaukee Bucks in the first round. The Boston Celtics then beat you up. If social media existed when Jordan played, motherfuckers have been calling for his head and for him to get traded after year 5. Motherfucker, you a loser, or you a stat pattern, man. Get your ass. Social media would have decimated Jordan if it would have existed back then, because of the volume of losing. This man had, before Scottie Pippen right there, he didn't have a winning record in the regular season. This motherfucker made the playoffs with a 30-52 record. If LeBron James ever made the playoffs with a 30-52 record, bro, motherfuckers would be coming for his head. And you got to think to yourself, who were the other sorry ass teams in your league to where you could make the playoffs with a 30-52 record? How bad were the teams below you? God damn.
Yeah, when you try to tell Jordan fans this, they're like, yo, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, then you got to look at.
Here's the sentiment right here. The one thing I hate is when people say Jordan made Pippen better. This motherfucker Jordan had all types of top 5 draft picks on it that he could have made better. How come all of us, he couldn't make none of these other top picks better? He couldn't make Brad Sellers better. All these other players, Quentin Daly, all these other top 5, top 10 picks, he couldn't make none of them better. All of a sudden, they get lucky with Pippen because they got so many lottery picks. And all of a sudden, when Pippen shows some promise, yeah, Jordan made him better. This motherfucker didn't make nobody better. He ain't made nobody better. He had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to make high-level talent.
But Lamont, Michael Jordan taught Scottie Pippen how to win, remember?
That's what I'm saying. How did he teach him how to win? How can you teach somebody how to win and you ain't never won your damn self? You ain't won nothing. Talking about you taught Pippen how to win. You ain't won nothing.
Now, Phil Jackson kind of had to really kind of like get
Phil Jackson was the champion.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson was the NBA champion. Phil Jackson was the coaching. He coached a champion in Mexico. He was the champ that taught them how to win. Oh, Jordan taught Pippen how to win. No, this motherfucker was losing. This motherfucker wanted to keep Charles Oakley. They had to go against the grain to go get Bill Cartwright, a bona fide center that actually panned out and helped them win championships. They had to go against Jordan's wishes. He wanted to keep sorry. He wanted to keep sorry as Doug Collins. If you would have let Jordan call it, the Bulls would never have won a championship ever, because they would have still had Charles Oakley. They would have still had Doug Collins. They would have still had all these sorry ass players around them. Oh, come on, man. Stop it, man.
I even look like Lamont. Tony Kukoc is huge. People don't understand like how big of a deal he was, because like him at 6'10", 6'11", able to stretch the floor at the 4 position. Like the power forwards back then weren't like the power forwards today. They couldn't move laterally or close out to a 3-point shooter like that, man. I mean, it was a huge advantage for the Bulls, man. People don't realize how critical.
Hold on.
It was.
I never miss. When Jordan didn't have Pippen, this motherfucker was below 500. The first opportunity Pippen had to be the lead dog, he led his team to 55 wins.
I almost went to the finals. Yeah.
And remember, Pippen only had 1 shot at it, 1.5 shots at it. And that second year, all these people were trying to act like the Bulls are going to miss the playoffs. I found out that even if Jordan didn't come back, if the Bulls would have lost their last 17 games in a row, they still would have been in the playoffs. So it's just like, what do you mean they're gonna miss the playoffs when even if they motherfuckers would have lost their last 7? That's how that far ahead they was in the standings. And so the funny thing is they try to make all these things, and even when Jordan came back, this motherfucker choked away half the games, right? But that don't count because he wasn't fresh.
Lamont, you know what's so funny? I hear people say that all the time. Well, Michael Jordan's rusty. Well, the first game against Charlotte in the first round, he scored 48 points.
No, tell that to the Knicks. He went into the Garden and bust their ass.
55. But yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Did that motherfucker look rusty when he dropped 55?
No.
The fact that Pippen almost took that team to the finals, it means that MJ is not valuable, man. Not to say he's garbage. He's just that he's not valuable, man.
But imagine this. If you take away a team's number 1 option and you telling me that number 1 option is going to be out for the year. For example, look at any team across the league right now. Look at Steph Curry. Steph Curry go down with a season-ending injuries. Do we have any expectation for that team to win any games in the next year? Hell no. The Bulls just with Pippen. Not only did Pippen help Horace Grant and B.J. Armstrong, or not B.J. Was it B.J. Armstrong?
Yeah, B.J. Armstrong. They were all stars.
They were all stars that year. They had never been all stars with Jordan there. As soon as Jordan leaves, Horace Grant, B.J. Armstrong, both all stars.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that season where the Bulls were 30 and 52, the Cavaliers were 29 and 53, the Pacers were 26 and 56, and the Knicks were 23 and 59.
but the East is weak when LeBron play. But the East is weak. Come on, man. Stop, man. It's like and we just don't hear these. Like we don't hear these stories. Like when Magic Johnson was the overwhelming favorite, that he choked to a young Houston Rocket team in the Western Conference Final. Where are these stories at that remind us of how these great players choke? We don't never hear these stories. Every time LeBron sniff a loss, where we know what he ate for dinner, what he ate for breakfast, what his protein snacks were in the middle of the day. These motherfuckers be knowing everything about LeBron when he loses a game. You know. They are obsessed, man. They are obsessed, man. Just look at some of these channels, man. The obsession. JJ Redick, a fake coach. How is a rookie coach a fake coach? This motherfucker just coached 1 year. Now he a fake coach. Now rookie coaches can't even make mistakes.
Listen, you could take Phil Jackson and put him on the Lakers. They're not going anywhere. This is what Phil Jackson picked and choose what team he wanted to go to, man. He wasn't just going to any team. I mean, you got to look at the infrastructure, man, and who was that UConn coach? Then he turned the Lakers down, right? Then he was like, nah.
Yeah, Bobby Hurley turned it down. But I heard that there was never a real offer on the table. I heard that was just I heard he only took the interview just to because you have to do so many interviews. And I heard that he only did the interview as bargaining power for UConn to pay him a little bit more money.
Okay.
But it was never really Bobby Hurley was going to get the job.
Okay. Yeah, because college coaches have more control than when you actually get into the NBA, man. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't see Bobby Hurley giving up that power to go in the NBA. Nah. Ain't no way. That motherfucker's no, it's not Bobby Hurley. Is that Bobby Hurley? No, that's Dan. Who coaches the UConn? It's Bobby Hurley's at Arizona State.
It was the white guy, the bald-headed white guy.
Danny Hurley?
Dan Hurley, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got a dad that coaches too. He crazy too.
Hey, B. Campbell Hoops, and Lamont, you mentioned Pablo Banchero earlier.
Yeah, Pablo Banchero,
yeah, like how he can't even catch a break. People are calling him a bum for losing. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and LeBron James ruined it for all rookies, especially LeBron. They ruined it because they were so
No, they
good.
didn't, bro. They didn't.
No, I'm not saying they.
Bro, LeBron ruined
I'm not
it.
faulting Lamont. I'm not faulting them. I'm just talking about how fans view LeBron and Magic and Larry, and they think that's supposed to be normal across the board.
Hey, look, y'all, I got to shut it down. I hate to kill the conversation, y'all.
Yeah,
I wish I could keep it going because we could keep this going for another hour.
Yeah,
or two,
it's a team sport. Let me just final thoughts. It's a team sport, man. They have to, like Jonathan Isaac provides offense. He's a great defender, but offensively he has to get better. A high ceiling for him. I like his size, but again, he has to be able to score and provide spacing, whatever. And they just have a lot of limitations on there, like from a offensive perspective, though.
And Lamont start kicking non-basket. Stop.
I've been kicking him off, man. I don't like doing it. People think that I mute and kick. Like Leah will tell you, I really rarely ever used to mute people and kick them off. But like the level of stupidity, like when Marz was on, like don't come up here just lying. Don't come up here trying to pretend that in a debate somebody as intelligent as Marz made the massive mistake that he did and it wasn't intentional. Like if you fuck up, just be like, damn, I fucked up right there and own it. But don't be trying to dance around it, give us a whole bunch of BS as if we don't know what the hell is real. So the main thing is that it's just like a lot of stupidity. It's just hard to tolerate it, man. People like Brandon, look, man, Brandon sometimes be having some good takes. The man just is like a big 5-year-old sometimes. It's just like he don't know when to shut up. And it's hard. Even there's a lot of people up here that it's just hard to hear them talk for a long time, or they haven't done anything that justifies them having a mic for that long. All right. If you don't donate, if you don't support, why the hell am I gonna sit here and let you have a mic for that long?
All right, so Lamar, I'm gonna get at you on IG. I'm gonna do a draft show, I guess, this week or the following week, man. I'll let you go. I know you've been doing this for 8.5 hours. I'm gonna do a live on at about 12:30 on.
Just hit me up to let me know the time. I'll pull up.
All right, no problem.
All right, Lee. All right,
right.
BKNY, man. Salute. Make sure y'all check out BKNY on YouTube, man. Easy to find. Solid channel, man. Brooklyn Net Basketball Talk. FYF Sports, y'all. Been another great podcast episode. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the show, man. Salute to everybody. Right. Hate the fact that we had to ban the locker room and get them up out of here. But again, man, it's like I appreciate all content creators, man. And I don't really do the content creator slander back and forth, man. I think it's just too petty for me, man. So I know it's not the most popular ban, but it is what it is, man. Some things must be done, man. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, y'all. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. And we out.